Welcome to this amazing 10 plus hour of JavaScript course where we are going to create these 5 awesome games. And yes, all these games are working absolutely fine and we are going to create from the scratch. No external library, just JavaScript, HTML and CSS. So for the first 2, 3 or 4 hours, we are going to learn about the basics of the JavaScript. That means what is function, variable and other kind of things, so that we will have some ground and everyone is at the same level. Then after that, we are going to start with the games, and the amazing games are like this. First is a Tic Tac Toe Game, and here we can play, we have nice things, and if someone won, it says player O, you won, and then we increment the score. Next, suppose this X player is winning here. I think this is going to be a draw match, so we are handling the draw match also, and then X is increased by 1 when X won. So this is amazing. And then we have a ball fall. It's absolutely lovable game and I really love this game. Every second this count or score is increasing and we need to move the ball through this hole into the lower platform. We can use the navigation key of our keyboard to move left and right, and if we want to move faster, we can use the Alt key to move faster so that we will not touch the top part, and if we touch, it says game over. Next game we are having is Pingpong Game. Pingpong Game is absolutely super simple. We have 2 pedals on the left and the right, and this ball is constantly moving. The right one is moving according to the level of the ball, so it will always going to touch the ball, but the left one is in our control and using the mouse. This is amazing thing we are going to do, that we are going to use the mouse to navigate our left pedal, and you have observed that now the speed of the ball is increasing slowly. So this is the challenge we have to face, and as many times you touch the left pedal with the ball, this score is increasing, and now it's becoming super speed is high and we need to handle it. Actually, I have to start another game. Now we have a Breakout Game. Breakout Game is again simple. We need to click on this start button and it's having this ball which is moving upward, and then we need to move our pedal with the use of left and right key, but if we lose, it says game over. Once again start, and then I will see that here we have, yep, this kind of game is there which I really love. And the final game is a snake game. You're probably familiar with this, and it's very easy. Snake eat the food and it grows, and the number of food the snake has eaten become the score, and by chance if you touch the walls, then it says game over. But then every time we are holding the score for each round, so on the second time it becomes 0, and third time also it becomes 0. So we are storing all the score, not storing or recording, I can say. So these are the amazing 5 games we are going to create, and if you really want to check these games, you just need to go to bitfumes-js-games.netlify.app. you can find it here, and you can find JavaScript games. This is the GitHub repository with each of the commit, and you can find it as you progress on this game. You can search and go to that section of the code base. And by the way, if you want to follow me on Twitter, here is my profile called Sarthak Savvy. You can find me there and you can ask me anything. Also, you can join the Bitfumes Discord channel where we have awesome community and helping people one by one, and I'm very active there also, so I can help you there. If you want to support me, Patreon is there, and we have GitHub sponsorship also. So because I'm a full-time content creator, full-time YouTuber, I need your support for these things. So this is amazing course I have created for you. Make sure you hit like button, hit it hard, hit it like you are going to break that button, and surely comment your views on these games and what are other games we can create using JavaScript. So finally, let's start the journey of JavaScript gaming. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a scripting or programming language, you can say. It is one of the basic three important technologies of the web. So we have a HTML, we have a CSS, and we have a JavaScript. HTML is the skeleton of your web page or website. CSS is for designing how button will look, what will be the color, what will be the shadow, etc. So these are the designing for CSS. Now comes JavaScript. With the use of JavaScript, you can handle the user's input. The user can interact with your web page and do much more things. So JavaScript actually power 99% of modern web. It is so powerful and in-demand language. The original host for JavaScript, that means where you can run the JavaScript code, is a web browser. So from a web browser environment, you can obtain input from users' mouse event, keyboard events, or you can make HTTP requests. But since 2010, another host for JavaScript was created, which is called Node.js, and it was created by Ryan Dahl. This means with the use of Node.js, JavaScript got the access of full operating systems, files, networks, HTTP, and much more. This means from 2010 onwards, JavaScript can not only just handle the web pages, it can also power the server. That means you can run the JavaScript code on server. So this is not just the end, because JavaScript nowadays is used in variety of places. As I told you, for web we have Vue, React, Angular, Svelte, and much more frameworks to power the web page of your website using JavaScript. But you can also create the mobile app, not only just for Android, also for iOS with the use of React Native. If you want to create desktop applications using JavaScript, then you can use Electron.js. And as I told you, for the server, we have a Node.js and Deno also. So you have seen that JavaScript is very powerful language nowadays. So now let's start the journey of JavaScript. So how do we start with JavaScript? As I told you, the web browser is an environment for running the JavaScript code. So here we are inside Edge browser. You can use any browser, it doesn't matter totally. So what you need to do, in any page, you can just right click and click on inspect. So if you go to the inspect, you will get this, you can say, developer console or developer environment for that particular browser. So I'm just going to zoom it for you, and we can go to this console, and here if I press Ctrl K or Command K for Mac, here I can write my JavaScript code. So what if I say alert? So alert is a native JavaScript function. So if I'm giving this parenthesis, this means I am defining or trying to run a function. As I told you, this is an inbuilt function given by JavaScript itself. So here we can use this double single quotes and we can say, hey JS JavaScript. So this single quotes means we are trying to have a string. So now if I hit enter, you can see we are having here embedded page at something something, and then it says hey JS. Okay, so this is happened because of the JavaScript. We are running a function given by the JavaScript. So it returns undefined actually. So we are having here undefined. So see, we are having this right side arrow, that means we are writing something, and left side arrow means we are getting the result. So now you can have one more thing, which is, let's clear this, which I can say console.log. And here I will once again say same thing, hey JS. If I hit enter, this time you can see it has 2 lines and there is no pop-up. Why? Because the console.log function is going to log inside this console. So it's very clear, a descriptive name, console. This is the console, you can see the tab console, and then I'm saying log. Log means write something into console. So console.log hey JS. And as I told you, this console.log returns undefined, or you can say nothing. So now from the return part we are having undefined. So this is the first environment I told you, but we also have a node environment. And to have the node, you can just go to Node.js website and install Node.js in your application. So you can totally install any version or stable version or latest version. Then if you open the terminal, or if you're on the Windows, then you need to open the command prompt cmd. Then here you just need to say node and -v. If you are getting some numbers, that means you are already having this node. Otherwise, you can simply install it from here. So I have explained you 2 things, alert and console log. Let's try the console log first. So I can say console.log, but first we need to run it and go into the node environment. So if I say node and then enter, now you can see we are having a same right arrow function. Here I'm going to say console.log and hey Node.js, and if I close this and hit enter, same thing, hey Node.js, and return is undefined. But what if I say alert and hey Node.js? If I hit enter, now it says alert is not defined, but in the browser alert is available. So what happened? Since I told you these 2 are different environment for JavaScript. Browser is a different, node is a different. Node is created for running JavaScript on server. Obviously on server you cannot alert where you can find that pop-up. So that's why we don't have these things. So there are some little functions which are not available in the node environment, or I can say there was no use of these functions, so that's why they are not here. So these 2 environments are extremely important. We can write anywhere most of the code which will going to run the similarly. So suppose I say a is equal to 3. If I enter, it returns the value of a is 3. And if I say a is equal to 3, it's exactly same. But one more thing is that these 2 environments are independent. So this means if I say b is equal to 4 here, that doesn't mean we get b here, because this is a whole another environment. We can define b as something else. So since in the memory we have defined 2 things, a is 3, b is 10. So if I say a, we are getting 3, we can have a b which is 10. Once again, here on the browser a is 3, b is 4. So this is the way you can get started with the JavaScript. Now let's move forward and go a little deeper into the JavaScript. Now since we have this JavaScript console of our browser, but what if we want to use our JavaScript inside a HTML? That means inside a website. So I'm going to close this one and go to Node website, or you can go to any website, it doesn't matter. And then you need to right click and go to view page source. in the source, you will find all the HTML available for this website, and either at the top inside the head tag or at the bottom you will find a script tag. See, this is the script tag. This script tag is having a source which is having a path of a JS file. .js means a JavaScript file. So this JavaScript file is holding the JavaScript code. We can actually press command and click here, or control and click if you are on Windows, and you will find all the JavaScript written for that particular file, and we have included all that code from this main.js into this page, and now we can use that functions here. So this way of using our JavaScript is actually an external source file. So we have this external source which is main.js. But now if you go to Vue.js website, vuejs.org, and Vue.js is a JavaScript framework actually, so you don't have to care about this. I'm just showing you. If you go to the page source of this website, then you will find we have a script tag, but this script tag doesn't have any source. See, Node website is having the script with a source, but this doesn't have. Similar to this one, it doesn't have any source. That is because we are saying this is an inline JavaScript. So see, all these code are JavaScript code. You don't have to worry about, you don't have to understand these things. I'm just giving you the clue or giving you the information that how we can use JavaScript. So we have two ways. Either we can use the inline or we can directly use from an external source file. So let's see how we can create our own HTML file and use the JavaScript. So I will go to editor, and you can choose any editor you want. It totally doesn't matter. Then you can create a file called index.html. You can name it anything, but this has to be .html. Then I'm going to press exclamation mark and create the HTML markup. This is for the VS Code only. And here you can see we are having this head tag and we have a body tag. I told you you can have it two ways. So let's have the inline script tag. So if I do this, I have created a opening and closing of the script tag, and inside that I can simply say console.log and hey script. Okay, but we need to run this, so I'm going to copy this command, copy path, and paste it here. Actually that has to be copy absolute path, like this one. Yeah, and now I'm going to move them side by side so that we can properly see what is happening. So open the console. So I will go to the inspect and go to the console. Here we are, and you can see since we have added this script tag, we are having hey script here inside this console. So like this, we can change it, hey script JavaScript, hey script JavaScript. Nice one. And now if I go and refresh this page, you can see now we have a hey script JavaScript. And you can actually move this inside the body tag also. So if I move it inside the body tag, and here I can say hey JavaScript course, and then if I refresh this page, you can see we have the hey JavaScript course on this page, but we have this console log for our script tag. But this is inline script tag. We can also create our own file, external file, where we can store this information and then add the script tag just like we saw in a Node website. Open sidebar, and I'm going to create a directory called JS. Inside that I'm going to say like the name I can provide main.js. So we have a directory called JS, and then we have a main.js. And here I can say console.log, and here I can write hi from external file. Okay, so since this is already a JavaScript file, we don't have to define any script tag like this one. We don't have to do this because we are already in a JavaScript file. Now, since this file is inside a directory called JS, we have to give the source. So once again, I will say script, and I will choose the second one which is given here. And if you are not having it, you can write it source. So let's zoom it for you. So source is start from the root. So start from root means slash, and then after slash we have a JS directory, so we can choose the JS, and inside JS we have a main.js. So you can see we are getting the suggestions. So if I save this file and reload the page, now it says file index is not found. Okay, so what if I say dot slash, yeah, so it says dot slash, then JS, and then main.js. So hi from external file. We are getting this file data or file code, I can say, and we are running it, and here we are. We can also use the alert we already know. So hey, if I say refresh the page, yeah, we have a console of hi from external file, plus we have a hey in our browser. So this is the way you can use the file or inline system for writing your JavaScript. So back in 1993, when Mosaic browser was released, people were thrilled because of the new feature called GUI. GUI means graphical user interface, and this was the first time when a non-technical person can also access internet. But after the success of this Mosaic browser, the lead developers of this Mosaic browser had founded a company called Netscape Corporation. And Netscape did a fantastic job. They created a cool new browser called Netscape Navigator. And this Navigator browser was released just after 1 year of Mosaic browser. That means in 1994. Since Netscape Navigator was very good, but the web page at that time was not so good. It was dull, boring, and once the page is loaded, there was nothing to do. So Netscape company employed a person to create a whole new language that can be run inside the browser. So Netscape company employed a person named Brendan Eek to create that language. And the motive of that language was to make web pages more dynamic and user-friendly. So in 1995, Brendan came up with this new language, and it was first adopted in Netscape Navigator browser. So he named that language as LiveScript. But later in 1995, Netscape changed the name from LiveScript to JavaScript. This is because at that time the language Java was very famous and everybody was talking about the Java. So to make the LiveScript famous and noticeable, they changed the name from LiveScript to JavaScript. And this is to be noted that JavaScript and Java doesn't have any similarities. But because at that time there was Internet Explorer, also another browser, and it was having difficulties for the developer to maintain the same structure of the web page with JavaScript on every browser. So to make JavaScript a standardized language so that it works similarly in every browser, Netscape started working with ECMA International to make JavaScript a standard or industry standard. So in November 1996, ECMA was adopted in JavaScript community, and this ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturer Association. Then what? In 1997, ECMA came up with its first edition of standardization of JavaScript, and that standardized JavaScript is called ECMAScript. So if you are familiar with ES6 or ES6 syntax, ES6 means ECMAScript 6th edition. Since we are going to learn the JavaScript from the beginning, so we need to refer some documentation. And I told you that the JavaScript was created by Netscape. And nowadays, Netscape company is Mozilla. So we can directly search for Mozilla JavaScript. And this will give us this link for JavaScript MDN Mozilla. That means MDN means Mozilla Development Network. And here we have the original documentation of JavaScript. And I'm going to refer this documentation throughout the course so that you can also take a look here, or later in the future you can refer for the update, newer versions, everything. Here you can see it is saying that ECMAScript as of 2012 all browser was fully supported with ECMA 5.1, and currently ECMA 2020 is available for us. You can read everything related to 2020 ECMA. Also, you can go here on the JavaScript guide, which we are going to refer throughout this course once again. And some of the other advanced things are written here also. So this is a power-packed documentation full of knowledge for JavaScript. Till now, inside our console, we are having hi from external file. And external file is main.js. So let's open the main.js. And first, I'm going to remove this alert because I don't want it. But now, instead of hard coding this string, I want this string to be dynamic a little bit. And how we can do that? We can store this string or this text into a container. And this container we called variable. Why variable? Because it can vary. That means it can be the value of this thing can be changed. So if I say x is equal to, let's say 2, it's just a basic math. You have already heard about these things. So what if I say x? And what if I just do this and go reload the page? And wow, you can see we are having 2 inside our log. This is amazing. So can we do the same thing for the text? So I can say x, and instead of 2, I want this string. Reload this page. Oh wow, we are having it here. This means we can actually name it where anything. So for now we can change it to name, and I can say Sarthak. Reload. Yeah, Sarthak is here. So what we have done here, we have created a variable called name. Okay, so I can call it actually first name, and then I can also call last name. Okay, so let's create a last name, and the value of last name is like this one. So I can also give comma and say last name. And this is another good feature of this console.log function, is that you can have any number of log separated by comma. This means if I go reload the page, yes, you can see we are having Sarthak Shrivastava in our console. So how that is happening? See, these two things, first name and the last name is a variable. And variable is just like an empty box. You can put anything inside the empty box. So we have created an empty box called first name, and we put this string called Sarthak inside that variable or an empty box called first name. So now we have two different variables, and both variables hold different values. So what we are saying to the JavaScript that, hey JavaScript, go to the value of first name variable and the last name variable, get that values, and then simply log them. And that's why we are getting this Sarthak Shrivastava. So since we are having these two variables, what if I can say first name is going to be now John? So what do you think? What's going to happen? Is it going to log Sarthak or is it going to log John? If you are having some programming experience, you will know that it will going to say John Shrivastava. But why that happened? So see, a variable is going to hold only one value at a time. So initially we told to this variable that, hey, first name variable, get this string called Sarthak. Later on the third line, we say to the same variable that, hey, this first name variable, now your value is John. So JavaScript says that, okay, you need to drop this one and then replace it with John. So when we reach to the fourth line where we are fetching the real value of the first name, at that time the value of the first name is changed from Sarthak to John. That means if I log below the first line, what do you think what's going to happen? First, at this line, the value of first name is Sarthak, but on the line number 5, the value of first name has now converted, or you can say changed, to John. So this means if I refresh this page, we are getting last name is not defined. Okay, so I think we are using last name, and we need to move this line below. And now reload the page and you can see first Sarthak Shrivastava, then John Shrivastava. So this is the way you can define the variables. But this is not the end of the variable. This is just the beginning. And I'm very excited to share my knowledge of variables to you. So previously we saw that when we have this console log on the second line, we got some error. And the error says uncaught reference error, last name is not defined inside main.js :2. That means line number 2. And that's exactly the same situation. On the line number 2, it says last name is not defined because JavaScript read code one by one. So when it reached to the second line, it says, okay, we need to fetch the value of last name. But at that time, last name was not in the picture. Last name came after this line, that means on the third line. So that's why we are getting this error. And this error is very unique. It says reference error. What that means? That means whenever we are using the value of any variable inside the JavaScript, we are referring to the value. We are going to the reference for that value. So this is very important term and we are going to explore it in the future. So you have to keep in mind that reference word is very important. If you're not getting what reference is for now, don't worry about this. So this is the error we got, and we can simply solve this by replacing or moving the line in the third line. So how error works in JavaScript? Once again, let's go to the MDN JavaScript errors. And now see, let's go error for the JavaScript from the MDN Mozilla Development Network. And here we have various kinds of errors. So eval error, internal error, range error. But here we got reference error. Saw that. Now it says create an instance representing an error that occurs when dereferencing an invalid reference. What that dereferencing an invalid reference means? Whenever we are using the variable, that means we want to derefer. That means we want the value of this reference. So the variable is a reference. We are referencing to some memory inside our system. So that's why we are dereferencing. And when we are using it on the second line, it says this last name is a invalid reference. So that's why we got this reference error. We will also going to explore more errors in the future, but for now this is very important thing to know, that you can get everything related to JavaScript from this MDN website or the documentation. So if you want to show something else inside your console when you are having some error, so like this, then you can use this catching a reference error, and we can use this try and catch thing. Obviously this is a little advanced thing, but I can show you for now, and you don't have to worry if you are not getting this. Don't worry about that. So I'm going to say try and then catch, and catching the error. So I can move this console log inside the try. So what it says, try this thing. If everything is okay, that's cool. Otherwise, go to this part, the catch part. And then inside this, I can just log, and I can say there is some error. And this is the custom message we are giving. Let's now try, reload the page, and you can see we are not getting any error inside our console, although we are having our own error message which is say there is some error. One more important thing is that you also have one more thing called console.error, and this is going to be like a error red colored. So refresh this page, and yeah, you can see there is an error. There is some error actually, and that is coming because of this console.error, not a log. So that's why if I undo things like here, and if I now refresh, you can see it's same red colored cross. This means the JavaScript behind the scene using console.error to show this thing to our console inside the browser console. One more type of error is very common in an initial stage, which is called syntax error. So let's see how we can create a syntax error. So I can first fix this reference error, reload. Yeah, there is no error. But now I'm going to remove this closing bracket, and let's see what's going to happen. Reload the page, and now it says syntax error, missing closing bracket after argument list. And this is a syntax error where you are having an incorrect syntax inside your you can say JavaScript. So one more common error is a type error. It creates an instance representation of error that occur when a variable or parameter is not of valid type. See, so type error means you are trying to use something as it is not that. What that mean? So suppose this console.log is actually a function, so or method, you can say method. So this is given by the VS Code. So it says console.log is actually a method, but if I change it to LO, not log, so just LO, but console doesn't have any function called LO, so this should return a sub type error. Yes, it says LO is not a function. So this means whenever we are using some variable or function incorrectly, we will get this type error. And we will talk about other errors later when the time comes. But for starting purpose, this is absolutely right. So let's make it error free. Yeah, we are having here. We have created these variables, but in JavaScript, there are various ways to create variables. Once again, let's go to the documentation, and I will go to the JavaScript, or you can directly go from Technologies, JavaScript, to open a new tab. Then if you go on this JavaScript guide, we have a grammar and types. Here you will find declaration of variables. So JavaScript has three kinds of variable declaration: var, let, and const. But we have not used any of these. So which kind of this variable is? Now for that, if you scroll down a little bit, a lot on more so here we have, so global variable are in fact properties of a global object. If you're not getting this, don't worry. So if you are not defining any let, const, or var, that means the variable is created inside the window object, and window is a global thing. So think about window as a box which contain everything inside your HTML. So I can show you just by doing console.log on window, and I can just remove this one and also this one. So we just have one window object. Let's go here, reload this page, and you can see we are having this window object. This window object has this alert. Remember, we have used the alert. So now we can also use window.alert. So window.alert, and I say hey. If I refresh, yep, it's same. So if you want, then you can say window dot and then something. Otherwise, if you are not defining, JavaScript consider it is coming from the window. Okay, so now once again we have this window. Inside this window, you can see at the bottom we have the first name as a John, then we have a last name as Shrivastava. So all these other things are there, and we can use these things. Name is Sarthak, which is also given. Okay, so these things are here, but see, we have created these windows variables. So why we are going to use this let, const, and var? So these are here. So first, let's see the problem with this kind of variable declaration. Suppose we are going to create another script tag, and this script tag is going to hold a variable called galaxy, and galaxy is going to be Milky Way. This is our galaxy name, and yeah, what do you think? Is it available on window object or not? So see, once again, let's go to the windows, and here on the G part, yeah, you can see Milky Way is there. And this creates a problem because we have two different script tags. Even after having two different tags, we are getting all the variables inside this window. This is a problem. Why? Suppose in this script tag, someone have defined some variable name, just like we have defined this first name there. What if I once again define the first name here also, and I can say galaxy names? Okay, so what do you think? Window is going to have which first name? This one or this one? Let's try. Reload, and here we are, and we need to go to first name, and you can see galaxy name. Why? Because this script tag is executed first and after this one. That means first we have declared the first name as Sarthak, and then because every variable defined without any declaration means it is in a window element or window variable, That means just after this, it's going to not redefining the first name, or I can say redeclaring. That means the value of first name is going to be changed because it's a window variable. This means if I refresh once again, you can see as before we have a first name as a galaxy name. What if I change the position? So if I do this script as a second, first is our inline script, reload the page, and on the first name you can see we have a Sarthak, because first it set first name as a galaxy names, and then this script comes and it says okay, first name should be the Sarthak. So that's why we have this problem when you are using these variable declaration without any defining that let var or const. So we don't want these things. So let's remove these things and move forward to learn about let, const and var. To understand var and declaring a variable, let's once again see these things. Without using var, let or const, we can define these variables. But the issue is they are defined globally. That means we can access the first name from here and from any other script tag. Now let's convert this from first name to var first name and see, is it going to do something? So what you think? What will be the result of this first name? Because we have this var first name here and then we are redefining the value. So reload the page and here we can see first name is still there, Sarthak, which is this one. So maybe this could be happened because we have first name here. What if I comment this, and what you think? Is it going to be available in the window? Let's once again refresh and check. So first name is still there. So we have added this var keyword, but even after that it's added to the window. So see what happened. Whenever you are using var, it's going to define the variable in the scope wherever you have used the var keyword. We have used the var keyword directly inside this script tag. That means we are defining it globally. So because we are defining it globally, and that's why it is available inside the window. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function. Obviously you don't know the functions, how they work, but don't worry about that. Just see, we are defining a function called x, and here I'm going to move this var inside this function and then I call this function. By the way, if these things looking very overwhelming to you, don't worry. Once again, don't worry about these things. We will see how functions work later. But for now, yeah, we have created a function, we have called that function, and inside this function we have used the var keyword, first name and galaxy names. Now reload the page, and this time in the window you will not find the first name. See, there is no first name. Why this happened? Because this variable first name is inside this function, and the function starts from here, ends here. So the scope of this function is only inside this function. This also means that if you try to use variable outside of the function, then you will get the error, reference error. And we know reference means it's saying that first name is not defined on that scope. What that means? We are trying to access first name from global scope, which is not available because first name is defined inside of the function. So if I move this console log inside of the function, then only it's going to work. See this thing. So you will say that, Sarthak, what if I define the variable without using var inside of the function? So what you think, what will be the scope of this first name? Is it for the function because it is defined inside the function, or it will be for global? So let's see, reload the page, and we are not getting error, although we have the log outside of the function. This means that we should get that first name inside the window, which we are having here. So this exactly explaining us that the use of var is very important when you want to scope the variable for a certain limit. So that's why when I use var, we will get error, reference error, because now this var variable is only available inside of this function. And this means, let's now do one more magic. So see, first name is here. We are having the console of the first name inside the function, but now I'm going to the main.js and uncomment it. So what do you think now? What's going to log here, and what will be the value of first name? What I say, let's log here. We already have the window log. Okay, so reload the page. Here it says galaxy name, which is the first name, value of the first name. Yeah, we have this from the function. Then inside the window object, you will find the first name is Sarthak. So now this program has two first name variable. First name is inside this function body, which is having a scope for this function only, and the second is globally defined. So I am thinking something. Let's do one more magic. So see, because we have this first name from main.js, which is globally available, so can we use that first name here? Let's try. And what we are expecting, we first see Sarthak, then we should have the galaxy name. Let's log, reload the page, and it says undefined. Why that happened? This is something interesting. Maybe that happened because this script runs after this first script tag where we are trying to access the first name. What if I move it above? Cool. Now let's try, and still we are having an undefined. So what happened here? So let's try to use window dot first name, reload, and yeah, we can access it. Sarthak is available. So see what happened inside the function when I try to use directly first name. So because we are in a scope of function, so this first name is not accessed from the window, it is accessed from this function. So in a different scope, we need to define from where we want to fetch variable. So that's why when I use the first name from window.firstName, it's working. So since JavaScript execute these codes line by line, so first it will define the first name for window object globally, then we can access it from the function. But this will be obviously not available when I use this main.js after the first script. Why that happened? Because we are going to use window.firstName, which is not defined at this time. It will be defined after some time because it's after it. So that's why if I refresh, you can see now we are getting undefined for window.firstName. So this is very important thing for var. And you can find all these things in the documentation. So once again, you will go to the technologies, JavaScript, and on the left side you will find JavaScript guide, then grammar and type, and here we have this var, and you can see it's written here with a keyword var. For example, x is equal to 42 with the var. The syntax can be used to declare both local and global depending upon the execution context. So execution context means where you are executing the var. So since we are using this inside this function, it's scoped as local for this function only, but when we define it globally, obviously it's a global variable. Next thing you want to know about the var is, let's remove this function, we don't need it for now. Okay, so what we can do with the var is like, suppose we don't want to initialize the value at the time of declaring the name. That means if I do var first name, this is a valid syntax and JavaScript will not going to give any error for this. So you have given var first name, and you know this is a global context. Okay, so what you think, what will be the value of this first name? So let's see what we are getting here. First name is Sarthak. Okay, so we got it, we have here. So I'm going to comment this main.js and let's log first name. So now let's see what we are going to get. We are getting undefined. What that undefined means? We have just declared, we have not defined the value inside it. Think about this as we have created a box, but we have not put anything inside that box. This means it's declared but not defined. That's why it is undefined. Okay, but later you can use that thing and then you will say it's galaxy names. Okay, and now reload. Okay, so first I can log it just after this, and now if I reload, you can see first it is undefined, then after we have defined it, so we got the value of that variable first name. Now check this out. I'm going to log a variable and variable name is planet. So what do you think what's going to happen? It should return reference error. Reload the page and yeah, we have a reference error. Planet is not defined. Yeah, we know that. Now let's define it first. So I'm going to say planet, and if we are not using var, then we need to give the value of this variable also. So planet is earth. So yeah, that is easy. We are having this earth console logged. But with the use of var keyword, we have a power that we cannot initialize its value. We have just defined the variable. In that case, what you think, what should this going to log? It's going to log undefined. And reload the page and you can see we have undefined here. And now let's get back and let's do one more thing. Let's have this once again earth here, and we know this time obviously it's going to log, but I'm going to move it below this console log. So first we are trying to log planet, and then we are trying to assign the value and initializing the variable. Reload, and that's exactly obvious reference error, because first it says you are trying to console log planet, which is not defined yet. But now see the magic. So when I initialize this variable with the use of var keyword, and this create a nice thing. Reload the page and you can see we're having undefined. This is totally weird thing, because here it should give us the reference error, or if it is not giving reference error, it should give us the earth string, but it's giving us undefined. Why that happened? So this is called Var Hoisting. So let's go on the documentation, go to technologies, JavaScript, and here we are, JavaScript guide. Go to grammar and type. We have the var, and inside the var you can find the variable or var hosting. Actually, yeah, here we are. It says because variable declaration, I'm saying the declaration only, variable declaration are processed before any code is executed. See this thing, this is exactly same to this. So as I said, or as the documentation says, variable declaration are processed before any code is executed. So this part, only this part, var planet, is executed before anything. That means even before assigning the value as earth for this planet. And we know when we are not defining anything, that means we are having an undefined. So that's why it is giving us undefined here when we are using var keyword before initializing any variable inside the JavaScript. So now once again, if I log after this line, so what do you think what's going to log? First, obviously we will get undefined. Then next time it will go, but before this line, the value for this planet is now assigned as earth. So we should get earth on the second log. Reload the page, and yes, that we are getting. All these things is happening because of var hosting. That means when you are using var, the declaration of variable is processed before execution of any other code inside the JavaScript. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to define one more variable called my planet. So this is the new variable I have defined. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to say like after this, my planet is going to be the planet. So what do you think if I say planet plus my planet, what will be the result? Let's see. We are having undefined. That's okay, that's for first one, so we can remove it. So we are getting earth and earth because planet is earth, my planet is equal to the planet, which is actually the earth. But what if I move this thing above? So what do you think, what will be the result? So let's tackle this situation. We know first it's going to initialize this as undefined and then this one as undefined. So since because of var hosting, the value of my planet will be the first thing we have for planet, which is undefined. So before anything, the value of planet will be undefined. So at this stage, the value of planet is undefined, so my planet will also become undefined. After that, we are assigning the value as earth. So this should be the earth plus undefined. Reload, and yeah, we are having it. And we have to be very careful about this thing, that although the declaration of variable is happened before anything else is processed, but value is going to be assigned after, or you can say in a proper sequence. So to fix this, we just need to make sure we have a value assigned before we are using that variable anywhere else. Cool. So earth is here. Now let's move to the next important thing, which is let. So if we are going to here on the documentation, and it says declares a block scope, local scope, or optionally initialize it to low value. So first let's see what problem this solve. So for here we have all these things, but now what I'm going to do, I'm going to first say let planet, and then I'm going to log planet and see what we are getting. Reload the page. Yeah, we are getting undefined. So let's now define it, and I will say earth and reload the page. Yeah, absolutely fine. It looks like var and let are same, but let's do one thing. Convert it to var and then say planet is going to be Mars, and that's cool, no issues. But what if I say var planet is equal to Mars? It's still no issue. But here comes the issue when you convert it from var to let. See this thing. First we are defining planet as Earth, then again we are defining planet as Mars. And if I now try, now we have this error, and this is exactly why we need to use let, because let says, hey, you have already defined planet. If you want to override value, then you can simply do this and override, and yeah, it's working. But if you try to redefine it in the same scope, it doesn't matter. It's very inefficient and it's not the good thing. So whenever you try to redefine a variable in a same scope, then JavaScript will give you error, and we get this syntax error, which is very clear that planet has already been declared. So this is the biggest difference between var and let. And if you go to the documentation, here you will find we have this declaring variable. With the use of var, the syntax can be used to declare both local and global variable depending upon the execution. But for let, this can be used to declare a block scoped local variable. So it should be local. What that mean? So suppose I'm going to create a function. Once again, don't worry about what function is. Function name is x, and inside the function I'm going to create the let planet is equal to Mars, and I'm going to call this function. So what do you think? Is it going to give error or not? Let's go reload the page, and yeah, we are not getting any error. Why we are not getting any error? Because this planet is in a different scope, and this planet is in a functional scope, or inside this function. This is the global scope. So that's why we are not getting any error. So let's see what this let will do for the Var hosting. And we know that what is Var hosting. Once again, I can remind you that if I am defining the variable here, and before defining I will log the variable, so we will get this undefined, because with var the first thing JavaScript will process is declaring the variable. So variable is declared, but it's not defined, it's not having any value. That's why we get this undefined. Now let's convert it to let and see what we are getting. So what do you think? What we are getting? Undefined or any error or anything? So let's refresh, and now we can see we are having a reference error. Cannot access planet before initialization. Absolutely right. So this should be the case. Before initializing the variable, we should not be able to use the variable even if it is undefined. We should get error, which we are getting with the use of this let. So let is absolutely amazing when you want to get rid of this var hoisting. Okay, the next important thing the let is solving is having a global variable. So we know that if we use this as a var and move it like here, and I will say window dot planet, And then if I go refresh this page, yes, we are having this earth. But when we are using this let will not going to create a variable for window or a global variable. So at that time we are getting undefined, because this planet is actually not available inside this window. So we have this window object, and here inside this window we can see on the P part we don't have any planet. So this is very useful, because we don't want to leak your variable to any window object so that it could be accessible from anywhere. So let's solve this problem also. So if you want to understand let in depth, then you can once again go to the technologies JavaScript guide, and we have a grammar and type. Inside this we have this var let and const. So let's go to the let, and here we have all these things. So we heard about why we are going to use let, because we have a scope ruling. That means the let variables are scoped for the thing you are defining. Then we have getting rid of the Var Hoisting, then redeclaring. So all sorts of things are there for our let. So yeah, you just need to forget var and then start using let only. Let's move to the next important topic, which is const. How we can declare a variable using const. So it's very easy and very useful thing. So we are going to create a variable using this const keyword, and the value of this variable once defined is never going to change for the entire program. So how this is useful, and I can tell you that it's written here also that const are block scope, much like a variable declaration using let keyword. So the rules you know for let is exactly same for const, but one difference, a major difference, is that const can't be changed through reassignment and it can't be redeclared. So that's easy. What that means. So if I convert it to const, it's going to work just like before. Yeah, we have to actually log the planet. So planet. Yeah, so it's working exactly fine. But the important point is planet is equal to Mars. If I do this, we are going to get error. It says type error. Assignment to constant variable. You are trying to assign new value to the constant variable. And if I convert it to var, it's going to work. Yeah, also going to work for let, because both let and var is designed to have the various values for a single defined variable. So it's very important to keep in mind when you can use the const. So you have to use const when you are having an external API link. So I can say API URL is equal to something like this, and bitfumes.com. Or you can also create const for any API key if you have for anywhere. So when you have these kind of things which are once defined, can never be changed, then you can use the const only. So let's go here once again on the const, and here it's given that const declaration create read-only reference to a value. And yeah, we saw that these two values are read-only once defined inside this reference. So we just going to use const for reference of something. But as we know that we cannot change the value of the constant, but it is only true for reassignment. We cannot reassign like this. We cannot reassign anything for the const. If I do this, we get the type error. But what we can do if we have the object, so currently you don't know any object or maybe the array, but if you have any array like A and B, and then I will say API and the first one is equal to Z and then I will log API underscore key, and you will see we can change it. Yeah, Z and B is there. So you can change the inside element of array and object, but you cannot directly replace it. So we are not able to do this thing like here. If we do this, we will get error. Once again, we are having a type error. So it says you cannot reassign things inside this const. And if you don't know about what this array and object I'm talking about, don't worry about these things. We will talk about each and everything in detail later. So this is the const declaration of variable. One thing you have to keep in mind here, like if I remove these things, see, if I am defining a constant, then I have to give its value. We cannot do something like this. So if I do this, planet Earth, so first we are saying, okay, declare a constant and then assign its value. If I do this, we will have this error which says missing initializer in const declaration. This is not true. This error will not be available if we use let, because let says, okay, first you declare, that means at this time the value is undefined. Then you are reassigning value. That means from undefined to the value earth. Okay, so this we are doing here, but this is not the case when you are having a const. If you say const and if you want this kind of functionality, then this will actually contradict the behavior of const. Const says you cannot reassign the value. So if you try to do this thing, it says, okay, so first it should be undefined, then you are assigning a new value, which is not the case in the const. So that's why you cannot do this kind of syntax in the const. You have to have the value at the time of initialization, or you can say at time of declaration of the const. Super important concept. Now let's move to very important topic in JavaScript. So go to the MDN web docs. Technologies, JavaScript is there. On the left side, we have a JavaScript guides, grammar and types, and below you will find this one, data structure and types. So we have lots of data structures. We have already seen that undefined is a thing. So if you go here and let's clear up these things, and if we are not providing the value of this variable, and this should be let planet, and then if I refresh, yes, you can see we are getting undefined, and that means the value is not defined. And I told you the variables are like a box, but when you are not defining anything, so think about it as a crushed box. So this is a box whose volume, length, breadth, height is not defined. Anything, the property is not defined for the variable, and that's why it is undefined. Nothing is defined, just we say that there is a variable, that's it. But we can see we also have a null, a special keyword denoting a null value. So what is the difference between undefined and null? So now if I assign the value as null, let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, we are getting null, and null means, yeah, we have defined its value, but it's empty. So yeah, think about this as you have created a box, it's not crushed box. So empty means the box is filled with air, obviously. So I can say that null, I can write it here, null is like filled with air, and let's say air, and undefined is like vacuum, like this. So this thing is very clear that we have defined, and later on we will going to put the value. So planet is going to be Earth, and then we can totally log it, and yeah, you can see we have a null and Earth. So this is another primitive that you can define its value, and then you will say okay, later on we will have some value. So now let's talk about the Boolean. And Boolean is very simple. It's like true or false, yes, no condition. So if you want to go deeper inside this Boolean, you can go to this primitives, and here we are. And then if you scroll down, we have a Boolean, and then you can go deeper into this Boolean thing. So let's understand Boolean, how we can define it. So first I will clear this, and it's very easy, just like we define it null, and we have to do just say true. So if we say true, then if I go refresh this page, cool, we are having it true. And if I say false and reload, yeah, it's a false. Cool. But how we can make sure that this is really a Boolean thing? Because false can be a string also. Yeah, so yeah, there is a difference in color inside the console, but how we can really consider it as a Boolean? So you know, in JavaScript there is a thing called type of. When you say this type of, then it will actually return you the real type of the variable. So very descriptive name, type of planet. So now if I reload the page, you can see we are getting this as a Boolean. But if I move this inside a single quote or maybe inside the double quotes, it doesn't matter, both are same. Reload the page, we are getting string. So type is string. So this is very easy. And instead of just defining that as a true and false, we can define some statement that will evaluate to true or false. Just like 2 is equal to 5. We know this is going to return false. So now if I see, yeah, it says Boolean, okay, but if I get the value, it says false. If I return it to 2, yep, it is true. Yeah, so these kind of things you can have, and which will evaluate to true or false. Now suppose we are getting true as in string. So if I now check the type of planet, it's going to be a string. So how we can convert a string into a Boolean, true or false? So we know there is a logical not operator using this exclamation mark. If I do double not sign, it's going to convert anything into true or false. So now if I reload this, yeah, you can see it's now converted to Boolean. That means if I check the value, so I just log with a comma. So yeah, Boolean true, or I can have a true as a Boolean. So first I log the value and then the type. So true Boolean. Okay, so we are getting it. Now since we are having this as a Boolean by using double logical not sign, we can also do one more thing, which is a Boolean constructor. So we can use this Boolean keyword with a capital B and define the string inside it. So now if I check, yeah, true as in Boolean. Now if I say false, what's going to happen? Yeah, it's still evaluated to true. Why that happened? See, what happening is, even when you use double not sign, it's evaluating to true. True means it's not going to check the string we have given, it's true or false. It's going to say, okay, you have something in string, that means it is true. If I remove the string, that means there is nothing inside the string, then you can see it is false. So it doesn't matter what you have. If you have some string inside double quote or single quote, it will evaluate to true, otherwise it will evaluate to false. So let's see what are the things which is going to be evaluated as false. So first I said the empty string is going to be evaluated as false. Then 0 is going to be evaluated as false. You can see I'm refreshing. But if you have 1 or any other number, it's going to be true. What about negative number? So negative 2, what's going to happen? It's still true. Why? Because it says you have a number which is not 0. So any number which is not 0 evaluated to true. 0 means it's going to be evaluated as false. Once again, 0 evaluated to false. What about minus 0? And it's still false. So this is for the number. But what about null we have? So we know we have the null. What's going to be the result of this? What do you think? Is it going to be true or false? Because I told you null is like a field with air. So there is something which is null. That means empty. So let's try this. So it's evaluated to false. I'm refreshing. It's evaluated to false. Okay. So I can write 0, null, and empty string evaluate to false. Okay, we will add something later. So I think I can write it like this: evaluate to false, which is these things. Oops, like here. Next, what we can say, what about undefined? So now see what's going to happen. Undefined is also a falsy thing. So let's add this to the list we have here. Okay, so all these things are going to be evaluated as falsy when you want to convert. And once again, I can tell you that this double not, logical not sign is the same thing you can have. Okay, so we have undefined, which is false, and this is how you understand Boolean. Next data type we are going to talk about is numbers. So once again, if you want to deep dive into numbers, you can go to primitives. Inside primitives, you will find this number, and we have a very depth knowledge of number. So let's understand number from our examples. Next, I'm going to say numbers. Okay, see, for planet, let's convert into planets, and then I will say we have 8 planets. Okay, Pluto is not considered as a planet. So yeah, planets are 8. What if I refresh? Planet is not defined. Okay, so that should be planets. Cool. Reload, and yeah, now it says 8 is actually a number. So number, as you know, can be anything. What about 0? If I say 0, yeah, it's a number. What if I say minus 0? It's still a number. Minus 44, it's still a number. And you know, the cool thing about JavaScript is that in JavaScript, there is no integers. So every number is actually a floating point number. That means having decimal inside it. How I can prove it to you? So let's define planets as 8. And then I will say one more variable I'm going to define. And this variable is going to be number 8. EIGHT. Yeah, this is 8. So now I'm going to log, and I'm going to first check planets. Is it going to be equal to the 8? But this time I'm going to say 8.0. So this is an integer, but this is a floating number. Let's see the result. Yeah, you can see it says true. Why true? Because I said in JavaScript there is no integer thing. Everything is a decimal number. So here you can go to the numbers reference or documentation. Here you will find that yeah, so a number like 37 in JavaScript code is a floating point value, not an integer, and there is no separate integer type in common everyday use. That's why it doesn't have that. So this is actually for a very useful thing. Next, you can see it can hold a number for 1.8 into 10 to the power 308. Beyond that, it's going to consider that number as an infinite number or infinity. So how we can define the number? As I told you, you can just use numbers, and we have defined it like this. But you can convert some numbers like we did for Boolean. So what if I say it's as a 8 string? If I reload, now you can see it says 8 is a string, not a number. But I want to convert it into number. Previously with Boolean, we did this double exclamation mark or double logical not sign to convert it into Boolean, and we got true as Boolean. So true as Boolean. But we don't want to convert it into Boolean, we want to convert it into number. So we can use the constructor for number, which is number, and move it inside this parenthesis, and yeah, we have defined it as a string. So what do you think, what's going to happen? Is it going to convert to a number? Let's try. And yes, it is now converted to a number. What about -8? Let's try. JavaScript is intelligent to consider -8 as a number. What about 0? Yeah, 0 is there. What about O? The letter O. Now we have a new thing called NaN. What is NaN? NaN means not a number. So I can write here NaN is not a number. Very nice. So this means whenever you are defining anything else apart from the numbers inside this constructor, that means it's going to say it's not a number. So I'm not able to convert this string into a number because that string is not a number. So this is absolutely amazing. Now what about null? How null is going to be converted to number? Maybe you think it's going to be converted at 0. Let's try. And you're right. So 0, or you can say null, is converted to 0. And you know, just like on Boolean we did double exclamation mark, for converting anything into number we have a shorthand for plus sign. It's not an assignment or it's not an operation plus. It's just saying that plus means convert it into number. So once again reload. Yeah, it's now converted. With 8, same thing. Yeah, it's working fine. What about minus? Let's try this. So yes, if you use minus, it's going to convert it into number but with a minus sign. So this is, you have to keep in mind that even if you convert null with a minus sign, it's going to be converted to number. See, the type is number but value is become negative. So that's why we have used plus, so that value will be plus signed, that means a positive, and then it's going to convert it to number. So then you will think that what about -8? So this is going to be plus and the minus, and plus minus is minus. Remember your maths, and that's why we have a -8 as a number, because in a string it's -8. But the real power of JavaScript will be here when you can really convert the binary into the decimal, or you can say, yeah, decimal, correct. So to convert any binary, so in binary, if you type 111, that means it's a 7. Okay, so yeah, it's going to convert it into a real 111, because we have not told to our JavaScript that, hey JavaScript, convert it as a binary. So what we need to do, we need to just say 0 and then define the first letter of the you can say base, so B for binary. So if I say 0B111, that means it's going to convert it into 7. You can see now 111 in binary is equivalent to 7 in decimal. Similarly, if I say 101, it's going to have a 5. So this is not just for binary. You can also convert the octal numbers. So if I say 1111, So in octal, 1 is actually 9. And now let's convert this number, whatever number we have here. So let's say we have 8 as a planets. So just like we can convert from a string to a number, we can also do the reverse part. That means I want to convert this planets, the value 8, to a string. So we have a toString function for this number, and this is going to convert it as a string. That means if I check the type of this thing, so type of this thing, obviously it's going to be a string because we have used the toString. So where we can find this and similar these kind of other functions for the number, once again, as I told you, I can close these windows. So go to the primitives, like here. In this primitives, you will find the number, and inside the number we have all the variable, all the functions. Actually, here we are, toString. So whatever the number is, we are going to convert it into string. We also have toFixed. So what this toFixed is going to do? So now suppose we have another one, so let's convert it into 8.3345434. So yeah, we have these things, and yeah, it's a number, but I want this planets to be fixed for 2 digits only. So I can say toFixed, and I want to convert it into for 2 decimal digits. Reload, and now you can see it's converted to 8.33. And if you have noticed, very important thing is that whenever you use these functions, it's always going to return as a string. That means if I do this, let's say I can say rounded planets. It's not the shape I'm talking about, it's the math function rounded. So this is going to be planets dot toFixed, and then I log and check the type of planet. It's going to be a string. Okay, so that should be rounded one. So rounded planet, and this should be string. Yeah, we have this string, and this toFixed is very cool because you can define any number, like 4. If I have, it's going to be 43 is here. What if I say 494? Is it going to convert it into 334, or I can say 99? So is it going to convert it into 3345? Let's see. Yeah, it is 3350 actually. So 499 is converted back to 50. Amazing thing. So what else we have here? We can also convert to exponential. We can also convert to local string. What that mean? It's very useful function. That means you can define any number, and that will be converted to your local string. Okay. So here we are, we need to define the locale and then some options, how we can use it. So we just need to say to local string, and that will going to convert. By default it's US, that means US English actually. So I can say like to local string, and it doesn't need anything because by default we are going to have this thing like to local string is now converted and rounded off to 3 digit. That's good. What if I change the locale? So locale should be Arabic EG, like this one. Yeah, so it's converted into Arabic. I don't know what that means. Okay, so this is the thing you can have, but not this thing only. We can also have some other, like you can convert something into some number. You can parse int, you can convert directly into int, you can convert it into float. What that mean? So let's just return back to just planets. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to log and I say planets dot, and this time I want to say like which one is that? parse float. So parse and parse int, and actually I have to say number dot parse int and passing this planet. Okay, so reload this page, and yeah, you can see it's now converted and all the decimal part is skipped. What if I convert 8.93349? What you think? Is it going to convert it to 9? That means rounded off, or it will be 8? Reload. It's going to be 8. That means it's just skip, or you can say just ignore whatever you define after the decimal. So if I even say 9999999, then also it's going to be rounded or skipped by the parse int, and it's just going to give you the integer part of that. So these are the things you can play around on the numbers, and if you once again if you want to go deeper, you can go inside this JavaScript references and standard built-in object and number. Now let's move to the strings. So here we are in the string for the data type, but if you want to go in deep, then you can go to the primitives. At the bottom you will find this string, and string is going to be very interesting because we have lots and lots of things inside JavaScript for strings. So let's get started with strings. Okay, so here we are, and index.html is here, and this time I'm going to start with string. Okay, so as you know, we can create anything as a string by wrapping that thing inside a single quote. So if I say hey and then save this file, go reload the page, hey is there, and it's a string. We are getting this not a number because we are trying to convert this string as a number. Obviously we are going to get this not a number because JavaScript cannot convert hey into number. We can also use double quotes, so it's a different method, but it's exactly same, no difference. We have given two different situations. Suppose you want to literally print hey with a single quote, then you can do this like this, or you literally want to print hey with a double quote, then you can do something like this. So that's why we have a different notation for writing the strings. You can also use the backticks like this one, and you can find the backticks just above the tab key and below the escape key. So these are the three methods of defining the string. So I can say define string using and single quotes, then double quotes, and then backticks like here. We can also add two strings. And how we can add two strings? Actually, adding means concatenating. So if I want to have planet as Earth, and then I will say let life is life, so it is going to be yes, life is there, life is there. On, I can say like this, and then I can concatenate these two, like I say is life and then have a plus sign, and I can say planets. So if I reload, yes, life is there on, and you can see on and Earth are having no space between them. So how we can add a space? So you can say, okay, add another space. So space is also considered as a string. So here we are, we have a space here. So you have seen that the space is also a string. So if you can check by saying type of, and I will say space, reload, and yeah, you can see we have a string for the space. Okay, So this is the way you can add, or simply say concatenate, two strings and make it one. And just like with the other primitives, you can define the string by using the constructor of string like this one. So it's a valid thing, but what if I refresh? Yeah, it's the same. And you have seen that, yeah, these things are concatenated, these two string. What if I have two numbers as in a string and then I try to concatenate them just by using a simple plus sign? So what do you think? What's going to happen? Is it going to add it like 1, 0 and 4, or it will going to literally add it as a number, so 14? So let's try this. Okay, so yeah, it is 104, because even in this scenario, these two things are actually a string. We have not yet converted them into the numbers, so that's why we have that. And now let's get back to only one variable, which is planet, having a string called Earth. But suppose sometime happen that you want to get the first letter of the string. So how you can get that? So for that, you just need to say string the variable, then dot, and then we need to say character at. So it's like char at. So it's a function, and you need to define for which position you want the number or the character. So I want the first position. So what if I try to add 1? So what do you think? What we are going to get? Is it E, A, R, T, H? What will be the result? Let's try. So it's A. A. Why we are getting A? So maybe it's like in the computer, everything starts from 0. So it should be the 0. So let's try character at 0th index. And yeah, that's exactly we are having here. And yeah, so after that, we can also define it as any character we want. So T is here. Now what if I'm giving the number which is out of the scope, or out of the length actually? So the length of this string is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if I say 9 or 7 actually? Reload the page, and yeah, we are getting nothing. So yes, we are getting nothing, but I want real result. So I just say type of, and whatever we get. So yeah, we get a string. So that means when we are getting something which is not available, we get empty string. So empty string is just like a single quote with nothing, or double quote, or backtick with nothing. But we can also do the same thing with the use of this square brackets. Inside the square bracket, we just need to define the index, and that's how we get the result. We have E, then we have T, and if I say 7, it's going to have a undefined. Here we got. So see, if I do this, or if I say planets dot character at 7th, so we are trying to fetch the character at particular index. So with this notation we are getting undefined, and with this notation we are getting empty string. But important question is why we are getting two different things? Because this is a function. The char at is a function for the string, and this function is always going to return empty string if index is out of the range. But when you are using like this means we are treating this string as an object. An object is having some length, and then when we are saying we want something out of the range, that means it says, okay, there is nothing for this, so I cannot give you anything for that particular index. So that's why it's returning undefined. Very important thing. Now suppose I want to write a paragraph thing, like a multi-line string. So this will be like I can have inside double quotes, which will be like there are 8 planets in the solar system, and Earth is our home. But I want to split this into different multi-line strings. So I can do one thing, like I can have this one till here, then I will say plus sign, I will hit enter. In a new line I will write this thing, and once again I can cut all these things having a plus sign in a new line, and I put like this. So what do you think, what's going to happen? Is it going to print only this line, or is it going to give any error, or it will print every other thing? Let's try. Reload the page, and yeah, you can see everything is there. Yes, we can have a little space here, and yeah, we have everything fine. But obviously this is not good and it looks too ugly. So what we can do, we can actually have a back to our original space thing. Yeah, we have here, and whenever you want a new line, you can give a backslash, then hit enter. And whenever you want another new line, give a backslash and hit enter. In this way, it's not going to give any error, and then it will going to run it just like we want. But we have some long spaces here. That is because when I hit space, it actually counting this indented part also. So that's why we have this here. And also after this system, so after this system, you can see we have these spaces here. So I need to actually remove them like this. So here we are, and yeah, it's working. And now with ES6, and we have defining the strings with the help of backticks. That is very, very interesting, because now we don't have to worry about anything. If we use backticks, wherever we want, we can have any new line, and it's going to be available as you wish. So you see, whatever the structure I have defined here, if I do something like this, it's going to be exactly same with the spaces, with every other thing. Very, very interesting thing is this backticks. We will talk about this later also, but yeah, these are the things you can have, and you can define the strings. Let's now understand the escape notation in JavaScript for the strings. And what are these things? We are going to start with a single quote, and what it is, I can explain it with the example here. So I'm going to convert this string using a single quote, and how it's going to look. Yeah, no issues, but we have some spaces. No, we don't have any spaces. Okay, so it's a simple string, but then I want to emphasize on Earth. So I can use double quotes to emphasize it. So yeah, we have the Earth inside double quote. But suppose I don't want to emphasize with double quotes, I want to emphasize with single quote. Then it's giving this issue. It's reading it like JavaScript is now going to read it like start from here, end it here. Then we have a Earth, it should be the variable, but then again start another string, and we are not concatenating. So that's why JavaScript gets confused. So we can easily solve this issue by converting this into double quotes instead of single quote. And yeah, we are back with the Earth with single quote emphasized. But what if I also want to emphasize something like 8 planet with the double quotes also? Now I cannot use single quote because single quote is used here to emphasize Earth. I cannot use double quotes because double quotes are used here for emphasizing 8 planet. Then you will say, Sarthak, use backticks. Let's try it. And yeah, it is working. But then also, what if I emphasize solar system with the use of backticks? Now I have running out of the system of creating the strings. So at this time, what we can use is escaping notation. We can escape single quote, we can escape double quote. So let's try this. What if I want to define this string with the backticks? That's cool, but let's get back the double quotes, and I'm going to escape this double quote here. So I'm saying that don't read it as an end of the string, instead read it as a string. Similar to here, don't read it as an end of the string, read this double quote as a string. So now if I see, yeah, we have a double quote, eight planets inside double quotes emphasized. We can do the same thing if we use the single quote. So we have a single quote. In that case, we have to escape the single quote here and here, and that's going to work. Now I am thinking, what if I do something like this? That means having backticks, and I told you that I want to have a backticks for solar system to emphasize it. Is there anything I can escape the backticks? So it looks like yes, we can do that. And although that thing is not given inside this documentation, but yeah, we can do that thing. Similar to this thing, that means whenever you define with a backslash and something, it's going to read it as a differently. So here we have an A-N-D end, and we have an N. But if I say backslash N, now JavaScript is going to read this backslash N as a new line. So if I run it, you can see after A we are having a new line, and then D, Earth is our home, and this is given here. Backslash N is a new line. Similarly, if we want to give a tab, then we can have a T. So now I can give tab. So after this and, let's have a tab and then Earth. Yeah, we have this space here. You can see this is the space, and then we have the Earth. Then we have a backspace, then form feed, some other things are there also. And yeah, this is the notation you can give, like 377. I want to give this 377 as a ISO Unicode. So Unicode code we are going to print. So I'm going to have this like this, and then backslash, and then start with a 0 or no 0, 337. Let's try what's going to be printed. I don't know. So it's like a beta. So this is good. One thing more I want to tell you, that we can also get the length of the string we have. So we can just say planets.length. It's going to give us the total length of this string we have defined. So I can remove this tab and a space, so you can see two length is decreased. And this is how, if you want to get the very last letter of any string, then you need to say either char at after dot char at, and you need to say the number which is going to be the planets dot length -1, because as we know it's going to start from 0, so we need the index, so -1, so it should return E, which is here. And as I told you, you can also define something like with this square brackets. Cool. Yeah, E is there. Now let's understand the arrays. So go to Technologies, JavaScript, and JavaScript Guide, Grammar and Type, and at the bottom, from the bottom up, you will find the literals. And here we have the literals and we have the array literals. So what is array and what we are going to do with that, let's understand. But once again, if you want to deep dive into arrays, then go to the built-in object. We have this array, and here you will find everything related to arrays. It's a long documentation, but worth reading. So let's see how we are going to understand it. So I'm going to create another JavaScript file called array.js, and we are going to work there, and then we are going to include this array here. So js array.js. Okay, so here once again we have let planet is equal to earth. Okay, and let's log the planet, and yeah, we are going to get the planet. Cool. But then you will say, I want my other planets also. Then you will say planet 2 is equal to Mars. Then you will say, I also have one more planet called planet 3 is equal to Jupiter. And similarly, we have one more for Saturn. But now things are getting messy. Why? Because what if we want to do something with all of these things? Simply logging out. So we have to do all of these things one by one, and this is okay for 4 elements. What if you have hundreds and thousands of elements? How you are going to manage these things? Also, you can see that all these elements or all these variables are interrelated. That means these all are the name of our planets, solar system planets. So instead of having a different variable for each and every string or each and every planet, we can create an array. So if variable is a single box which can hold one item at a time, consider array as a box which can hold multiple items at a time. So it's very easy. Just like you define a variable using let, you can say planet, but since this is going to hold multiple items, we are going to say planets, and anything you can name it, it's not an issue. But then you need these 2 square brackets. Why? Because this is the notation, and this is the way we are telling to our JavaScript that, hey JavaScript, I am going to create an array. Or if you want, you can have this array constructor. So let's stick with this square brackets, and then inside this I'm going to have this earth. But then what? How we can add more? It's very easy. You just need to give a comma and once again have another string like this. And this means I can go on and do anything you want. Jupiter, and this is not a notebook Jupiter, this is the planet Jupiter, and then we have a Saturn. Okay, so this is the way, and now I can totally delete it, and you can see it's very clean that this variable, which is a planet, is now an array of 4 elements, and 4 elements are Earth, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn. So let's log and see what we are getting. Reload, and now this arrow and this parenthesis 4 suggests that 4 elements are there, and if I click here, now we have expanded, and you can see it start from index. So index 0, index 1, 2, 3, and also it has given the length as 4. What that mean? That means you can add or remove any element you want. So I can also add Pluto, although it's not a planet anymore, but let's add it, and then you can see now we have a Pluto, and the length is now increased to 5. 0 to 4 is 5 elements. So we have seen that yes, we can get the length from here, but what if I really want to get the length of array from our console? So I just need to say dot length. It's very easy. So now reload the page, I get the length. Next, you saw that I have added Pluto, but I have added by hard coding, by writing inside the array. Suppose you don't want to do this and you programmatically want to add the Pluto inside this list of planets, which we called array of planet. So you have a very nice function which is called dot push. So we are going to push into the stack of these items, and we just need to give a string Pluto. And now what you think what's going to happen? Is it going to be Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn and Pluto, or Pluto will be added to the first, or it's not going to add it? Let's try this. And this time you can see Pluto is added at the last of this array. So this means we have pushed something inside the array. Now what if you want to add item or push item at the beginning of this array? Now we cannot use push because push is going to add at the last. For that we have unshift. Unshift is actually going to add whatever you say here at the beginning of the array. That means at 0th index. So let's have Mercury here and let's try this. So yes, you can see Mercury is become the 0th index first element. Then every other element is shifted one indexed. So Earth is now 1, Mars is 2, Jupiter is 3, Saturn is 4, Pluto becomes 5, and total length becomes 6 because now we have a 6 element from 0 to 5. Next, what if I want to remove the last element? Just like we have a push which is going to add something at the last, we have a pop. And pop, as you figured out, it's remove the last element only. So the last element is Pluto, so it should remove the Pluto from the list. And yeah, you can see now Pluto is not inside our list. We don't have to define anything here. Like if I say Mars, it's not going to do anything. It's simply going to remove the last element from this array. So I would say like push and pop is the same thing. But what about unshift? Since unshift add element in the beginning of the array, there should be which is going to remove something from the beginning. So what about that thing? So planets dot, so unshift. So what about shift? So I'm going to shift and let's see what's going to happen. So with the unshift we are adding Mercury, with the shift we are removing the Mercury. So it should not include the Mercury here. We have this, and now you can see Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. This means if I comment this shift, we should have the Mercury at the beginning, and if I uncomment shift, we don't have that Mercury here. So we have seen that how we can remove something from the beginning, so from the ending. But what about in between? Like I want to remove Mars or maybe Jupiter or maybe Saturn. So there is something for that. So I'm going to comment all these things because now I will say planets dot. So I want to remove something. So this time I need to say splice. So splice is going to take two things. First is the starting, and then how many elements you want to delete. So it's like start from 0 and delete one element. So it starts from 0, that means 0th element or 0 index is Earth, and I would say start from here and remove 1. So it's only going to remove the Earth. Let's try this. And yeah, you can see we don't have the Earth. What if I say start from 0 and remove 2 element? So now we don't have that Earth as well as Mars. So with the use of this thing, I can remove this Mars also. And we know that the index of the Mars is 1. So I can say start from 1 and remove 1 element. That means start from first index 1, and remove only that. So once again, Earth and no Mars is removed, and Jupiter and Saturn is here. And just now I realized that it's not Jupiter, it's Jupiter, simple TER. Anyways, so this is good when you know the actual index. What if I really don't know the index of the Mars, but I know that Mars is there, but what will be the index? So there is one thing which is going to give us the index of anything. So I want the index of Mars. Very easy. So I need to say planet dot index of, and I need to say Mars. It's very descriptive. So from the planets array, find the index of Mars. So we should get 1 here. So yeah, we have the 1. What about the index of Earth? Yeah, here. Yeah, Earth is 0. But what if I try to access or get the index of any element which is not available inside the array? So like I want to say Pluto. So find the index of Pluto, and we know Pluto is not available inside this array. So what's going to happen? It's now say -1, -1. So whenever something is not available inside the array, the index of method is going to return -1. In that case, in this splice, we simply say planets dot index of and Mars. So I want to splice, that means remove Mars and whatever its index is, and remove only that Mars, that means 1. Super easy. Reload, and Mars is not there. Let's try Jupiter. So Jupiter is here. Reload. Yeah, Jupiter is removed. So all of these things are actually the crud part of the array. Like we can add, remove, add at the beginning, add at the last, remove from the beginning, remove from the last, and remove from a specific position of any element. And after this, what if I want to access only any particular element? So it's very easy. I think you know that you just need to give the index in a square bracket and you will get that particular element. So that's easy. But what if you want to get the last element and you don't know how big the array is? So that means you don't know the index of the last element. So it's easy actually. We can say planets dot length -1, because we start from 0. So if 4 items are there, so last one is 4 minus 1, that means 3, because 0, 1, 2, 3 index. So in that case, you will always going to get this the last one. So what if I include something in between that, and it's not having any value, it's just an empty string, even though we will get the Saturn. So you can see whatever the last one, we are going to get that. So if I say Pluto, and yeah, we get the Pluto, because now Pluto is the last element from this array. Now let's complete this series. So first we have Mercury, and then Venus, and then Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and then comes Uranus, and finally Neptune. Okay, so we have all the planets here. So since we have the planet, but I want only Jovian planets. Jovian planets are the planet which are beyond Jupiter, and obviously including the Jupiter. So how I can get that? Only all the 4 elements, or I can say after the Mars. So I'm going to create another one. So let Jovians is going to be the planets, but I want only the fraction of these, like this thing. So how we can get that means I need to split. So how I can get that? So here we are going to use the slice, and obviously the slice means slicing, cutting the array. And then it says you need to first give the starting and the ending. So these two has to be the index. So from where you want to start and where you want to end. So I want to start from Jupiter and end with Neptune. Okay, so there are two things, like if you know the index, then you can put the index directly. So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So Jupiter is 4, like here. And then you want the Neptune. So Neptune is going to be the 7th. So let's just log this also. So instead of planets, I want the Jovians. And now if I refresh this, you can see we are getting the Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. So what that mean? That means it's not going to include the last element. So what if I say 8? And this time, yeah, we are getting the Neptune also. So here we are, and we can do in a different way. Like we know that we can get the element index by saying the index of, and I want the index of Jupiter, and then I want till the length of the planet. So planets dot length, and this is going to give us the same result. Yeah, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. So if we are having something to split the arrays, we must have something to join the arrays. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create, obviously this is a Jovian planet, so I just get from normal thing, and then I want the Martian planets, or is it Martian planets? So I can say Jovian planets versus terrestrial planet actually. So this is the terrestrial planets. So terrestrial planets are the planets before the Jupiter till the Mars. So Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. So once again, planets dot slice, and starting from 0 go to 4, because Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, just these things. So let's log the terrestrial this time, and yeah, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. But then I want to join these two, like Jovian and terrestrial. So how we can do that? We just need to say like first terrestrial dot concat, and concating the Jovian. So terrestrial concat Jovian, and we have full list of the array, all are joined. But next I want to actually have all these elements as in string. So we have one thing called join. So we can join each element, and we can define how we are going to join them. So every element is now joined, and we will have a big string. So reload, and you can see every element is joined with this little comma. If you want, you can provide a space like this, yeah, or if you want a hyphen, whatever you want, you can add it like this. I want to have a colon, so yeah, that's good. So these are some of the very basic and you can say important functions or methods for the array, and this is how we understand the array. Now let's understand the objects. And if you want to deep dive into the objects, you have to go to this working with objects inside this JavaScript guide. So what is object and why we are going to use it? We already know we have the arrays in our file, and array.js is here, and this array is just having the values. So these are all values. But what if I want to categorize something, like I want to add some more information for each and every element, or I can say each and every planet. So first I'm going to create another file which is called objects.js, and I want these planets. That's good. And inside this index.html, I'm going to add objects. So slash object. Yeah. So let's go here once again, and here I'm going to log planets. Reload. Yeah, it's a array. So if you check the type of planets is an object. But this is really weird because we know we have created an array, and the type of planets, which is an array, is now become object. What's that mean? So maybe we can use the array constructor to create this array. What if we do this thing and then check the type of planet? Still object. So what happened actually in JavaScript, everything is object, so array is also an object. So what if you want to check something is array or not? So you can say array dot is array and pass whatever you want to check, and that you are getting this true. So since this array is also as an object, so what is an object really means? So in general life, like in daily life, we call something as an object if that thing has some properties. So think about a mobile. A mobile has some properties like the height, weight, color. So these are the properties. Then think about a pen. Pen has once again the height, then it has some price, it has some color, the brand, lots of things are there. So these all are properties. So when you create an object, that means you are defining some properties of something. So as I told you, let's create an object for the pen. So I'll say const pen, or I can use capital PEN, and then I will say new object. So this is going to create a object. So if I log this pen, let's see what we are getting. We are getting empty curly braces. This means this is an object, and that means you can also create an object just by using these curly braces, which is exactly having the same result. Okay, so let's get back to create a new object. Then, as I told you, object means we are defining some properties of any object. So I can say pen dot color. So this is going to be the object, and let's say the color is blue. And now if I go and reload the page, you can see still we have these curly braces, but inside that we have one property defined, and that property name is color, and its value is blue. Okay, since we can have the color, we can also create another properties like brand. So let's have a Parker pen. Okay, reload, and yeah, now we have a brand and color, two properties for an object. So this is the simple thing you can do for any object you want to create, and then you can define these properties. As I told you, you can also use a simple syntax of these curly braces and then define these things, and we are getting the same result. This also means that you can directly do some of these things, like inside this curly braces you define color is with a colon, then define the value which is blue. With a comma you can define brand, then once again colon, and which is Parker. And I have not saved this file, and let's go, and you can see this is the exact syntax we are getting here that we are written here. So we are actually using the result and then replicating it to create the new object. So I can totally delete these two things, and then if I save this file and go reload the page, exactly same result. So this is another way of creating an object. Then since we have the object, then what if I only want to get the color property of this pen? So I can say pen dot, and then you can see VS Code is suggesting the properties because it knows that this is actually an object with two properties, color and brand. So if I want color, then go reload the page, and I'm just getting blue. That means the color. Similarly, if we want, we can have the brand name, and which is going to be Parker. What if I try to access something which is not going to be available here, like the price? So what do you think? What we are going to get? Is this going to return the null, or is it going to return the undefined? Let's try. So yeah, it says undefined, and again we know that the price is not defined inside this pen object, so that's why we are getting the undefined. Now suppose I'm going to create another property, is permanent. So is it a permanent marker or not? So let's say true, but then VS Code is giving error, and this is saying that you will not going to use this hyphen, because this is the key and this is the value, and key should not contain the hyphen. So actually an object has key and value pairs. So yeah, we have this. So instead of hyphen, we can use the underscore. So yes, we can get all of these things. Yeah, we have. And if you want, we can simply say dot is permanent, which we can easily get it. So since we have different kinds of properties for this object, or I can say the key for this object, I can also get the key without having a dot. Just like we get the element of an array, we can get that. So here we can use the square brackets, and then we can simply define the property name. So I want the is permanent property. Once again, we are getting true. And what if I want the color property? Once again, blue. But what if I want to get the price? Once again, undefined. So this is another way of getting the value from the object. So now let's convert our array of planets into object of planet. So as we know, we can use this curly braces, and when we define curly braces, we need to give the value also. So each of these things is a name of the planet. So I would say name is Mercury, then once again name is Venus, and this time I'm going to use the multi-cursor, and then I will say name is all these things. So now if I log, so I can comment it here and log here, planets is going to be, we are having some issue. It says name is Neptune. What happened here? So you can see whenever we create the key with the same name twice, then it's going to get the last one to be the active. So what problem we are having here? We are defining all of these with the same key. The key is name for each and every element of this object. So every time we define it, it's going to override the value for the same key. So first it says, okay, name key is having a value of Mercury, then name key is having a value of Venus, and similarly at the last it says name key having the value of Neptune. So that's why we are only getting Neptune here. So what we can do instead of this, if we want to have this kind of thing, we want to collect all the planets, but also we want to have the name property for each planet. So think about this. We are going to create or convert. Let's do once again. I'm going to convert, get back the array, and this time I'm going to get the array of an object. So every member is going to be an object. So this is an object, this is an object, and everything is an object. So once again, use the multi-cursor to have the object. So what happening here? We are having an array of different objects, and each object is having only one key with the name of name, and then having a different value. So then now if I reload, you can see we are having an array. That means we are having this brackets, and then inside that every element, so you can see the first element is having an object. You can see we are having this object when we hover it, and the object is having the value of Mercury with a key of name. So this is amazing because we can add more properties for every planet. So we have a collection of planets inside an array. Each planet has some properties, so that's why we have created an object. So the property, first property is name. Second property, I want to say that if we have the life, so is life okay. So simply it's having a false here, and similar to this thing I can have multi-cursor and paste it, and I can say false, but for Earth I can say true, and then for Mars I can also say true, because I believe that there is life on the planet Mars. So this is just my belief. Okay, so now we have a two planet which is having a is life property to true. So reload, once again we have this, but every element of this array is an object and having two properties. So this is amazing. So now what if I just want to get the Earth? So how I can say the Earth? So if I say Earth, this is not an object, so this is not going to work. See, it says undefined because this time planet is an overall is an array, so we cannot use the key type of thing. We need to define the index, and the index for Earth is 0, 1, 2. So 2 is here. Yeah, Earth is here, and you can see it's an object. So let's try this. Type of planet 2 is an object, but you will say yeah, every array is also an object, like this. So we can also test is array. So array dot is array of this second planet. Let's go reload the page, and it says it's false because now this is not an array, it's an object. So till now you can see we have used the value for the name key as a string, then second time we have used the boolean as the value for the is life key. This means in an object you can have anything inside the object. That means inside an object you can have one more object. To explain this thing in simple words, I'm going to comment this planet, and then I will get back the pen object here, and then here I'm going to define the price, and price I will say, let's say $2 only. Okay, so this is very nice, and this time if I go, yeah, 2 is here, but then I want to make sure that this price also include the currency. So now I need to create another object. So price is a key and its value is another object which is having a value. So price value, which is going to be 2, but then we also want currency, and which is USD, not B. So USD. So if I now go and check, you can see the price is having an object, and yeah, we can also fetch the price currency. So we can chain it like this, currency, and this is going to return us USD. So you can see we can move anything inside the object, not this thing. We can also add the function. So for that, now suppose I'm going to create a name, and I want to have a name like the combination of these two. So name should be like Parker or Blue Parker. So yeah, this is the one, and here we can simply access the name property by saying dot name, and it should give us Blue Parker. But since we already have the color and the Parker, why not use these two things? So how I can access? So it's very easy, color, and then we have to say plus, and inside the plus we have to give the space, and then we can say brand. Is it going to work? Let's try. Reload, and now it says color is not defined. So why color is not defined? Because when you try to use color, it's JavaScript try to find a variable whose name is color, but this is not a variable. This is the key, or you can say the property of append. If I hover over, you can see we have a property color. So to access any property of the object, you need to use this keyword. So this dot color with a space, this dot brand. Okay, so reload the page, and now we have a different thing. It says undefined and undefined. Why is that? Because now we have to actually use the function, because when JavaScript create name property, at that time the value of this color and the brand was not set. So we need to actually create a function. So I'm going to say I'm having a function, and this function is going to return these two things. And here. Okay, so now let's try this thing. So reload, but this time it says unexpected token. What happened here? So we have to give, okay, so here we should give the, we should not have the comma, and now it's good. Reload, and yeah, it says this is a function, and to call a function we need to use the parenthesis after the name of the function. Reload, and blue Parker is there. Amazing, because this function is executed after creating this object. So at that time the value of color and the brand was already set. So that's how you can have the function inside the object. Having a function, having an object, having a boolean, string, you can have it number, just like here we have a number, and as I told you, you can have anything inside the object. Now let's understand the loop and iteration. So here on our objects.js, we have the array of planets. So I'm going to copy it and create a new file called loops.js, and I paste it, and let's include this file into our HTML file, and I say loops.js. That means now I can simply uncomment it and log it here. So log of planets. Okay, so once again reload this, and yeah, you can see all the planets are here, but I want only the name of each planet. Then you will say, okay Sarthak, I want to have the name, so I can say name. That's good, and yeah, Mercury is here. But what if I want the name, just the name for every element or every planet actually? So then you will say, Sarthak, yeah, I can do this for 8 times, and then I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kind of things. So I can do that and I can have it. But what if you have thousands of items, or you don't know how many items you have inside an array? Then how are you gonna get the name for every element, or how you're gonna get a single property of any element? Here comes the looping system. What is loop and iteration means? So loop means repeating a code for certain times. So this means we have a code for console log planet 0th index and give me the name. So I want to loop this for 4 times. How are we going to do that? We need to say for, and this is a very basic loop. So it's a for loop, and I want to start from 0, and then I want to run this loop for the 4 times. So let's see what's going to happen when we do this thing. So ideally we should get 4 Mercury, because we are getting the Mercury. Reload, and it's an infinite loop. So I just need to stop this one so that it will not going to eat my memory. And yeah, you can see it's not stopping anymore, so I should wait for it. So we saw a infinite loop. It's never ending loop. So we have done some mistake here. What mistake we have done? That this condition, the second thing, is not just the number, it should be the condition. And to get the condition, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a variable called I and initialize it with 0, and I will say start from I, that means value of I is 0. Run this loop till I is less than equal to 4, and for every iteration, for every loop, increment the value of I, so I plus plus. So this means it's going to run only for 4 times. Let's try this. It's running for the 5th time. Why? Because we said equal to 4 and start from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 become 5 thing. So we can simply say less than 4. And this means now we're just getting 4 Mercury log. This means what happened here. So if I just log value of I every loop, every iteration, we should get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you 0, 1, 2, 3 and not 4, because at the 4th position this is going to break, because this condition is not met, because when I become 4, this condition becomes false and this loop breaks. So that's why we are just getting 0, 1, 2, 3. So since we are getting the I as 0, 1, 2, 3 for every loop, instead of this 0, should I have the I here? What will be the result? Let's try. And yeah, we can see we have a Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. But now I don't want to have only 4, I want all of these planets. So if you don't know the length of the array, we know we can get the length just by saying planets dot length, and this means it's going to run it for 8 times. Reload, and yep, we have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. So the power of loop comes when you add something dynamically to this loop, and I can say Pluto, and without changing, without touching this loop code, we are achieving the log of Pluto also, because it's totally dynamic and it depends upon the length of the planets array. When the array become big, we are looping for that much of the times. One more thing is that yes, we are defining this I before the for loop, but you can do this inline. So I can say let I is equal to 0 and then do every other thing, and it's going to run similarly, which we have seen here. So similar to this for loop, there are various other loops also available. So we have a do while loop, or we have a just while loop, and we can find everything here on the documentation. So you can go to the JavaScript, then loop and iterations, where I am here, and you can find we have a for loop, do while loop and other things, but the most used is for loop. And if you understand, for other things are very similar, you don't have to worry about these things, because 99% cases you are going to use the for loop. So that's amazing. But you know, we can do one more thing. Suppose in this list of the planets, like the array of planet, I don't want to show the planet which has life like Earth and Mars. I don't want to show, I just want to show the planets which just having no life. So here we need to give a condition, and to give the condition we need to give a simple statement, which is a if statement. So if a statement say that inside this parenthesis you need to define certain condition. So suppose if I say true here, and if I say log, so I am true. So because this true is always going to be true, because it's a true, so this condition becomes true and it's passes, and that's why the JavaScript will go inside this if statement. So this is why if I go reload the page, every time we are getting I am true, I am true, I am true. So this is the place where you define the condition. So now define when I is equal to, so double equal to 0, then only we are going to show this. So what do you think, how many times it's going to show this I am true? Only once, because only the first iteration is having the value of I as 0. Otherwise it's going to have more than 0. So when I becomes 0, it will go inside this log. When this becomes false, it will just skip everything we have given inside this if statement. So now reload, and you can see we just have once I am true, and then we don't have that. So now I want to show the planet whose is life is false. So I need to grab the planets and then grab the index. So it's going to give me the iterated planet. So first time we will get the Mercury, second time we will get the Venus, and then so on. And I want its is life property. And then if this is going to be false, then I want to show this I am true, or instead of I can say no life here. Okay, reload the page and see Mercury, no life here, then no life here on the Venus, but before Earth and Mars we don't have any no life here. So since we can log here, I can totally move this item here. Now we are just going to show the planet whose is life is false. That means there is no life. So we are expecting that Earth and Mars will not be here. Reload, and yeah, Earth and Mars are removed from this. You can totally skip this false comparison, because this is returning the false, and then it's automatically fetch it as a boolean thing, and it's going to work similarly. Now it says Earth and Mars only. Why? Because this is going to be true only for Earth and Mars. If you want the invert, you can just use the exclamation mark, which is going to be the logical not. So we don't want that Earth and Mars here, so we just get Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. So this is the if statement. One more thing is there, which is called else. That means we want to show the planet name when this condition become false. So I'm going to remove this exclamation mark. So we are getting this log, and here I can say like life is here, and then we get these two things, and here I can say no life, and this is going to be available only for Mars and Earth, and for rest of the planet we are going to get the no life. Reload this page, and you can see now we are having here no life Mercury, no life Venus, but life is here Earth, life is here Mars, and rest of them are no life. So this is amazing, but we also have one more thing. So suppose inside the Pluto I am not defining about is life, so it's undefined, or yeah, so I'm not giving anything because it's undefined. We don't know about the life around Pluto. Is there any life or not? Suppose this is the case, then I'm going to say if there is life, then show this thing. Then we need one more if statement, but this time it should be the else if, and giving the condition that if not of is life, then we show this thing. And if these two conditions are not going to met, it says no information about life. Okay, so see, this is going to be only available when we get Earth and Mars, because this become true only for Earth and Mars. So JavaScript will go inside this one and it totally skip these two. So it will just skip these two and we will have only this log for Earth and for the Mars. But when we are getting the is life false, then this will become true because we are having a negate or a logical not. So false not become true. So if this become true, it will say no life. But if it is neither true nor false, then it will go here inside no information about life. So what you think? What's going to happen? Is it going to give no information about life for the Pluto, or is it going to give the no life? Let's log. So here, reload. Here we can see for the Pluto we are getting no life. Why is that? Because remember, when I say logical not of undefined, it's a falsy thing. So let's log 7th or 8th one. So for the 8th one, see what we are getting. We are getting true. Why we are getting true? Because this become undefined. Like here, if we convert it to Boolean, like this one, you can see it's become false. And because we have used that single not sign, it become true. Like this one. So here it's going into this as a true for the undefined also. So what we need to do to have this information of no information about life, instead of checking for this thing, first ever I'm going to check like if planets I is life is equal to undefined, then I'm going to log it, else if this thing, and we can totally use if because we don't have any other condition like this. So first ever we are checking about the if condition for this undefined. If this is not true, we will check else if it is having a life, then finally else, and we don't want this condition also. Cool. So reload, and you can see at the last for the Pluto we are getting no information about life. So we can use if else, but one more thing is there. Suppose you don't like this else thing, so what you can do, if the JavaScript will go inside this if statement, then after that we can simply say continue. Continue means not go apart from this code, just continue the loop. So that means if I remove this else, so if I'm going to comment continue, let's see what's going to happen. So we are getting no life, no life, no life, no life, but at the last we are getting two things for the Pluto: no information about life and no life Pluto. So no information comes from here and no life comes from here. But if I say continue, then you can see it's not going after this statement. Then that means if the if statement become true, it's not going after that line or that code, it will jump to the next iteration. So similarly we can do same thing here. I can say continue, and I can have an if statement here which is going to say the logical not of this thing, and once again I can either say continue or not because this is the last code, we don't have any code after that, so it's okay. But it will be good if you say continue because maybe later you can add some other code. So see, this is very, very clear. If this is undefined, no information about life. If there is life, life is here. If there is no life, it says no life. And yeah, we have very nice information here. Next, one more important thing is break. Suppose you want to totally break the loop. So I can show that thing by having infinite loop. So I will say I start from let j is equal to 0 and j is less than let's say 100. It's not a very infinite loop, but it's going to be helpful for us. So loop, and I'm going to comment the above loop. See, so it's going to loop, it's going to log this loop 100 times. So reload, and yeah, we are having 100 times. What if I say 1000 times? So yeah, we have 1000 times. But then you want to break the loop just after 555 times. So we can say 555 times break, but with the if condition. If j become equal to 555, then we just want to break the loop. No need to move forward for any other iteration. So you can see we just have 556 because we first log and then check. So for the 555 times we are having the log and then we are having it because it is start from 0. So 555 starting from 0 become 556. So this is all about if statement and the for loop. Now this is the time to learn about the functions. Go to technologies, JavaScript, and as you know, we need to go to the JavaScript guide, and here we have the functions. So what are functions? As it says, the functions are one of the fundamental building block. So function in a JavaScript is similar to procedure. A set of statements perform a task, and then we can use that set of statements anywhere we want. So how we can declare a function? We already know these things, but let's see from scratch. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a new file called functions.js, and let's add this file here, like here, functions, and then here to define a function. As you already know, because we have already created the function, we need a keyword called function, and then we need the name of the function, then we need these parentheses, after that these curly braces. So this is the skeleton of a function. You can define the function very easily. So let's create our own function, and I call it log, and then inside this I'm going to say console.log hello function. Okay, so this is good, but if I go and reload the page, nothing is here inside the console. Why? Because this is, as the documentation says, is a set of instruction, and instruction is to log hello function. But we need to tell our JavaScript that, hey JavaScript, you need to run this function, because this is just the definition of the function. We have just defined the function, we have not executed it. So to execute, we need to use the name of the function and then the parentheses. Very easy. And now let's try, and yeah, we have the hello functions. Amazing. Why this is amazing? Because you can use this name and parentheses, that means calling this function as many times as you need. So you can see we have set of log. Why? Because we have all these log function called. So this is not just for logging, you can do anything here. So let's create another function, and this function is going to take a number, and I call it sum function. I think you got it right. We need to get two numbers from here. So whenever you want to get some number, you need to say a and b. You can call it x and y. You can call it anything you want. So first num, second this kind of things. So let's stick with A and B. So when you define function and you say that this function need two things, A and B, so this is actually called parameter. So see here, it says parameters. So these two are parameter, and then what you want to do with these parameters? I want to add these two. Okay, and then let's say console.log A plus B. Okay, as you know, we need to call this function, so we need to say sum, and yeah, we have called it. But if I refresh this page, it says not a number. Why is that? Because we are trying to access these two, but we have not passed anything inside this function calling. So when we are calling this function, we are not giving any number here. So if I just log A and B, you will see both are undefined because we have not passed anything. So these two variables are empty. So how we can pass? Very easy. Let's have any two number, and when you are passing the number or anything the function need, we call this as arguments. Okay, so what are parameter and what are argument? So when you define the function, we say this is parameter, but when you call this function, and then we can say this is arguments. So parameters, arguments. So now we have passed 3 and 6 here, and we are saying that just sum up these two things. So if I run it, it's 9. That's amazing thing, because now we can use the same function to sum any two number. So 66 and 4. Let's try this, and yeah, we got 70. Wow. So as many times as you want, you can call this function, and we pass a different argument to get a different result. So see, the benefit of function is this: you create a system once and then call that function with different argument passed to get the different result. Amazing feature we have this thing. Next, you can see we are just doing console log. But you know, functions, because they do something, so after doing some certain task, they can also return some result. So here we are summing up these two things. So we can create a simple variable called result, and then we can say A plus B. So previously we are logging it, so we can also log result, and this will give the same result. Yeah, but this time what I'm going to do, I'm going to say return result. What that mean? Okay, so once you call these two functions, then whatever you want to do, let's do this, and at last you can return anything you want. So I want to return the summation, so that's why I have returned the result. What if I call this and see what's going to happen? Nothing happened here because we don't have any console log anywhere, so that's why we are not getting it. So how we can use this result, return the result? So see, whenever you are calling any function, and if that function is returning something, that means now this function is having some value. So now we can console.log of that function, total function with the argument, and then if I see, yeah, we have this 9. So think about this function who is returning something like a variable. Yeah, but this variable first computes something and then returns something. You can also return some text. It doesn't matter, you need to return the exact something which is related to what you are doing. You can return anything. So I'm returning result, so that's why we have a result. The result is string. So this is amazing feature we have, and that's how once again you can use it for any number like this one, and we have a 407. So this is the way you can use the function. But we have seen that this statement or this declaration of function is a simple function declaration. But there is one more thing, which is called function statement. So I can write it here. It is function declaration. And then I'm going to say function statement. And how function declaration and function statement are different? This time I'm not going to give any name to our function. I still say A and B, and I'm doing the same thing. I can even copy these two things. And then if I try to save it, you can see the VS Code is giving error. It says unknown identifier. That means you have to name this function. But I want to create a statement. That means I'm going to create first a variable. So const add. And then I want to have the value of this constant add as a function. So see, this variable add is now having a value of this function. So this is totally called function statement. So we have created a function statement. It's not declaration. So how we can use this? It's again very easy. It's exactly same. We can use this exactly same way. You have to use the name and then parenthesis, and then if it required any argument, then you need to pass that arguments, and then you can get the result, exactly same result we have, because we have created exactly same function, or you can say exactly same set of instructions inside both different kind of function. Next, you may have this question that why we need these two kind of creating the function, why we have two different ways of creating the function. For that, I can take you one thing. So suppose here we have add and here we have a sum. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to say here at the top, I'm going to say sum, and I need to say console.log of sum, and I pass 4 and 5. It should log 9. Exactly it is. So since we are able to use this function, which is defined after this log, can it be true for add? That means, can we use add with a 4 and a 5? Let's try. Reload. And now it says reference error, cannot access add before initialization. This kind of error we already saw. We are familiar with this error. This is because of this functional declaration, or we can say functional hosting. Just like Var hosting, this is a functional hosting. So whenever you declare function this way, that means a function with a name. Whenever you create a function with the functional declaration, it's going to be declared, or it's going to be processed before anything else on your JavaScript. That's why when you log it, it says, okay, you have the function, I can easily run it. But when you create a function by using the function statement, then JavaScript will only going to create this function when it reaches the line number 13, or you can say JavaScript only going to know about this add function when it reaches line number 13. Okay, so that's why before line number 13, if we try to use this add function, we get this reference error. But if I move it after line number 13 and try to run it, yes, you can see now we have a 9, which is because of add, or we can try with a different number. 45 plus 5 is 50. So this is very, very important thing. Now you may ask question that, Sarthak, when I have to use this functional statement and when I have to use a functional declaration. So see, one more thing I'm going to tell you. Let's do one thing, like let's remove these two. And we can create it as a generic one. So I can say calculate, and first I'm going to provide a function. So I will say fun on C, func. And then I can define the numbers, so A and B. Okay, what that mean I'm going to tell you very soon. So let's remove this, or I can just comment it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this calculate function, and then it need a function here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say func, and this is going to be A and B. This is weird because we are calling a function inside a function, and we are getting this func function as in parameter. So we need to pass some function inside this calculate. So I'm going to create once again a function, and I call this function as a sum, and this need A and B obviously, and it's going to return A plus B as we know. Okay, and then I'm going to pass here the sum, and here I'm not calling it because I just want to refer this function, or I want to give the function reference. Okay, so I'm giving the reference. Then I say 4 and 5. So what you think, what's going to happen here? This sum will become the func here inside this calculator, because we are passing sum, and then calculate function will accepting first parameter as a function, which is the sum function, and we are calling this function. So think about this, when we pass the sum, it is going to be called as A and B for the sum, because we are passing sum function. Okay, so since we are having the sum function, this is called, that means we are calling sum A and B, and we should get A plus B. So let's just log this thing, A plus B, or 4 and 5, that means 9. Reload, we get undefined. Why we get undefined? So see, this sum is returning the summation of A and B, but from here we are not returning anything. So we can also say return. Now if I reload, we are getting 9. Amazing. Why this is amazing? Because I can do one more thing. I can create another number called let's say multiply. Okay, this also need A and B. This is going to return A multiplied by B, and next I'm going to call the same calculate function with a different function and with a different let's say numbers. So let's use 2 and 10. So this calculate multiply 2 and 4. Okay, so this time when you call the calculate with the multiply function, that multiply will become func here, and we are calling func A and B. That means we are calling multiply A and B when we call with the multiply. So it should return the multiplication of A and B, which should be 20, because 2 and 10 become 20. Amazing. So this is the way we can have it. But if we move this console at the top, we will still get the same result, because all these functions we are loading before anything else. But you can see we only need this multiply and sum function when we call these calculate function. So once again I undo, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert this 2 into the functional statement. In this way we are not loading these two functions, or we are not processing these two functions like functional hosting. Like that means we only need to execute these function when we reach line number 8. Okay, so that means if I go reload, yes, it is working, but if I move it at the top, this is not going to work. So whenever you need some function which you are not directly using, you can convert them in a functional statement. And now suppose what happened if I am not giving a second number, the number b I am not giving in both cases, the sum and the multiply. So what's going to happen? It says not a number. Instead of not a number, for a sum we should return 4 because we don't have b, so 4 plus nothing should be 4. Similarly, for multiplication it should return 2 because 2 multiplied by 1 is going to be 2, so by default it should be 1 in the multiply and 0 in sum. So what we can do, actually we can define the default value of these variables, or I can say default value of these parameters as in just inside this function. So for multiplication I want b to be 1 and the value of b for the sum should be 0. So in that case, even if you are not defining the second number, then you are having the default value which should return something. And you can see now we are getting 4 and 2. This is very nice feature to give the default value, because sometimes you want some variable, you want some parameter, or sometimes not. This is generally happen when you want to multiply 3 numbers. So it should be 3 like c here, and you want to sum 3 numbers, so c comes here. So now give the default value here for c, then also it's going to work, and multiply by c and sum by c, and yeah, it's working. And now if I give the number 2 and here also another number, then it's just going to add these 2 number. But if I give third number on the multiplication, it should multiply third number, which it is not multiplying. Let's see why. Because here on the calculate we are not accepting it. So on the calculate we also need this as a c, and now if I go and reload, yeah, you can see 36 is here. But what if I just give 2 on the multiplication? We get 6. Amazing, because by default c is 0. So this is the way we can give the default values for these number. But still we have an issue. What if we want to have a chain of the numbers, like user can give any number of numbers so that he can multiply all of them together. So since we are just getting 24, but you know the multiplication of all these 3 must be greater than 24. So how we can do that? Actually there is a system which is going to get all the parameters. So now here I'm going to use triple dot and then I will say num. So what it is, let's just log and then we will move ahead. So if I just log the num and just comment this return function, reload, you can see we are actually getting the array of all of these parameters. This is very nice because now I can simply pass this array we are getting here, like here, and let's first do this on the sum. So I'm getting num, or I can say nums or numbers, whatever you want to call here. Then I can simply use a for loop. Inside this for loop, yes, you can see I have by default auto completed, but if you want you can start your own. So let I is equal to 0, then I is less than numbers dot length. Okay, so length comes here and then I plus plus. Inside this I'm going to sum all these numbers. So first I should have a result. So let result is equal to 0 for now, and then every time we are going to sum result is equal to result plus the number. So numbers and giving the I, so that it will going to get the indexed number. So first it will get the first number, then second, then third, and it's going to add inside this result, and at the last we are just going to return all these result, whatever is the summation. So now let's just check, reload. You can see 10 we have, 10 for just two number. What if I also add 10? So it should return 4 plus 6 plus 10 should be 20. And yeah, 20, and that means I can add any numbers here and we should get the summation of all of them. Just like this we have done here, we can do the same thing for the multiplication. We can have numbers. We use a simple result variable, and this is going to be 1 because we want to multiply, so it should be the default 1. Then for loop, let I is equal to 0, I is less than numbers dot length, and then I plus plus, then result is equal to result multiply by numbers and getting the index. And when we get all of these result, then we are going to just return result. That's amazing, because now we have a lots of numbers inside the multiplication. 2 3 4 5 4 7 3. Reload, and we have a 1 0 0 8 0. And now if I reduce some of these numbers, we should get a less multiplication. So this is amazing feature we have here for this getting all rest of these parameters. Suppose you also want to catch the first number and then after other number, so you can simply say I want to have the a and then rest of other thing. So you need to pass a and rest of the other thing, then once again a and rest of the other thing. That means it should be a in firstly and then rest of the number, and once again on the sum, so initializing with a, and that's good. Reload, same result. But what if I have multiplication of 0 initially? So initially the a value will be 0 and it is start from 0, so 0 multiplied by 0, anything should be 0, and yes, we are having this 0. So this is just fun exercise we did here for the a part, but that's okay. You just need to have a rest of these parameters just like this one. Now let me explain you a recurring function. So what is a recurring function? First, I'm going to create a function, and it could be a functional statement or a function declaration, anyone. So I can say recursive function, and the statement is very simple. It is saying that first let's create a initial variable 0, and then what happened in recurring function, you always have some condition. So you always have some if condition, and either inside this if condition or outside, you will call the same function again. So whatever the function you are defining, you are calling that same function inside it. So that's why it is called recurring function. So we are starting this function, when then restarting inside it, then it will go here, it will say okay, restart it. So that's why. So why we have this if statement? That means we need some point of time to stop this recurring system. So it will be a loop, so we need to stop this loop at some time, otherwise it will eat the memory. So that's why I have created this I is equal to 0. What I'm going to do, I'm going to first increase the value of I, and then before recalling it, I'm going to log that the value of I, but I'm going to stop this recurring if the value of I is greater than this one. So if it is like a greater than 10, then we can just return. So we are returning, that means we are not reaching this point, that means it is going to be stopped. So let's try, reload, and we are not getting anything because we need to call this recurring. So recursive is called. So this is the first time we are calling. So when we first time call, it will go inside this. It will say, okay, increment the value of I. Then it will check, okay, I is less than 10. So we are not going inside this if statement. Then log the value of I, and then recursive is recalled. So it will again go here and repeat the process. So reload this one, and yeah, you can see 1 2 3 4 till 10 we have. If we don't have this one, then we will get a infinite loop. You can also do something like this. Instead of returning, you can move these two things inside this if statement, and it will be the same result. Yeah, 1 to 9 obviously, because we are having only less than 10, not less than equal to 10. So this is a recursive function. Let's have some real example. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first cut this thing, because I'm going to create another file called recursive.js, and I will include this here. We have inside this index.html, and now I'm going to paste it, and let's see, is it going to work? Yeah, we are having the same result. But now I'm going to show you another example, as I told you. So for the another example, I would have a function. This time I'm going to use that function declaration, and I will say count down. Okay, so countdown, and we want the starting number. So I will say num, and here I'll just say the num, and let's call the countdown with a 10, and reload. Yeah, it's just 10. But then I want to do the same thing. So countdown, but this time I will say number minus 1. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen when we do this thing. You can see it's infinite. I told you we need to have some kind of if statement which is going to drop it. So when we want to stop this function, if number will become 0. Okay, so yeah, if it is 0, then I just say return simply. Okay, so it's not stopping. Okay, so that's stopped once again, and this time you can see 10 9 till 0 we have. And if you want, you can say if it is not equal to 0, then count down, otherwise do nothing. So yeah, that's the same result. So this means now we can pass any number and it will do the countdown. So 4 3 2 1 0. Okay, so this is very, very nice. But let's take another example, which is going to be the real example. Let's create a function which is called factorial. And what a factorial is, so I need the number. Factorial means if you want the factorial of 4, that will be the multiplication of 4, then 4 minus 1 is 3, then 2, then 1. So this is the factorial. Similarly, if you want the factorial of 3, it would be very easy. 3 multiplied by 2, 2 multiplied by 1. So this we need, and you got the point that we just need to reduce the number and multiply with the previous result. So let's just log this number and call the factorial, and I am going to change the name from factorial to factorial of. So this will be descriptive because I need the factorial of, let's say 10. If I do this, reload the page, we are just getting 10. But now I'm going to call the same function once again. So if I say 10 once again, but remember we need some stopping point. But for now I'm going to get the infinite loop, which is here. So I'm going to stop it. Yeah, that is stopped. And then what we need to reduce the number. So I will say next number is equal to number minus 1. And then if the next number is greater than 0, then we are going to call this function, but this time we are going to pass the next number, which is the reduced one. So let's see now what we are getting. we are getting 10 to 1. So since we are able to generate the series from the number till 1, we just need the multiplication of all these numbers. How we can do that? It's again very easy. What we are going to do, whenever we are having this kind of system, then we just need to multiply. So let's just multiply the original number with the next number. So next number multiply by original number we are getting. So let's try this one, and you can see we are getting 90, 72. That means first iteration will be 10 multiplied by 9, so that's why 90. Second iteration, it will have a 9 because 10 minus 1 is 9. 9 and 8 is 72. Then 8 and 7, 56. But we don't want, we want the multiplication of next number with the full multiplication of previous thing. So here on this factorial, what I am going to do, I am actually going to return this multiplication. So see, when we return this multiplication, then let's see what's going to happen. And because we are returning, we can just log here so that we can see what we are returning. And we are just returning 90 because this is not a recurring function. But how we can make it recurring? I'm going to call this function instead of original one. So what I actually want, factorial of and then next number. Yeah, and this should be actually original number. So original number multiplied by factorial of the next number. And let's try. And it says not a number. Why? Because at last we are returning nothing. So at last we need to return 1. And now reload 362880. This is exact factorial of 10. So if I say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you can see 362880. 362880. Once again, let's re-understand this. So first, when we are calling it as a 10, first time we get the value as 10. So number is 10. Then the next number will become 9. So then we say, okay, the next number is greater than 9, so go inside it. So we are multiplying 10, which is the number, this one, multiply by not 9, but we say let's recall this. Recalling means let's hold it down and once again run the same function with the value of 9. So on the second iteration, number become 9 and next num become 8. And then when we come with 9 and multiplying of some other thing, it says, okay, let's wait once again. Let's have another iteration where we have a number 8 and next num of 7. This loop will go till next num will become 1. And when it reaches 1, we are returning the value 1. So then it again start the multiplication of 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till 10. And that's how this recurring function is going to work. So once again, this is amazing feature of JavaScript, of any functional programming, where you can have this function and call that function inside that same function, which is called recurring function. But you may have observed that this kind of feature we can also achieve with the use of for loop. So let's try this with a for loop. So I'm going to create a simple for loop with a let I is equal to 0, then I is less than the given number, and then we need to say it's not with a capital number, with a small number, then I plus plus, and with each iteration I need to have the result. So let's say let result is equal to 1, and then I can simply say result is equal to result multiply by the number minus 1. or minus I actually. So here we have, and then we can finally log the result. Let's see, is it going to solve our issue or not? And the number is actually 10. So I need to create a number variable. So number is 10, and let's try this. Reload, and you can see still we are getting the same result. If I convert this to 3, we should get the 6. And yeah, we are getting 6. And now you will say, Sarthak, this looks very simple and very elegant and very easy to understand. Why someone gonna use this recurring function instead of this thing? So see, what happened is sometime you cannot do the for loop. That's why if you go into the documentation of this recurring function, it's given here that yes, you can use for loop and you can convert it into recurring function, and you have a recurring function, you can convert it to for loop. But when you are having, it says some algorithm cannot be simple iterative loop. So getting all the nodes of the tree, that means DOM, is easier via recurring function. So it will be easy when you want to get all the nodes of your DOM. If you're not understanding DOM, think about it as a HTML of your web page. So these are the some use cases of having a recurring function, which is extremely useful. Let's now work on this nested functions and closure. And a very important concept is this closure. So let's see how we can understand this. For that, once again, create a new file called closure.js. Is it right? Closure, correct. And let's include this inside our HTML, like here. And we have here. Cool. Before understanding closure, let's take a look on a simple counter. So I'm going to create a variable called counter, initialize it with 0, and then I'm going to create a new function which is going to increment. Obviously we are going to increment the counter plus plus, and then we need to call this increment function. And to see what is the state of this counter, let's return the counter, and then I'm going to actually log it. Yes, reload this page, and we got 1. Okay, now if I once again call it, we got 1 and 2 because it's incremented twice. So as many times I call it, we get the value of counter that many times increased. But suppose in between I just manually increment the counter value, what's going to happen? 1, 2, 3 is skipped, 4, 5, 6. So this is the issue with this simple counter, because this counter variable is global, so I can access it from anywhere. So to solve this problem, you will say, Sarthak, why not create this inside this function so that the scope of this counter is become inside of this function only. Then let's try this thing. If I do this, let's see what's going to happen. Reload. There are two issues. One, for the global, it says counter is not defined. Yes, we understand that because now counter is not a global thing. Counter is now moved into the functional scope. So the scope, or I can say the validity of this counter, is within this function only. So we can do anything for counter inside this function, but outside it's like this counter doesn't exist. So that's why it says counter is not defined, because outside the function it's like a counter doesn't exist. So we can remove it. But then we see another problem. We have only one log here. Why? Because here every time we call this increment function, it initializes the counter variable from 0. So let's do one more thing. Let's try the nested function, because we also have the concept of nested function, and nested function simply means a function inside a function. let's call it. So here I'm going to create a function called set. Inside the set, I'm calling this counter plus plus, and then call the set, return the counter. Is it going to solve our issue? Let's try. No, it's still 1 1 1 1. So what happened here? Actually, we got this increment, but then we are immediately calling this set. So since we are immediately calling the set, it will, yes, increase the counter, but next time when we call the increment, it will once again reset the counter to 0 and then once again increment the counter. It would be helpful if we can directly call this set method from outside, because see, if we call this set method 3 times, you can see now it becomes 3. So from outside of this increment, if we are able to call this set function, then we can achieve our result, whatever we want. So since this is actually called the nested function, but when we return the same function defined inside the function, so if we return the nested function directly from this function, then we can use this function from outside of this increment. So we are not calling this function, we are just returning the reference of this set function. So let's just comment or actually delete all these things. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a constant called increase. This is going to be the increment. And let's log and see what this increase we are having. So if I refresh this page, you can see we are getting a function which is incrementing the counter. Wow, that is amazing. That means we are getting the reference of this set function. So what if I just call this increase function? So it says undefined because in this function we are not returning anything. So let's return the counter after incrementing it. Reload. We can see we had this 1. Okay, so this means if I once again call it, yeah, we can have the 2. And how many times we call, that many times the value of counter is going to be increased. And now if you manually try to increase the value of counter, you cannot do that because there is no global counter variable. You cannot access the variable from outside of the function. That is amazing thing, and we have created a closure. So what is a closure? Closure is a function defined inside another function which is returning the inner function, or I can say returning the reference of inner function. So this inner function which is returned is called the closure. So let's now make it more generic and more useful. So I'm going to create a simple function, and first let's just comment all these things and then start a new function called counter. Inside this, I'm going to create a variable called counter and initialize it with 0. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to create 2 functions. One is called increment, and obviously it's going to say counter plus plus, and to check we can simply return, or I'm not going to return, let's do something else. And then I'm going to say decrement, and counter minus minus, like this. And then finally what I'm going to return, instead of returning one function, one closure, I'm going to return multiple things. Like I'm going to return increment, then with a commas I'm going to say decrement, and also I'm going to return the counter. So see, we are returning an object. This is very important to keep in mind. And since an object is a key and value pair, so we literally need to do this thing, like here decrement and counter. But with ES6, or you can say the new version of ECMAScript, as I told you, ECMA is a standard thing. So it says when you have key and the value as the same variable name and the key name. So when you have the key name and the variable name exactly same, so you can skip the next part, that means the value part, and this is the same as this one. Okay, so we are returning three things, and now I can initialize counter. So I can say const my counter is equal to counter. So counter is initialized, so this whole function is initialized, and now my counter has three things: increment, decrement, and counter. So I can here simply say like my counter dot increment, and I call this closure. Then I just going to log my counter dot counter. So what do you think? What will be the value of this my counter counter? We are incrementing, so it should be the 1. But if I refresh here, it's 0. Why 0? See, here inside this return part, we are returning the initial value of this counter. Directly we are returning, but we need to return the closure, which is going to return the value of the counter, because here all of these things are actually the closure. So we can create a function called get, and this is going to return the value of the counter. And now counter, I can call it value instead of that counter, because otherwise the name of the function, variable, and the return part, everything will be same. So for a different name, I'm going to use a value, and this is going to be the get function. So I'm actually referring this get function, or if you want, you can directly type it as a value and then return it. So now instead of counter, I can call it value and reload. Okay, it says it's a function, you need to call this function. Okay, let's call this. And yeah, you can see 1 is here. So if I have a more than 1 increment and then I call, yes, it is 4, then after that I'm going to say my counter dot decrement, and then I'm going to log it. So it should be 4, and then minus 1 will become 3. So first it's going to log 4, then it's going to log 3. Wow, amazing. So this is only possible with the help of these closures we have created, and without this we will not be able to create this kind of awesome program. So what this closure give us? Closure actually help us to preserve the value of the variable defined in the outer function. This is very important thing. Closure help us to preserve the value of the variable defined inside the outer function. Otherwise we will not able to achieve this kind of syntax. And also you can see here that this counter variable is actually become private variable. So instead of counter, we can call it as, let's say, private value. This could be the case. So now you can only access, or you can only manipulate the value of this private value from outside the function using these closure. There is no way to directly change the value of this private value. And this closure is so important in JavaScript that I can give you a real example. So let's have once again a number which is initialized with 0, and then I will use a set interval. And by the way, set interval is a JavaScript function which is going to do certain task after a certain interval. So here we need to define the millisecond. So I will say 1000 millisecond, that means 1 second. And here we have this callback function, and callback function means when you execute this, what we need to execute after 1 second. So we are executing this function. Inside this function I'm going to log number, and if I go reload the page, you will see every second we are having 0. But since this is really a closure, and I can prove it by just incrementing the value of the number. So because I'm incrementing the value of number, if this is a closure, this should preserve the value of number. That means it should really log the increased value instead of just having the 0. Reload. And yes, you can see 1, 2, 3. That means this is a closure because every time we execute, after 1 second, every time we execute this function, it's preserving the value of number and then incrementing it and then finally logging it. So this is actually the closure, and this is how you understand it. Now let's understand this arrow function. And this arrow function are introduced with ES6, that means ECMAScript 6th edition, and which is extremely useful thing. So how we are going to use it and what it is, let's see. So I have created arrow function.js file and included this into our index.html. So first I'm going to create a very simple function called say hi. And this is a function which is going to return, or actually, yes, let's say return hello and hi. Super easy. And let's now say hi and execute it. And now, yes, you can see hello and hi is there. And now let's convert the same function into a arrow function. So I'm just going to comment this. And how you can create an arrow function, it's very easy. You need to give the name say hi and make it as a constant, and then I'm going to say parenthesis and this double head arrow or fat arrow, then your normal curly braces, and then return once again hello and hi from arrow function. And now let's go reload the page. Yeah, hello and hi from the arrow function. So these two are exactly same, but this is called the arrow function because we have an arrow here. Why it is more useful? Because we can create the function very nicely. So suppose once again I'm going to create a function called sum with the a and b, which is going to return a plus b, and whenever we call this function, so let's cut from there and paste it here. We have a sum and we say 4 and 3. Yes, we will get the 7, but what if I want to convert this to a arrow function? So simply const sum is equal to a and b, then comes arrow, and then it becomes the arrow function. Now save, refresh, 7, still 7, that means it's working. But real magic of arrow function comes when you perform the task inline. What that means, I'm going to remove this curly braces and also going to remove this return statement, and then I'm going to say whatever we are doing inside this function directly inline. So see, this is very, very elegant. In one line we have defined the function, we are doing something, we are accepting the parameters and everything, and it's working absolutely fine. So this is really amazing, and you can also do in a separate line, which is VS Code is not allowing me, but I can save without formatting and then reload. Still it's working. So arrow function know that if you are not having anything after this arrow, it will going to look on the second line, and if it found something, it going to execute it. But inline is an amazing thing. So let's say I have a sum, or I can say add 1. This is a function I'm going to create. So add 1 is going to accept only one parameter. So have here and a plus 1, because it's add 1, so that's how we can say add 1 only. Reload and 5, it's there. Nothing magical, but real thing comes when you just have one parameter for arrow function. You don't need these parentheses, and I can save without formatting, and you can see add 1 is equal to a arrow function a plus 1, and then yeah, it's working absolutely fine. So this is the feature of the arrow function, that you can do this things return statement inline. You don't have to do this parenthesis when you are using only one parameter, and this is looking very elegant. This arrow function is not just created to look good or to have some to remove these parentheses. It's having a very nice purpose. So to show you the proper purpose of the real purpose of this arrow function, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to create a simple object, and I call it person object. And here I'm going to define one key as age, and the value is 10. Then I'm going to define another eligible for vote, and this is going to be a simple function which is going to return the age. And what do you think, what's going to happen if I say person and dot eligible for vote? Because this is a function, we need to use a parenthesis. Let's go reload the page. Now it says age is not defined. Why? Because when you just type age, it's referring to the global object, which is the window. So since we don't have any age inside the window, so that's why we are getting this error. So what you have to do here, you just need to say this dot age. So whenever you say this, that means you are referring to the object. Okay, so now if I go reload the page, and actually we need to log it here. So first let's log. Yeah, okay, so reload, 10 is here. Amazing. So this is a very simple thing, but now let's convert this normal function to a arrow function. And this time if I go reload the page, you can see we are having undefined. Why we are having this undefined here? This happened because this arrow function doesn't have any this property. That means when you use a normal function says that okay, whenever you say this, I will go into wherever you have defined me. So we have defined this function inside an object. So this function says okay, yeah, this property wherever you are using inside this function refer to the object. So that's why we are able to get the age. But when you use arrow function says that I don't know about any this property. Whenever you say this, I will refer to the window object. So that means if I say here, it says undefined because now this means window. I can show you by log of this. Reload, you can see we are getting window. But if I convert, let's just copy this. If I convert this to normal function and then I log this, it's referring to the object. So this is a very important feature we are getting from this arrow function. And let's take another example. Let's go to the closure we have created and let's copy this closure part and till this counter, and let's comment all these things and paste it. So first I'm going to say counter dot increment, and then I'm going to log my counter dot value, and if I go reload 1 we have, but if I have a twice increment we will get the 2. But now what I'm going to do, instead of creating a variable, I will say this dot private value. What's going to happen? Reload, and still it's working. But what if I say this dot private value? It says undefined. Now we are having issue. So what if I say this dot private value plus plus? It says not a number, because here we are trying to increment which is undefined, and that's why it says now it says this dot private value as not a number. So what happened before that? So let's just log this here. So once again, if I see, it's actually referring to this increment. So what I have to do, instead of this log for this value, I'm removing the log and I just have one log inside this value. So when I call this value closure, this is going to log the value of this. Reload, and we can see whenever we call this, we have called this, we are actually referring to this counter function, and we are having decrement, increment, value. These three things we are returning from this closure we have created. So what happened here? I told you, when we are using a normal function has its own this property, which is actually referring to the enclosed environment. So we are defining this value function inside this counter function. So that's why we are referring to this. But this is not the same as here. So if I now log this here inside the counter, let's see, now we are getting window, and here we are getting the increment, decrement, and the value. So what's the difference? We are defining the private value inside the window, so you will find the private value as 0 somewhere. 2 is here, which is actually incremented. So here we are defining this private value inside the window because this counter is in the window. So this property inside the counter will refer to the window enclosing environment. But here the value of this is now changed. So how we can get the same effect? As I told you, if you use arrow function doesn't have its own this. So that's why if I convert it to arrow function, it will referring to the window, and I can show you just by log of this, and you can see we are having window only, which is from this log, and we don't have any other log. So now if I remove it and console log this value, and you can see we are getting 2. Amazing. But here we can see we are not defining any this property, so that means it is by default window. But what if I say this dot private value and this dot private value decrement? Reload, it's still 0, because once again when you call this increment function, it's referring to the this, that means the counter for the private value, which is not available because the private value is defined inside the window. So once again I need to convert it to arrow function, and this is going to work. Amazing. So this is very important thing. For this is a very important thing, and this is we have to learn, and this is the arrow function. To start working on our game, we first need to understand the concept of canvas. But before that, let's create the file, and that file should be inside the games directory. Inside I will say breakout.html. That's good, and create a markup for HTML, and then I would say breakout game, and here I'm going to create a script tag which is going to just log so that I can verify that yes, it is working. So here we have a hey, and we need to copy the breakout path, copy the path, go paste it. Yep, hey is there. So it was very fast. And now let's understand the concept of canvas. So canvas is simple HTML tag, and with the use of this canvas you can create various type of games, and it's very useful when you want to create any game. And we can do something on this canvas using the JavaScript. So we need to use the ID, or you can use any identifier to get this canvas through our JavaScript. So I would say canvas, and here on the JavaScript I'm going to say const canvas is equal to document dot get element by id, and by id that means id name is canvas. So document means whatever the document we have, that means you can generally say the body part, so document, and there is a API or a method you can say called get element by id. It need one parameter, which is this one called canvas, and we have passed this argument, and that is actually the id. So from here we are getting this canvas element. So since we have this, we can simply log, we can say canvas and reload. Yep, we have this canvas. And you know, the default height of canvas is 150 and the default width is 300, and you can see here if you just zoom it, yeah, maybe you can see here if I move the mouse it will not going to be there, so that's why you can see 300 cross 150. That's the default one, but if you want you can define it like width I want 300, maybe a height because width is already 300. So reload, and this time you can see now it's having a 300 cross 300 canvas, because we are not doing anything inside the canvas, so that's why it's blank white colored. You can also say a fallback thing like, hey, canvas is not supported. If you do this thing, that means you are having some text between this element of canvas. That means this is going to be only visible when the browser doesn't support canvas, and this is very nice to give the feedback to the user that yeah, your browser doesn't support this canvas. Next, let's see how we can draw something inside this canvas. So since inside our JavaScript we are able to get the canvas, and now I'm going to create, or you can say, let's use a const, I can say context. So context, or you can generally say ctx, it's a context. So what a context means, like from this canvas what actually you want to do. So I will say canvas, I have to do canvas dot, and then I have to say get context, and here inside this method I need to define like it should be 2D or it should be WebGL. So we are going to draw two-dimensional thing, so we are getting the context for two-dimensional. So if you are doing this, still we will not able to do anything. It says canvas is not defined. What happened? Okay, so spelling is wrong. Now it says, yeah, it's not doing anything, but now see the magic. I want to create a line inside this canvas. How I can do that? I need to say context dot move to, that means I will say move to the starting of the canvas, that means 0, x0 and y0. Then I would say context dot line to, and I want a line to, let's say 250 for this x-axis and 50 for the y-axis. See this y number, x number. And if I do this only and reload, it's not going to work. Why? Because every time we do something we need to tell our context that, hey context, just draw all of these things, and to draw we use this stroke. So context dot stroke, and now if I refresh, yes, you can see we have this line. Amazing. Not only just line, you can do more things. Like I'm going to create context dot, let's say I'm going to create a rectangle. So there's a function called rect, and it need x, y as before. So it should start from x somewhere, y somewhere, and then what will be the width and the height. So let's start from 10 pixel from the x-axis, 10 pixel from the y-axis, and then I want it should be 40 by 40. So since just using context.rect it's not going to work, we need to say context.stroke, and yes, you can see we are having this rectangle here. But then I also want to fill the rectangle with some color. Then I need to say context dot fill style, and first we need to define the style, and I'm going to say blue. But just this thing is not going to work. Why? Because then we need to say that yes, we have defined the style, but then you need to fill it. So reload, and yes, you can see now we have a blue color inside it. You can define anything, like you can define like here, I don't know what this color is. Yeah, it's like a pink. So you can create anything, any color actually, something like this. Okay, so this is for the rectangle and coloring. You can also create a circle. So context dot, and this time it's not a circle, it's a arc, and you need to create the arc. And here once again you need to give the x-axis, then y-axis. Because this is going to be arc or circle, you need to give the radius, then starting angle and the ending angle, and whether you want it should be clockwise or anti-clockwise. So here I'm going to say start from 20, that means x-axis should be 20, y-axis also should be 20, radius is going to be 30, and then here comes the angle. You may know that angle should be from the pi. You can start from 0 actually, or then you can say I want 1.2 times of math dot pi, and finally we need to give the false. So it's like I don't want the anti-clockwise, it should be the clockwise. Once again reload, and you can see we are having the arc. And because we are saying this fill part, but if I comment this and go reload, we just have the simple arc. And we have seen that we got an arc, but start from 0, so it's a 0. But what if I say anti-clockwise? So I will say true, and yep, you can see it's now moved up. So I can say start from 100 to 100. So now you can see it's become semicircle. What if I say false? It's become semicircle from the bottom side. But as you know, I don't want to have a semicircle, I want a full circle. So it's like a 2 pi. Start from 0 and go full 2 pi. Start from 0, go full 2 pi. Reload, and you can see we got the full circle. I think this should be green. Good one. Yeah. So we have created the circle with the use of canvas. Now suppose I also want to have a rectangle and the circle, both of them. What's going to happen? Let's go reload this page, and you can see we are having a circle, we are having a rectangle, and these two are actually connected. So what happening here, we are starting the rectangle, then when we close the rectangle, then it will go to the new point for starting the circle, and it create a line in between two. But I want these to be separated, I don't want these to be connected. Also I don't want to fill rectangle with this green color. So maybe what we can do, we can move these things here, and I can say like this should be blue context.fill, but it's not working because whatever you define at the last, the final thing will be the correct one. So it's ignoring totally this blue thing. How we can have a different thing for every figure we have created? For that, you actually need to say context dot begin path. Begin path means we are going to start some path system, and then we need to say close path also. By doing these two things, we are going to achieve the result we want. So start and reload. It's still not working. You know why? Because we need to do the same thing for our arc. So let's have the starting and ending for this close path, and also we need the stroke, because otherwise this is not going to work. Reload, you can see we have this, but when I say context dot stroke here, you can see we have a stroke outer line. We can, if you don't want, you totally remove this stroke. In that case, you don't have the outer circle or black border, you can say. So this is the way we can create a simple diagrams or figures using the context. So now let's move to the next topic for creating our game, which is actually how we can actually move the figures. Now we have this circle which is green colored, and also we have a rectangle. So I don't want rectangle actually, so I'm going to totally remove it. And then what I need first, I need to move this circle from here to some other position into the canvas. So how we can do that? We know we have this X and the Y. What if I say X to 110? That means 110 pixel from the left. You can see it's moved slightly. So how about doing something else? Like we can have a set timeout which is going to change the value of this X value, I can say. So I can define here let X is equal to 100, and now I can say this to be X, and here I can say it should be Y. Let Y is equal to it was 100, I think. Yeah, it's once again 100, and it's going to work obviously. But then after some time I want like set timeout. So after, let's say 2 seconds, 2000 millisecond, I want the value of X to be let's say 150, and then once again I have to draw all these things. So let's once again reload this, and yeah, you can see we have another circle after 2 seconds. And if I can have it 200, then it will look good. So after 2 seconds we have another circle which is here. But then you will say, I don't want 2 circles, I want the one to be moved to the next position. What that means? This means we need to clear the previous circle and then repaint the new circle we have here. For that, I will take you to the canvas. I need to say canvas and W3 school. Let's search here and go here on the canvas, and you will find various APIs for canvas. So I don't want this one, I want something else, which is the reference, HTML reference. And here you can search for clear, and here we have a clear rectangle. Clears the specified pixel with a given rectangle. So what this means? Clear rectangle is actually going to clear that much part you want. So you just need to define it like clear rectangle, starting, ending, the x-axis and y-axis, and width and the height. So what we want to clear a full canvas and then repaint the another one. So here just before it, I need to say context dot clear rectangle, starting from 0 to 0, go till the canvas width and canvas height. So it's going to clear everything we have on the canvas and then repaint the new you can say circle we have. So reload. After 2 seconds, you can see it's now moved to the new position. Amazing. That's a really amazing thing. So you can see we have reusing this code here and here. So why not create a function which is going to be like draw circle. So I can say a function which says draw circle and circle like this, and I'm going to move these things from here and here, and we need the x and the y. X and Y. And let's have the smaller radius, so radius will be 15, and color is green. Okay, no problem. So since we have that, we can simply use this draw circle and passing the X and the Y. Same thing we can use here. Instead of all these things, we can say X and a Y. Now let's reload smaller circle, move to the new position. But then I want this to be animated. That means it will move from left to the right. So instead of this timeout, I'm going to use the set interval. Set interval is exactly same, but the difference is it's going to execute the code inside it after every 2 seconds, or I can have every second. So let's try this one. So reload, and it's stopped. Why it stopped? Because you can see we are having X every time X to 200. Initially we have the X as 100, but after for every interval we are having a value of X as 200. We want to move into the X-axis very slightly. So I'm going to create another which is going to be a constant called dx. Dx means a small increment in X, which is going to be 10 pixel. So I just need to say X is equal to X plus dx. Amazing. Why? Because now if I refresh, you will see the magic. See, this is moving very nicely. And now if you want, you can have it like for every 500 millisecond. Very nice. But if you really want to make it smooth, let's have 100 millisecond. Yeah. And now if you want more precision, you can say it should be dx of 5, so every 5 pixel. Cool, moving very nicely. And if I have a 10 millisecond, it's amazingly fast, but having a very clear picture of animation. So it's big 20. This is a very nice speed, and that's good. We have created a movable ball, you can say. So we can use the same technique to have some dy technique. That means we want to change the y-axis also. So y is equal to y plus dy. That's amazing. So it should move on the cross. Like, yeah, you can see it's moving from top to right bottom. So this is how we can move some object inside the canvas. But next task is the collision detection. You can see we are moving the ball, but after some time the ball goes off from the canvas. So we need that whenever we reach the boundary of the canvas, we need to actually, you can say, bounce back from the wall. Our ball is moving, but you can see it's just gone after some time because it's not having any collision detection from the walls of the canvas. So how we can have that? So first I'm going to start this from the center of the canvas. To do so, I have to say the width, the x-axis where it should going to start, it's not going to 100, it's going to be the canvas dot width divided by 2. So it will going to start from the center, and you can not see that thing. And to make things visible, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this canvas a style of border 1 pixel solid black. Yeah, so now it's a little visible and it should start. I can actually stop the movement, so I can have the stop the animation, that interval, and you can see it start very center of the canvas on the x-axis. We need to have the height not 100 but just below the bottom, or I can say just above the bottom. So everything starts from here. So see, everything start from here. So 0 0 is there, and if I say this is the full height, so this is the 0th height and this is the full height. Similarly, this is the 0 width and this is the full width. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to say the y is going to be the canvas dot height minus 20, and this time you will see it start from the center of the width and at just above the bottom of this canvas. Now this is good, but still if you go and start the set interval, and yeah, you can see it's moving out, and I want to move it up, so I can have a dy of -5 so that it will move to the upside of this canvas. Yeah, like this. So let's just zoom this, and so that we can have a nice picture of our canvas. Yeah, it's looking better. And now see how we can have the collision detection. So when ball reaches the full width, when the x value will become equal to the value of the canvas width, what we say that yes, it is now collided with the wall. So at that time we just need to change the x-axis, so that instead of moving on the right, it will start moving on the left. So how we can check that? Here we have a x plus dx. Here I can say if x plus dx is greater than equal to canvas dot width, at that time I would say dx will be the minus dx. I'm just changing the increment from positive direction to the negative direction. So when I reload, it just stuck here. Why that happened? Everything is fine. Let's see on the console. Okay, oh, got it. So you see, assign to the constant variable. We are trying to assign these constants, so we need to convert this to let instead of constant, the dx and the dy. And now if I close this, reload this page, you can see it's now colliding. Wow, very nice. So there is a collision. Boom, boom. So this is for the right side. What about the up? So as I told you, everything starts from here. So 0 0 is there, and here at the top line the value of y is 0. So we need to check that y plus dy, if it is equal to or greater than 0, then we need to just move it into different direction. So we can say if y plus dy is greater than 0, then dy is equal to the minus of dy. Simple. Let's try this time. Okay, so we have this amazing weird kind of issue that is, I think, happened because of this. We need to say if it is less than 0, because it is decreasing at the top, and when it becomes less than 0, we need to move into different direction. Reload, and yeah, amazing. So it is moving here from the right, from the top. Now time for the left one. So just like we did for the width, we need to just say if it becomes less than 0. So it's now going to be like this, and finally become the bottom. So we need to say if y plus dy is greater than the canvas height, then once again change the direction of the y only. And now see, this is very, very nice bouncing effect from the left, right, top and bottom. But you can see we are repeating ourselves, because this and this can be done in a single line. So I can say or condition, and having this, that means checking for if x plus dx is greater than canvas, or x plus dx is less than 0, then change the direction for the x-axis. Same for this one for the y-axis. Yeah, so this is cool. Reload. Yes, it is working very nicely. Okay, then we can actually extract this thing into its own dedicated function. So let's create a function called check collision, or I can say detect collision, and have it here. So now let's call this detect collision inside this interval. So detect collision is there. Reload. It's working fine. Amazing. Now how this game generally work? When this ball touches the bottom of this canvas, then we just need to stop the game. So it should be like game over. So how we can achieve that? First, we need to have a different color for the bottom of this canvas. So for that, we have this canvas and we are having this style for the border. Then I can also say border bottom color, it's going to be brown, and reload. Yep, we have this. And if you want, you can just have like 2 pixel brown, and that should be solid, I think. Is it going to work? Yeah. So now this should be the danger area. And how we can actually detect the game over, that means how we can detect the touching of the ball at the bottom. It's very easy actually. We just need to check here when the value of y reaches the value of the canvas height. That means we can say that game is over. How we can do that? I'm just going to say alert if y, and I can have a if statement. If y is triple equal to, that means exactly equal to canvas dot height, then I can say it's going to alert game over. Let's try this one. Reload, and boom, you can see now it stopped here because game is over. But what if I say okay, it resumed from there? So once again, whenever it reaches the bottom, yeah, we have the alert, but it's again starting to move. So what we need to do next, we need to stop this interval. So how we can stop an interval? I can say const interval is equal to this same thing, and then here I can say clear interval and the interval name. Okay, once again click OK, reload this page. It is stopped. Click OK, and now you can see it is staying there. But once again, we don't want to have the ball at that place. We want to have the ball at its original place. That means we need to reset the value of x and the y, which is this one. So what we need to do now, we can extract the height and the width of the canvas from here. So simply say canvas h means height, which should be the canvas dot height, and canvas w means canvas dot width, and then wherever we are using canvas dot width, we need to replace it with the canvas w, and wherever we are using canvas dot height, we need to say canvas h. Even after doing this, everything will work fine, but it's not working because somewhere we have missed the system. Yeah, so x should be, yeah, this is good. Where we have missed this thing, so let's see on the console. We are doing canvas is not defined. Okay, so where we have, so it should be canvas, not canvas. So now once again let's try reload, and yeah, it's working and it stopped, and yep, it's here. So as you know, we need to set the x and y with this thing. So let's just copy inside here. After clearing the interval, I can say x is equal to this thing, y is equal to this thing, and have some indentation and reload. It's going to detect, okay, and reset to original position. But then we also need a button to start the game again. So before doing that, why not create a function that will going to say detect game over or simply game over, and this is going to have all these things like here, and then I can say game over. I'm going to call this function, or I can actually say instead of game over I can say check game over. Okay, so once again let's see, is it working? Yeah, it's working. So now we need to extract this set interval and we call it start game. So we should have an interval and I call it let interval, initialized interval, create a function called start game, and then we have this interval here and we can assign it to the interval variable we have created, so that when we reach to the bottom of the canvas then we can clear that interval. Amazing. Yeah, because now if I go reload the page, it's not starting because we need to call this start game function at the top. So we are drawing the circle, then we can say start game. Reload, yes, it is working, and we have the detection. It's working, but you can see it's not stopping it. Why it's not stopping? Let's see. So this clear interval is actually not working. So we have a let interval, we are having it here, and we are saying that clear interval. What we are getting inside the log? So now it says interval before initializing the start game. Okay, got the point. We need to have this interval before initializing the game. Reload, and that's good. Now we need a one button to start the game. So here, just after the canvas, we should have a button which says start, and on click of this button add say start function. So I call this a start function. That means now if I go reload this page and you can see it's stopped, game over, click OK, and when I hit on start, it's not starting. Why? Let's see. It says start is not defined because it's a start game, not just a start. I think you probably saw that. One more time. Okay, click on start. This time it says game over initially, but you have seen a very small movement which is downward, and that is because it will take the dy and dx of the previous situation. So this means that before the set interval we need to set the value of dx and dy. We can do from here. So because this dx and dy is available here and also here, so we can actually reset these values. So what I'm thinking that we are having this game over, and in this game over we can set the dx and dy as it was before. Cool. So we have here, and now if I reload, game over, click on start, yes, it is starting once again as before. So this is amazing, but you can see these 4 lines are exactly same as these 4 lines. So why don't we have another function which is going to say like reset variables? Okay, so let's have a function called reset or set variable. Why don't have set variable? So set variables. Okay, and then I can copy all these, cut from here, there, paste it here, and then at the top I'm going to call this function like here. But before that, I'm going to actually initialize all these things one by one, and I can remove it. So I'm initializing all these, or I can say I can declaring the variables, then setting the variables value from this function. And the set variable is also useful because on this game over we are going to set the variable once again. Okay, so let's reload. Yes, it is working. Cool. Start. Still working. So you can see these functions are so useful, and it will allow us to dry our course. That means we are not repeating ourselves. Don't repeat yourself. One more thing is like we can have this interval just like here, and we can get rid of this one also. So see, it's very easy to read. We are declaring all these variables, setting some variable values, drawing the circle, start the game, and everything else is inside a function. So collision detection, start game, check game over, and set variable, draw circle, and that's how we are able to move inside this game. So let's now create you can say paddle, which is going to reflect or prevent the collision from the bottom. Now let's work on the pedal, creating a pedal below this ball. But before that, let's create some nice color for it. So let's search for color palette. Let's go to the color hunt and choose any good color scheme. Let's have what about this one? So copy that, and yeah, we have this. Okay, so it's very light actually. I can have this one. Okay, that's good. And then we can have a pedal for different color. First we need to create a pedal. So what is a pedal? Pedal is just a rectangle. So we have this draw circle. Below that we can have a draw paddle, and draw circle, instead of this I can call it draw ball. That's good. And we need to draw the paddle. And one more thing, we don't have to pass this x and y because these are global. So we can once again remove this and remove from here. So everywhere we have removed the x and y parameter for draw ball, and still it's working. Amazing. Okay, so we have done that, and now we need to create a function called draw paddle. And what is the draw paddle going to do? Draw paddle is going to have a rectangle. So instead of this arc, I can say rectangle, and rectangle need let's see, rectangle need first x, y, width and height. So x, y, width and height. So I can create some variables called paddle x, and it should be the canvas width, so canvas w divided by 2. Then let paddle y, it should be the canvas height minus, let's say for now 10. Then let's say paddle width is going to be, let's say 20, and then fill all these things. So first it need a x, then it need a y, and then it need a paddle width, and finally height should be, let's say 10 pixel only. And we need some different color for it. So let's go here, choose a proper color scheme. So I can choose this one for the ball and a lighter one for the paddle. How about this? And let's have a lighter color, yeah, this one maybe for our paddle. Okay, so how about this? Yeah, that's good, but we cannot see any paddle here. Why is that? So we have everything correct. So we can check by stopping the game, so we can just say start game commented, and now we have this pedal. But when we start, we lose our pedal. Why this is happening? Because when you say the start game, every time we clear and we redraw our ball, so we need to draw the pedal again every time. So now you can see we have the pedal. Click on start. Yeah, it is working, but once again I am not happy with the colors, and I'm very bad in choosing the colors. So I can have this color, teal type of color for the ball, and having a dark bluish color, or maybe same teal color for the pedal. Okay, so this is okay. We get back to the greenish thing. But then we can see, since we are able to have the pedal, we need to have the pedal at the center. It's not at the proper center. That is because we are having width by 2, but we need to actually subtract the width divided by 2, width of pedal divided by 2. So it's width having 20, so we can have it like this, and we can say pedal divided by 2. Yeah, now it is at the center. So pedal is there, pedal width should be more, so it should be 30. Yeah, it is good. But now the ball should be little up, so we need, here we have the draw ball, and we are having a 15 for the circle, or you can say the radius. Actually, in reality this looks something like this. It is too small, but that's good. That's the exact size of the ball. Okay, so let's once again zoom. Yeah, so this is absolutely fine. But next thing is, you can see we are having ball here, but ball is touching the pedal, so it should return to its different direction instead of just crossing it and touching the boundary. That means we need a collision detection for this pedal only. So here we have the collision detection logic here, and here we have logic for canvas width, or means left and right. It's the bottom, and this is the up. So actually we don't need to have the bottom one, because we know if we touch the bottom, then it means boom, game over, just like this one. So yes, we have removed that, but then we need to check one more thing, that if this ball reaches the X position of this this pedal, that means between these positions, it could be the starting of the pedal or it could be the ending of the pedal. If X position is between this, and Y position should be anywhere between this position, so it should be the Y of this thing and X of this thing. And if we cross X and Y, we just get the pedal. So that means we need to have two checksums. First, for the x-axis, that means x plus dx, the x position should be between the starting of the pedal and the ending of the pedal. So we need the pedal position information, but the pedal position is inside this pedal draw pedal function. We can simply move everything and make it super global, like here we have, and then we have all these things. Cool. And now we can easily use it. So if x and x plus dx is greater than the starting of this pedal, so this position, starting of the pedal means pedal x position. Okay, if it is greater than x position, and we have to check some that, and it should be less than the ending. So how I can find the ending? It's very easy. We have the total width of the pedal and we have the x position. So x plus total width will become the ending position. Okay, so here we need to say x plus dx is less than the pedal width, actually the pedal x plus pedal width, and we can move it in a parenthesis. Okay, so that's good. So if it is between the x position of the pedal, that means we need to say dx, or actually we don't want to change the x direction, do we? Let's try and see what we are getting. So reload, start it. Oh, we have very weird kind of thing. So what if I change the value of y? So let's have it y and reload, click on start, and now you can see it is looking good. But observe one thing. If I click start, you can see we have a same behavior on the top and the bottom. Once again, see this. You have this, it's not touching at the top, we have some spaces there. This is because every time we are having this thing, that means we are checking for each and every position when this ball comes at the x position. We just want to have this on the pedal level. It's actually working all these level, like it's working all over this place. We just want it to work on this place. That means we need to have another check. If y plus dy is actually greater than the canvas height, like here, then only we want to have this if statement. That means the checking of the pedal, reload, start. You can see now it's touching at the top. It's very clear, touching at the top and then going here. But then the collision of this should be detected, not just exactly there. We should have let's say the radius of the ball. So we have defined the radius as 10. So once again I can say radius and create a variable called radius. So let radius is equal to 10. Is it going to work? No, we lost something. So what happened here? Okay, so we can check on the console. It says unexpected token. Okay, so we have here here we need to say radius, minus of radius. Okay, so that's good. And now check that. Good. It's still good. And now it's not even cutting it. Although it's touching here, game is not over. Why? What if I remove it? Start. This is having a game over. That could be because of this pedal position. So we can check the pedal position. We can move it like on the right side a little bit and start. Okay, that's good. And then I say if it is radius also, that means canvas height minus radius. Start. Yeah, it's working actually. So now we need to get back our original pedal position, and then we can say minus of radius also. So we can check the game over situation, which should be once again minus of radius. When it's going to hit the height minus the radius, that means when the ball just touches the ground. So reload, start. And yeah, so you can see when it just crosses the pedal level, then we can say the game is over. And the final task is now to move this pedal with our keyboard on the left and the right. Now to control the pedal with the use of our keyboard, we need to register the key bindings. So how we can register? We need to say document dot add event listener, and event listener for key down, and then we need to say handle key down. This is a function we need to create. Similar to this, we need to have a key up like this and handle key up like here. So let's create these two functions. So I can say function handle key down, and we get the event, and now we can say log e dot target, or simply e. Let's see what we are getting. Similar to this, let's create another function called handle key up. We get the event, and here we can say e once again. Reload and open the console, and when I press the key, you can see we have a keyboard event, and the keyboard event says the key name is arrow right. So we can get the key dot key and also dot key. We are having it here, and reload once again. So right left right left, and that is happening because I have zoomed. So now you can see right left right left right left right left right left. So I can zoom it by keyboard. Yeah, now it's good. So yeah, so right left is there. So keep binding these things. So we need only for these bindings, because when I press any other key, it's just recording that event. So we have to say here, if key e dot key is triple equal to it was arrow right, RIGHT. If this is the case, then only log, or I can say if it is right or if it is left. So this is right, and one more for the left. If arrow left. Same thing for here, key down. Oh, it's key up actually. Doesn't matter. Reload and see. Right, left, up, down. Up, down is not recorded. Okay, so that's good. We have easily recorded, but how we can actually put the condition for the pedal position? So it's very easy. We need to change the pedal X position. On when we press on the right, we need to add something on the X position. When we press left, we need to subtract something from the pedal X position. In that case, we need to know when user has pressed or not. So I can create two variables. So here I can have a let right pressed is equal to false, initially false, and similarly left pressed. So it's very easy. When we key down, so when we are pressing it, we need to say right pressed is equal to true. Similarly, when I say left pressed, so true. But when we up the key, that means when we release the key, it should be right pressed once again to false, and left press once again to false. And now, since we know that we have the value of right and left pressed inside this, we can go into the start game. Here we have the interval, and then here at the top, anywhere actually, we can say if right pressed is true, then we need to say pedal X is equal to pedal X plus 6 or maybe 5. Same thing, if left press, we need to just subtract 5. Try this, reload, and we need to start it. It's not working. Why? Let's try this. Everything is fine. Arrow up. Okay, so here you can see we have used a capital D. Instead of that we need to use a small d. Then if I start, and now you can see it's working, but it's saying game over even when we have proper position of the pedal. So I think that is the problem with the game over. So we have the game over, we are checking for the radius. What if I remove it and then I say try start? Oh, I did twice. I clicked this start twice, so that has created 2 intervals, and now you can see it's working nicely. And I should have a more bigger pedal actually. So let's have some bigger pedal, and pedal width I want 50. Okay, that's good. Now I can have a very nice pedal, and the game is working absolutely fine, amazingly good. And what if I try, boom, game over. So yes, this is good, but as I told you, we have a couple of bugs. So first is, if I click twice, it's just having twice the speed. Why? Because we are now having 2, you can say, set intervals. So this is only going to be available when we don't have any value inside the interval. So I just need to say if interval is not having anything. So if interval is not having anything, then only have this create a new interval like this. Reload, start, click on start. You can see it's not doing anything because it's only working once, and now our game is working fine. So I like to play these things. Okay, so that's amazing, but we have another problem, and the problem is I can show you here on anywhere. I can just log, I can say hey when I key down, reload. See this, if I start this game and start moving it, that's okay. But when the game overs and restart the game, see, it's not starting anymore because the value of interval is having some different value. So when you say clear interval, what happened then? So what will be the value of that interval? Reload, restart, and make it done. So it becomes 1 when we don't have any interval, but before that what we have, start, and it's 1. So what we can do after clearing the interval, we can say interval is equal to null. Now reload, start. Yeah, that's good. Click OK, click on start. It's restarted from the same position. Why is that? Okay, so what happened, we need to reset the position of this pedal also. So we have a set variable. In the set variable we are setting all these things. That means we need to set all over the pedal things here also. So as you know, we need to remove all these things and do some magic. So I can just copy this and then say like here, and yeah. So this was the magic of multi-cursor. And then I can do, where is that? Yeah, here we have, and set the position of every other thing. So this is nice. And reload, start, end the game, cool, click on OK, everything is back to its normal position. Yeah, so this is how you can create this game. And if I once again click OK, yeah, everything is working absolutely fine. So we can remove the log we are having here. Now we need the obstacles, or we can say the bricks at the top. So how we can do that? Let's see. So at the top, anywhere actually, we have What I'm thinking, can we use all these things into a function? So I just cut everything and create a function called paddle navigation and paste everything like here. That's good. And let's have some indentation. Yeah, that's good. And we need to call this function finally. So let's call this function here. And what I'm thinking, I can move this thing after here, so like this. So in this way we are just first defining all the variables, then we are calling the required functions, and then we are defining all the functions, and it should work fine. Yeah, working. So what we need another bricks. Create a function and call it draw bricks. And first I'm going to create a simple one brick and only. So begin path, and obviously we need to have a close path. In between I want a rectangle, so rectangle, and rectangle need x, y, width and height. So let's say x is 10, y is 10, width is 40, and height is again 10. So after that we need to fill a style, and we are going to use the same color we have for the paddle. So copy that, go here, paste it, and finally context dot fill. And as we know, we need to draw the brick. So draw bricks. Here we are. So we have three draw ball, draw paddle, draw bricks. Reload, and yes, you can see we have a new brick. But as we know, we need one more brick. So I need to say once again the same thing. But if I do this, we only get one. Why? Actually we are having two, but both are overlapped because the x position are same. So what if I change it to 20? So it's looking like we are adding something, but I can show you by ctx.stroke. So context.stroke, that means the outline for this. And now you can see we are having two things, one and then overlapped the second one. So what actually we need to move the second one after some distance plus the width of this brick. So why don't we add a new variable called brick w, which is for width, which is 40, and I say here brick width, and let's just do the same thing here, but now this is going to be 10 plus brick width, so 40 plus 10. So reload. Okay, so this is good. We are just starting the second brick after the ending of the first one, but now you will see we need the offset also, so that we have a little space between them. So I can create another variable called brick offset, and let's say 5. And here I need to add brick offset also. Reload, and yes, we have that. So this is cool, but what if I have another one, the third one? This time it should be twice of the brick width. So 2 multiplied by brick width. We need to move twice brick width and then create the third one. But you saw now we also need the offset twice. So we can add these two into the brackets so that we have a twice of brick width plus offset. And now we have third one. So this means we need the loop. Very nice. So suppose now we need 1 2 3 4 5 6 bricks at the top. So we need to create a for loop. After here we can say for and have a I, and then I want this to run for 6 times, and then I'm going to get the last one because here we have the proper logic. So I just copy it, then paste here, and then you can see we are having 2 here for the third one, and we know first loop come it should be the 0 value, second loop come it will be have the first value, and the second and the third like so. So we need to give the I, that means multiply by I. First time there will be no brick width and there will be no offset, and we are multiplying with the 0, so this will go off and it will become the first one. When we have the I as 1, then we have the structure just like this one. When we have the I 2, that means the third one. This means we have achieved the same result but with the loop, and this is amazing because now with this loop only we are able to create 6 bricks and we can give some different you can say offset so that it will look good. So what about 10 offset? No, what about 7? Maybe 8 will be good. Okay, so 8 offset, but I also don't want to have a stroke here. Cool. And next we need same type of thing 2 times on the bottom. That means we need the next row, and then how we can create that? We need 3 rows, so we need to have another for loop, and this time I call it J instead of I, and this is going to run for 3 times, and then I'm going to move all of these into this J loop. Why we have this next loop? Because now we need to repeat this structure 3 times, 1 and then next below that here, and then the next one below here. Okay, so next what I am going to do, I'm going to actually run this and see what will be the result. Reload, and it looks like we don't have anything, but you can see because all the 3 loop, the 3 loop for the J one is creating the same row. We need to give the height for every row, different height for every row, you can say. So we have this Y starting from 10. What if I multiply this with J? So first time it will have, okay, so what if I start J with 1 and it's equal to 3, so that first time it will have a 10 multiply 1, then 20, then 30. Reload. Okay, so this is looking like we are having a big box, but actually we have a 3 row. We don't have any Y offset, so we can actually add this offset. So 10 plus, or I can say finally add the offset. Reload. No, that's not working. So what if I say first add it and then multiply? Yeah, this is working. Good. So we have 10 plus offset and multiply by the J value. So this is how we create this grid of bricks. Now let's make this more clear, and first I'm going to say const brick. Here actually I need to say brick X, and here it should be 10 plus I multiply by brick width plus offset. So here come brick X like this. Same, we need brick Y, and this should be 10 plus brick offset multiply by J. So brick Y, here we are. Okay, so this is looking good. So is it working? Yes, absolutely fine. But what if I start the game? Let's start. And all the bricks are disappeared. Why? Because every time we have this set interval on the start game, we are drawing the pedal and the ball, but we are not redrawing all the bricks. We need to say draw bricks also. Reload. Yeah, start the game. Yes, everything is there. And next we need to do the very important thing, which is detection of the collision of ball with the brick. But to have that, we first need the information of all of the brick in some array so that we can loop over them, and then we have the detection, because we need the exact x, y, width, everything of this every bricks actually. So how we can do that? Here we have the brick draw bricks, and inside this we actually have each brick information about brick x and brick y, and this loop, the inner loop, is holding the information for the row, and the outer loop is giving us the information about the column. So we are going to create an array of bricks which is going to hold the information about all the column and all the row, that means each and every brick, and then we need the x and y for each brick. So how we can do that? First, I'm going to create a empty array. Bricks is empty array, and here first when we go into the outer loop, I say bricks, then I define the value j, which is going to be empty array. So if we have this kind of syntax, what we are getting, let's log after this. So what if we log and check? Here you can see we are having first empty array. So we actually have 3 array, 1, 2 and 3, but it starts from 1. Why? Because you can see the j starts from 1. What if I say here we are using the j for multiplication, so here we can start it from 0 and do like this, and we can say j plus 1 here in a bracket, and now it should start from 0. Yes, now it is start from 0, 1, 2. So all these 3 arrays are empty array. That means each empty array currently represent 1 row. So this is the first row, second row, third row. Now on each row we are going to actually put all the information about every brick inside this row. So we have here the rows, and then we need to say bricks and getting the jth value. That means if we are on the first one, on the second one, and because it's a array, empty array, we can again dot push. We can either push or directly say ith value is going to be the empty array. I think again no, I can say x value should be 0 or y value should be 0. So now see this thing, if I once again log, we once again have 3 array, but each array hold 6 different arrays, 0 to 5, 1, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0. So we have initialized this thing, but we actually need to have the brick x and brick y value for the x and y. So I can move it down, and x position is going to be brick x, and y position is going to be brick y. And now reload, and you will see every brick information is there. So first ever brick, so this one, you can see this brick we have the information about x and y. So this brick start from 10, having a 10th, and start from 18th. So from the top it's having the 18th. So starting from there till here, it's having 18. Okay, so the second one, this one is going to start from 58 because we have a 40 width, 8 offset and 10 margin, so 58, and start from 18 once again. So all of these bricks inside the first big array is having, you can see the y value of 18, 18, 18, and that's why all are spaced from the 18 top. Similarly, the second one have 36 value of y, that's why we have a middle layer, and finally we have the last one. So this is the way we can get all the information about each and every brick. Since we have the value of each and every brick, we can loop over each bricks, and then we can check if the value of the ball, the position of the ball, or I can say x and y of the ball, is matching or close to any of them, then we just say okay, change the direction of the ball. So that means there is a collision. So we need to go to the collision function. Here we are, and we are having lots of collision checksums, and one more we need to say if. And now how we can check that? First, actually we need to loop over all the bricks. So we have here, and I call it B for bricks, actually you can use it anything, and I say go till all the bricks, but it should be the bricks dot length actually, and then I'm going to log to show you what we are getting here. So if I log just B so we will get 1, 2 and 3 only. So reload and start the game. Yes, use 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2 because we just have 3. But what if I say bricks and getting the bth value? So now you will see when I start, we will get the same array like here every time. So you can see we have these arrays, and every array is holding the value. So 18th, y is 18, y 36, y 54. That means every time we are looping. So since we have all these arrays, we can create another loop, for loop, and this time I call it I for item and this time I say this is going to be the bricks but bth value and then the length. So here I'm going to log, and I will give you the information of b but along with I also. So in this way we will get the information about every brick. You will see here. Okay, so this is bricks actually. Okay, once again start, and you can see we are getting the information about each and every brick, and this means we just need to check the ball position and the x or the y position of any brick. Okay, so how we can do that? First, let's check for the x position. So it should be like first if condition, and if this is going to be correct, then we change the direction of y. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to say that if x, that means the real ball position, is greater than the brick value, brick x value actually. So first I can get the const bx for brick x, or I can say brick only. So here comes the bricks, then b, and then the ith value, and then here I can say brick dot x, and before that I can show you that this is getting the real brick. Each and every brick information we will get here like before. Cool, that's good, and now we can have it. So when the value of ball x is greater than the brick x value, we are going to change the direction. Cool, for any brick actually. Reload, close the console, start, and you can see we are having a wave kind of thing, and that is because we also need to check for the y value also. Okay, So let's try one more thing. This was very funny. So now we need to check that if y is greater than brick dot y position. Let's try this one also. Start. A little okay kind of thing is there. But still we are having a very weird situation here. So next, what we need to remember how we did for the pedal. For the pedal, we first check for the y and then we check for full width of the pedal. Same thing we have to do here. We need to check for full width of the brick. How we can do that? So here we have x starting. Then we need to say and x should be less than brick dot x plus the brick width. We already have that at the top. You can see brick width is there inside the draw bricks function. Okay, so where we have here. Okay, so we got the point. Here we are. So we can just put inside this, and then same thing for the y also. We need to give one more AND condition, and y should be less than the brick dot y plus brick height, which we have not defined yet. We can define it anywhere, obviously here, and actually these position should be not here, it should be here at the top. So brick, let's define it here, then later we will change it. It's 10 here, so brick width or brick height come here also, and on the collision detection we already have the brick height. Okay, too much of things, but it should work. Reload, start. It's not starting. We have some issue on brick w is not defined. Okay, so got the point. It says brick w is not defined because as we know we need to move these things out of this function. So cut and paste it, and that's good. And since these values will never going to change, so I can move it like here, define, once again just define, and then also brick offset, let's define. And now I'm going to move brick width, and I'm going to move all these things into the set variable function we have. So set variable and setting the variable for the bricks. Cool, this is going to work. So let's get back to the object detection, and now it should work once more time. Reload, open. Yep, it is working, and you can see it is there. See this, it's colliding, and yeah, it's colliding from the top of the brick. We need to, oh, it was nice. So what we need next, whenever this ball collide any of the brick, we need to remove that brick from this position, that same position. How we can do that? Let's see. Next, to make the brick disappear when the ball collided, we need to have the state of all the bricks available outside of this draw brick. And what I mean by that thing, this means every time we draw the new brick, because every time when we start we are drawing the brick, that means every time we have a full new bricks array. This means every time we lose all the brick information and then we recreate it. So it will be good if we can separately create the bricks array without going inside the draw brick. So I'm going to create another function which is going to say create brick array, And this is going to be exactly same. We will use this for loop once again, but this time I'm not going to draw anything like this. And here I just need to initialize it with 0 and 0, because when we have this brick, we don't have to create the brick here. Then whenever we have the brick information, we can override the X and Y position. We are just overriding the X and Y position. What that mean? Suppose here I have is visible to true. Okay, if I have this thing and I need to call the create brick array also, so create brick array above the draw brick, reload, and I think I need to log to show these things. Yes, I can actually, where I can log, but so this is okay, so I can log inside this draw brick. So bricks array is here, reload, and yeah, you can see we have these bricks, and every brick doesn't have, any brick doesn't have this information about what is the value of X and Y, because we are overriding the X and Y. So instead of this, what we have to do, we need to say dot X, then dot X is going to be the X position, but we need the Y also, which should be the capital Y. In that case, if I go reload the page, every array or every brick hold the original position is visible. And this is a very important thing we have done, because now all the state of the brick is holded here, but we are just changing for every redraw of the brick. We are just changing the, not changing, reassigning actually, you say, the value of X and Y every time. Now, what happened when we have the detection? Whenever we have the collision detection, yes, we are changing the direction of the ball, but we need to say bricks and then grab the proper brick number, and dot is visible. This should be the false. Now see this real position, and I am going to once again log where we have, yeah, draw brick, log bricks, and see. Let's reload this, and for now everything is true. Basically we can see the last row, but then I clear it and start, and see it has detected the collision was there. So I have to click OK, and the proper last one, yeah, you can see now is visible is becoming false here. This is the thing I want to show you. So since this one is false, we just need to make sure we are not redrawing the brick which have the is visible false. So how we can do that? Here we have the redraw. So draw brick, this is only going to draw when it reaches this position. This is only going to draw when, if bricks, then getting the I and the J and then I, dot is visible. If it is true, then only I want to create this bricks. So I have to indent it like this. Yeah, and now we will see the magic. Reload and start. Boom. So you saw that it was gone. Start once again. This time I will play along. Okay, so yeah, we are able to remove this, and there was slight issue. Okay, no problem. Okay, that's good. That's again good. Wow, very nice. Okay, So here you can see we are having this kind of issue that we still have the array something there. So this is creating the real issue. So what happened here? We are not redrawing, but we have the collision. So we need to handle the collision. So we are saying that, okay, brick is there. Here we have the brick, but we are only going to change something when if it is visible. So brick dot is visible. If it is true, then only we have to change the position or check for detection. Restart. That's good. And you can see it's very smooth. Once again, I lost the game. Okay, that's good. Once again, cool. And it's now stuck here, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I lose. And finally, we need to track how many bricks are disappeared, and then when all the bricks were disappeared, just say that you won. This is the simple game, so we can end it here. Okay, so whenever we detect the collision we are having disappear, we can have a score and we can increment the score by 1. So or I can use the shorthand by 1. So let's create the score variable at the top. Here we are. Let score is equal to initially 0, and we need to show the score somewhere. So just above the start we can have the score. So above the star we can have a p tag. Inside p, your score is, and how I can have the value of score variable inside this HTML. That means we need to use the JavaScript. So have the ID called score, and then just after here we can say const score is const text score p is equal to document dot get element by id of score, and then score p, that means the p tag, dot inner text. I'm not having HTML, it's simple. I can say your score is with a space sign having a plus sign and then call the score. Wow. Reload and we'll lose something. What happened here? Reload to open the console. It says cannot score access without initialization, obviously. So we need to put all these things after the initialization of everything. Now it's working. Now your score is 0. Start the game, and yeah, it's okay. But how we actually update the score? So instead of having the score here, why can't we have the score inside the canvas? In that case, we don't need this thing. We don't need this p tag, because now I'm going to create another function which is going to say draw a score. Okay, and just like we draw a rectangle, we are going to draw a text this time, and the text is very simple to draw. We just need to say here like yes, fill style should be the black. So can we have the black with the 000 and then we can say context dot fill text, and text is like a score and with a space, and then give the score, and you need to define some number for you can say 8 and let's say 12 or 13. It's actually the x and y where you want to have. So 10 or no 10, 5 and 5. Let's try this one. So we need to draw the function or draw the score. So draw a score, reload, and yeah, it is there at the top. We can have it like 8 or 9. So it is 9, and for y 9, yeah, this is good. But we need to redraw this score every time we update our collision or update our game. So here we are. Okay, now try start. You can see we have that. Oh, I lose once again. But here we have some issue. Let's start the game and play for some score. And here now you will see the issue. It's stuck at this position, and this is not going to change for a long period of time. So what is the issue for this? Yeah, it's now changing a little bit, but I'm not happy with this. What I want, if I am bouncing the ball from this pedal from the most corner of this pedal, then I want some different inclination or different redirection. But if it is from the center, then it will go properly. So what if I have this collision detection? Here we have a detection from the pedal, and every time we are just changing the position of y. What if we change the position of x also? So we can say dx plus a very slight change, 0.5. Now let's try to play. And now you will see that every time we are having its different pattern. But even this pattern is repeating. Every time we play, the ball goes in the same way as it was before. You can see it's now clearing all these things. So once again, I can show you it's going to have this exactly same pattern. So this one, and now we have this one, and now we have this one, and now we have that one. So it's having almost same pattern whenever it go inside after the collision of pedal. So what we can do, we can make it dynamic. How dynamic? We have this pedal x position, and we have the x and dy. So we can check that. We can actually log and show you the real x plus dx. What is the value of this one every time we perform the collision? We also have one more log. I think this is for the bricks. I can remove them. Yeah. So reload, start. Oops. Start. And then I need to play. So click on start and let's play. Yeah, so 15 is there, 80 is there, 75 is there. Let's again play. 15 is there, 75 is there, 15 is there. So there is a similar kind of precision is there. So we have this x plus dx. Why not we subtract with the pedal x? So let's have the pedal x position. So 15, 20, 70, 95. Oops, we got it. So we just need to subtract the x plus dx minus this divided by 100. This is going to be the precision I want to change. Okay, I want to change every time we are having. So 14.95, 74.65. Okay, so I think I need to divide. First I need to subtract and then divide by 100. Start. Yeah, 0.05, 0.2, and that totally depends upon the position of the pedal. And this is exactly what I want, because now I can change the real position according to my position of the pedal. And this is very nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually say dx is equal to dx plus and this little position. Let's once again try. And every time you play, it will going to have a different pattern. Yes, it is having a different pattern. So wow. So finally we need to check if the score is equal to the number of bricks, then we will say you won. So here we have check game over. We can simply say check won or check you won. This is only going to be the case if a score is equal to the, you can say, number of bricks we have. So how we can check that how many number of bricks we have? Currently we are hard coded all these things, so we can check that 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 1 2 3 3 6 are 18. So we need to check if a score become 18, then we need to alert and say you won with that bang sign and clear everything and done. Okay, so this is good, but we need to check you won every time we are having here. So yeah, so we can check actually not inside here, we can check on the detection. So collision detection is there. Whenever we are having the collision, then we can check for you won, and if the person won, then we say the you won. So let's start, and I need to play till the last brick. And yeah, good, very nice, very nice. It's like speeding up. Why it's speeding? I think that is because of the X. I'll lose for 1 mark. I need to restart. This was really amazing. And yeah, that's good. Once again, cool. Yeah, just two bricks, Sarthak. You can do it. Yeah, I can do it. Only 1 brick. Yeah, only one. Yeah. So we got the issue. We had the score to 18, but it was not working because we are increasing the score after checking the you won. So we need to do it at the last after incrementing the score value. So let's play it again. And yeah, okay, that's amazing. Good, that's again nice. Hit it. Whoa, you won. Finally I won, and this is the game we have created. Cool. To start working on our next game, which is snake game, once again I will go into the games directory and create a new file called snake.html, and here create a markup, call it snake game, and as usual we need a canvas, and then we need a script tag. Okay, so to grab the canvas via JavaScript we need the ID, and I call it canvas. Then width is going to be 300 and height is going to be 300, and let's grab the canvas. So const canvas is going to be equal to document dot get element by ID of canvas, and then we need the context. So const ctx is equal to canvas dot get context of 2D, like 2D. Yeah, that's amazing. And then what we need to check whether we are getting this context or not. To check, we can say context dot start or begin path, and then we also need to close the path. So context dot close path, and in between them we are going to create a rectangle. So rectangle starting from 10, go till the 10, width of 10 and height of 10. Very easy. And finally we are going to say fill style is going to be the black. Okay, obviously you can type anything like text black or the hex code of black, then use the fill. And finally I'm going to copy the path, copy path, paste it, boom, you can see we have this dot. And just like before, I want to give this canvas a style, so of border 1 pixel solid black, and 1 pixel actually. Reload, and yeah, we have this one, and nice little let's zoom, nice little box we have. So we did all these things too fast because we already have the experience when we have created the breakout game, and now we need to move forward. So yes, we have the canvas, we have grabbed the canvas, started the 2D context, begin the path, close the path, in between we have created a black color rectangle. But this is going to be the snake. Okay, so since this is going to be the snake, that means we need this to actually have a proper length, and its length is going to be the times, sometimes of this square we have. So here we have the x starting y, and here comes the width. So if I say 2 times of 10, yeah, it's bigger. So let's do one thing, let's create a function once again which say draw snake. Okay, and let's move all these things inside that, and then I'm going to define some variables. As we know, we need the snake variable, and this time I'm going to have it object, not individual snake x, snake y. I'm going to have an object. Inside that I'm going to define that x is 10, y is also 10, then height is 10 and width is 10 multiplied by 2. So let's have everything. So snake dot x, then snake dot y, and then snake dot width, and finally snake dot height. It should work exactly before. Reload, it's not working, and this is because we need to call this function. So I would say draw snake. Reload, yes, we have this. So this is very nice, but then we need we can actually change here the width, which is like this one. Next, we want this to actually have an array of different points. So because the snake is going to grow with having the food, and food is just like a dot from which this snake is going to increase. So what you have to do, actually, you have to put all these things into an array. So if I do this, it's going to break, obviously, because now we need to give the snake but the first element of snake, like this we have. So this is going to work exactly, yeah, it is fine. But now once again we are back with only one dot. So what we can do, actually, we can create the same array once again, and if I do this like here and here, so it's still having 1 because we are only getting the x and y of this first snake. So what you have to do, actually, you have to loop over all the snakes we have, and then you need to draw the snake. Okay, so this means inside this draw snake we can say snake dot for each, and this for each is just like a for loop, but it's very nice because here we can give the callback function where we can define what we want. So this for loop, the for each loop is actually going to work and give you the first element, give you the iterated element. So I call it snake. Actually this should be the snakes because it has snakes, lots of snakes. So then we get the snake individual, and finally inside this I'm going to create the block. And then because we are getting the individual snake, we don't have to do this first element getting the first element, so we can remove it. And now it's very easy. We are looping through the snakes because we have 2 snakes currently. Then we have we get the iterated one, so first then second, and whatever snake we have, we can create the rectangle according to its x, y, width and height. Reload, but we are only able to see one. Why? Because both of the snake points are exactly same. So what you have to do, it's like having 2 boxes and one box is ahead of previous box. So ahead in terms of x-axis. So we need to move one box 10 pixel ahead of the previous one. So first we should have a 20 and then we have the 10. So it's exactly going to be the same, but the first one will be moving to the 20 pixel ahead of this one because it is start from 10, it is start from 20. Reload, and yes, you can see now we have 2 boxes and 2 snake points. So this is very easy. So let's create some other points also. So starting on 10, then 20, then 30, then 40. So we have 10 points. Reload. Yeah, that's good. But we can see it's always going to have a height of 10 and width of 10. So it would not be good to have or to repeat height and width every time, because yes, we will later going to change the value of y, but never going to change the value of height and width. So I'm going to delete height and width from here, and then I'm going to create another variables which is going to be like snake h for height and snake width, which is going to be the width obviously, is equal to 10. And then from width and height I'm just going to say it's snake width, snake height, because this is always going to equal or same. So now still it's going to have the same result, but it's not. Maybe this is because of this thing like here. Yeah, so this is good. So we have both of these height and width of 10. So since we have this, now let's see how we can actually move this snake forward and down, left, up, and with each and every dot. And now we have this snake. How we can move this snake? And we know we need to use a set interval. So for each interval we are going to change the value of x-axis, so it will move from left to right. So how we can do that? We already have the draw snake, and let's have another function called move snake. And here we are going to create a function. This is called move snake. And how we can move a snake? As I told you, we need a set interval, and this is going to be working for every 20 millisecond. And then we need to actually change the x-axis of every snake we have. So how we can do that? We can generally say like snakes dot for each, and we get each snake, and we can say snake dot x plus equal 10, because each block is having a 10, so we need to increment it by 10. So is it going to work? I don't know. Let's try this. Reload. It's not working. Why? Because we need to redraw the snake every time we are changing the value of x. So now we need to say draw snake. Call this function. Go reload. Okay, so it's having, but it's not clearing the previous situation. So how we can achieve that? We need to actually first let's have the context dot clear rectangle, and it's starting from 0 to 0 and go till canvas height. So I can create these two variables. So it's going to be let canvas height is equal to canvas dot height, and then we need let canvas width is equal to canvas dot width like this. So now I can say canvas width first and then canvas height. Okay, so we have incremented the x value, then we are clearing the canvas and then redrawing the snake. Let's try. Okay, so this is nice. Yeah, it's very nice. And if you say like 40, so it will move little delayed, but it's okay for 20. And since we have a increment of 10 every time, so that's why it is too fast. If I say 5 only, yeah, now it's little slower. What about 2? This seems like a very nice approach. Okay, so we are incrementing it, but next point is we need to press the key up, down, left, right to move the snake down, left, up or right. And for that we know we need to register the event. So we can register, and I can say like snake navigation, just like before we have done navigation. This is a function I'm going to create, and let's create this function. Snake navigation is going to start from registering the event. Document dot add event listener for key down, and I can say handle key down, and same for key up. So key up, key up. Let's create these two functions here. So these two functions will be like handle key down, so handle key down, and then we need to create one more function for handle key up. Okay, so both of them get the event like here. Then after that we need to check the event. So we say log e dot key, that means actually this should be console.log, and here also. And since we are already calling this snake navigation function, let's go reload this page and open the console, and you can see whatever I am pressing, it's getting that. But then, as I told you, I don't want to have any different key. I just only want up, down, left and right. So we need to check if this key is equal to the arrow down. I can write it like this, arrow down. If this is the case, then do something. Then we need 4 times. Then we have arrow up, then arrow left, then arrow right. So we did everything, but we need to store the information when the key is pressed, when key is released actually. So we need to create variables. So like right pressed is equal to left pressed is equal to up pressed is equal to down pressed, and everything is actually false. So initially everything is false, so that's why I did everything inlined. Okay, so now when we have the down key, then we need to say down pressed is equal to true, and then same thing, but it's going to be false. So it's like false. Same for up key. It says down pressed is going to be true. That's up pressed actually. Then left press is true, right pressed is true, and similarly for delete, up pressed is false, not delete, the up key. Then left pressed is false, and finally right pressed is false. Okay, so we are storing the information of when each key has pressed. So next, since we have the navigation information, what we need to press the down key, and then we want this snake to move downward. So what do you think, how we can do that? Here we have a move snake, and for each interval we are changing the x direction. When we press down button, we want to change the y direction only. So how this is going to work? This time I'm going to say like if down pressed, let's start with the down only, then I want to have instead of x, I want to have a y. So else we have this snake. Let's try this. I don't know how this is going to work. Down pressed is there, and this is actually, I need to zoom this page instead of zooming like that. Okay, now it says, okay, see this thing, this is working, but still it's moving always on the right side, that means on the x-axis. That is because only when we press the key, down key, then only it's going to move downward, otherwise it will go forward. We don't want, we totally change the direction. So instead of this, I want to do another thing. Like we have this, and I can create a variable called direction, so dir, and this is going to be direction is going to be the y, and here I'm going to dynamically create. So I will say direction is this one, or if you are confused with dir directory, then I can say direction, and by default it's x. Okay, but if I do this, it will be the same result. Yeah, so it's even not starting. What happened? So it's not changing the direction. What happened? Okay, so it says x is not defined. Where is the x? Okay, so x has to be the string and y has to be the string. Okay, so we have the same result, but now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this direction and make it a global variable. So just like this. So start from moving into the x direction, but if I press y, if I press down, then it's going to make the direction as y, and every snake is moved downward. Let's try this. And yes, you can see it's now moving downward. Obviously this is not a snake, but we have achieved the downward movement. So let's make this snake a real snake movement. How we can do that? So let's understand first. So for that, I'm going to first remove these code, because we need to totally change the approach we have. So I just comment all these things, and let's go at the top. We have 4 points for the snake. So we can say we have this snake, and once again I thought that it's not a snake, it's a snake, so we need to change it's a snake only. Okay, so snake point. So we have the snake and we have different point, and we are starting first, or you can say the last one, at this position, which is the 10 by 10. So this is the one, x is 10, y is 10, and then we have the head part, or the first point of the snake, at 10 and 40. That means 40 for the x-axis and 10 for the y-axis. what if I want to move this snake ahead? That means we need to move the first one more step ahead and remove the last one. So let me show this thing. So first I'm going to remove the last one, and then I'm going to add another step like this. So it becomes 50, 40, 30, 20, and you can see it's now moved. Once more, the head should be incremented on the x-axis like this, and the last one should be removed once again. Cool. So we need to do the same approach. So let's undo and get back to the original position, which is this one. And here, when we are moving the snake, we need to, as I told you, have the different approach. So first we need to get the first element, and generally we call it head. So head is having the x-axis for snake, getting the first one and having the x value. So if you are trying this, let's get all these from here to here to understand easily, and I'm going to comment all these things. Okay, so see, when we are saying head x is equal to first x and y is equal to snake first dot y, this means we are talking about this one. The x is 40 and y is 10. And then what we need, actually, we need to have another one which is having x-axis incremented. So this means we need to say x-axis plus 10. That's going to work. So then we need to say snake dot unshift, and we know unshift means adding something inside the array at the first position. And let's have the head. So this is the new position. The head is having the new position, which is like this one with an incremented x value like here. And let's now reload, and you can see it's like moving like this. But as I told you, we also need to remove the previous, or you can say the last element from the array, so that it's always going to have the 4 element inside this array. So we need to say snake dot pop. Pop means removing the element from the last position. So now reload, and yes, you can see it's moving once again as before. But this is very powerful because first, how can I reduce the speed? We can actually reduce the box size. So here we have the snake width and height as 10. Let's make it 5. And then we need to place all these snake with a separation of 5 only. So if I comment the move snake, you will see snakes are like this, because we need to now say it should be 15, then 20, and then 25. Yeah, this is good. And then if I move the snake, okay, so we have to move a snake according to the width of the snake. So I can say snake width movement should be equal to the width of the snake. This is a little good. And now, since we are able to have this, now let's implement the right and the left, which is already we have. So it becomes very easy now, because we know whenever we press the down key, so down is pressed, then we need to change the x position. Like x is not going to be increased, but y is only going to be increased. So what we need, actually, as before, we need the dx and the dy. So let's define the dx and dy at the top anywhere. So we just need to define it. So at the top we can say let dx and dy, there is no value for these two, and then, or I can have the value as 0 by default, 0. And then here we need to say this is going to be the dx always, and then dy. Okay, by default what we need, when we press the down key, then it should be like dy become the value of snake height or width, both are same. But if I press the right key, then dx, because I want to move it on the forward direction, dx should be the snake width once again. Then if we press the left key, then dx should be the negative of the snake width, like here. And finally, if I press the up key, then we need to say dy is going to be the negative of snake width. Okay, let's try this one. Reload. It's stopped there. And what if I press down key? Yeah, so it's started to work, but you can see when I press right key, it's going into the diagonal direction. That means it's retaining the y value and adding the x value. So what that means, so when we say dy is the snake width, at that time we need to say dx is equal to 0. So when we have the dy, dx should be 0, and when we have the dx, dy should be 0. Dy should be 0. Okay, reload. And okay, it is stopped. We will tackle that later. But first, if I press down key, it's working. Right, up, left, and very quickly if I do this, yay, it's working. Cool. So now let's tackle the first situation, which is not moving, which is because we always have the value of dx and dy as 0, 0. So initially, as I told you, we have the dy. So I can say let dy is equal to 0, but dx is going to be the value of the snake width. So snake width or height, because both are same. So it will now start moving, and we can now play around with our keyboard. Very nice. So first, what we need next, we need the food for this snake. And now let's add the food for our snake. And before that, let's clear some of the things here. Let's remove this comment and move all these directions or keyboard pressing into a new function, and I call this function as handle key press. So handle key press or handle the direction. This one is good. Handle direction. Okay, so let's create it at the bottom. So handle direction and like this. So it should work. Yeah, everything is working fine. Okay, so since we have this, and also we don't want to have this one, this keyboard navigation at the top, we want this also at the bottom, because we don't want to check this again and again. We only want to work here inside the move snake. So next task is to create the food. Food is going to be the random position anywhere. So it should be the random one, and it should be between this canvas only. So we need to create the food between the canvas width or canvas height. So how we can create the food? So let's say draw food. So draw food is here. Let's create a function called draw food. Draw food, and here first I'm going to log, and I'm going to log math.random. It's going to create a random number, but then if I see this random number is actually number between 0 and 1. So we need the number between 0 and 300. So we need to multiply it by 300, and then if I reload, yeah, you can see it's having the number between 0 and 300. But then we also see we have this decimal after decimal numbers, so we need to use another math library function which is called math.floor, which is going to have the lowest of the number. It's not rounding off, it's like removing all these things. So you can see we are always going to get some number which is between 0 and 300. I would say not 300, let's use the 290. Why 290? Because we always want to start from 0 0, but we don't want to move our box out of this wall. So that's why we are going to have the 290. So since we have this, so I can say this is a random x position, and let's create these two, random x and random y. Actually we don't need this direction also, so we can totally remove this and now say let random x and random y. Okay, so random x comes from here and random y, we can have the same result like this. Okay, so we got the random x and random y. That means we just need to use these two positions of x and y and create a rectangle just like this one. So copy this and here we are, paste it. This time we, instead of having snake x and snake y, we say random x, random y. Here we are, and width and height is going to be the same, and let's have the orange like here. Okay, so we have here and reload. You can see it's having width, then it's gone. This is because every time we are redrawing, we also need to redraw the food like here. Yeah, so now it's always on the random position, because every time we call this draw random, it's going to create a new random number. So what I am thinking, we need to create like random x or random y. So I'm going to call a function called create random, like that. Create random position or random position. This is good. Position is going to have these two values, and we are only going to call this function once. So here we are. Since this is only going to call once, we will get the random position only once, and then we are redrawing with the same random position every time we have an interval. Now let's try, and you can see now we have the orange just here at the bottom, and sometime we should have it at the top. Yeah, here we have the at the top. Cool. So since we have this one here, I think we can use a brown color. Brown, brown. Yeah, this one is good. So we have this random, and next we need to move our snake to this position like here, and you saw that we just crossed it. So we need the collision detection. But once again, I think this is very fast, so I can reduce this time by increasing the interval time. So I'm going to say 50, and yes, it is good, but let's have 100. Okay, so this is even better. Okay, so we have proper very nice snake. So let's start the snake with only 1 point. So this means I just need to remove all these things, and then we just have 1 point, and we are moving with this 1 point. But then if I see it even crosses, and we need to check when it crossed the position. Okay, so how we can check that? Here we have the interval, and yeah, here we have the interval, and just before adding another one or shifting any other or any ways, or even here also handle direction after that, we can say I want the grow snake function, and this grow snake function is going to check if there is a detection, and if there is a detection, then grow the snake, otherwise not. How we can check the detection? It's very easy actually. Snake x position should exactly match the random x and double end snake, first snake y position should exactly match random y. If this is the case, then we need to grow the snake. And what is the logic to grow the snake? We have the points inside the snake. We just need to add the food point, the point of the food, that means the random x and y. So what I'm thinking, instead of calling it random x and random y, why not call it food x and food y? So I can use a multi-cursor and say food x, and I can say food y. This is good. So what we need to say snake dot push, and it's going to add at the last, and adding x-axis as food x and y-axis as food y. Done. And now if I check here, you can see now it's moving closer and it's not working actually. Why is this? Because we want exact matching, and if you can see, it's not exactly matching it here. Sometimes it's matching, sometimes not. So what actually we have to do, the food has to be the proper positioned. So we need, see this, it's crossing, but it's not exactly crossing. We need the exact crossing. For that we need to design the food in a very nice way. And how we can do that? We have this random number. So first I'm going to log food x and food y also, and open the console, and let's understand. So see, 82, 16, 79 to 51, it's totally random. We need the number should be in the multiplication of 5, so that snake will exactly overlap the food. So this means we need to have the division of 5 for this, because then whatever number we get, we are going to multiply it with 5, so it will become the multiple of 5. And now we need to reduce the range by 5 times, because then after we are making it 5. So first we are creating the random number, and then we get the random and we floor it, that means get the integer, then multiply it with 5. Okay, so let's now check. We always going to get the multiplication of 5, either 0 or 5 at the last. So this means whatever food we create will exactly overlapping this, or I can say the snake will exactly overlap. Yeah, you can see, and it grows, and yeah, you can see it now growing. Yes, it is growing, but you can see we have the food at the same position, and we can grow the snake as much as we want. So we need to disappear the current food and reappear or recreate the food in a different position. How we can do that? Once again, we have the grow snake. Whenever we have the collision, yes, we are adding that position to the snake, but then we need to say create a random position. So once again, instead of calling it a random position, I call it random food. So random food. So since we are calling this random food, what it will do, it will generate new position of food x and y, and obviously we are drawing the food every time we are having the interval, so it will create the new food position. Start, and let's have a closer one. Yeah, and you can see our snake game is started and we can now move the snake as we need. Our snake can move beyond the canvas and it can come back from there. So this is a very bad thing. We need to restrict, and we actually say that when you collide with the you can say wall of this canvas, then it should be like game over. So let's do that. Here we are, and every time we have this move snake, we need to check the collision detection. So we have to check here, and I say collision detection. So collision detection is here, and let's call this function, or create this function actually. So create the collision detection function. How this is going to work? It's very easy actually. I think you got the point. When this snake x-axis or y-axis reaches the full width of this canvas, then we can say it collide with the right side. So it says if snake head, that means the first x-axis, is going to touch, so I can say is equal to the canvas width. If this is the case, then I can have a simple alert which is going to say game over. Bang bang. Try this. So yes, we are moving till the last, and it's now saying game over. Great. Or now instead of this, I can simply say either equal to or greater than. So in that case, it will just stay there. So, and yeah, game over. That's it. You can see it's always game over, because we now need to stop the movement of this. That means we need this interval to be stopped. So one more variable interval we need. Initially it's null. So first we need to check if there is nothing inside the interval, then only we are going to create the new interval. So we have this interval, and then I can say interval is equal to the set interval, and whenever there is a collision, I can simply say clear interval and the interval. Once again try and start, wait for this to collide to the right side, and boom, stopped. Okay, and that is here. This is the way we want to have the game over situation. But then we also want, as soon as I click on OK, it should reset the game. Resetting the game, what that mean? That means we should have the x and y of 10 actually. So what we need to replace the snake array with an array of x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 10. This should be the case, and it should collide. So let's wait for this collision, game over, okay, reset. Also we need to generate a new random number, random food. So we can say random food, create a new random food. One more time, let's have this one. So it's going to eat it, and then boom, see this, and when I click on OK, it's resetting the game with a new position of food and starting position of the snake. So I can actually move these three things into a new function called reset and move it here like this, and I can just call reset here. Why? Because we also need to check some other conditions. Conditions are like, if this is the case, that's okay, but we also need for the left or the right. So first let's check the right, or we can say snake head dot x is less than equal to the 0, because the canvas start from 0 and go till the width of this. So let's try this one again. So it goes to the right. If I press left, it's now moving to the left, and game over. Click OK, reset. That's good. So once again I'm going to create some constant, and constant is like left collision is going to be like this one, left collision. Const right collision is going to be the snake with for the width, and I can say if there is a left collision or if there is a right collision, then we can say game over. I can check for the left one, cool, check for the right one, and done. That's good, but we also need the top and bottom. Top collision like here, and this is going to be the snake. Y position, if it is equal to, or I can say if it is less than equal to 0. Similarly, const bottom collision, if snake Y position is greater than equal to the canvas height, if this is the case. So let's have the OR condition. So top collision, then bottom collision. If any of these case is there, then I can say game over and reset the game. Reload and go top, done. And now see, whenever we reset the game or after we have the game over, we need to restart suddenly the game because we don't have any start button. So on the reset, actually I can have start the game. So we have the start game, move snake we have. So move snake, let's start this movement of snake. So collide, done. And it's not starting. It's not moving the snake. Why is that? Move snake. Okay, so interval, because of this interval. So we are clearing the interval, but then we need to say interval is equal to null. And now try collide, and it's always going to be the upside because we have the key for right, left up, right up, all these things. So you can see we have all these, so we can copy that and paste it here. Done. So once again, yes, we have this. Let's click on up. That's cool. It's still doing the same thing. Up, done, done. So why is that? On the reset, we are saying that all these things are false. So we have movement. Okay, once again, I got the point. We have this thing like dx and dy. So this should be the same, like a snake width. So I think you are getting that we are repeating ourselves with the same type of variables like here, and this time it's not going to be let, and like here, reload, collide, start from the same position. Okay, so since we are having all these things here, why don't we have a function called set variables? So now here we have all the variables, and create a function called set variables, and inside that I'm going to have a snake, which is going to be, or I can copy it from here. All these things come here, and I call it first here. So set variable, or I can say set initial variable. This is a good name, set initial variable. So here we have set initial variable, and done. And see, we have a snake and we have this thing, and we need to call this. In that case, we don't have to define the snake like here. Similarly, we don't have to define the interval like that, and similarly we don't need to have the left, right, up, everything here. So we can actually have comma, and then we can cut totally with a comma, define it here. Then dx and dy also should not be having the value here, we can define dx, then dy. Okay, so this is good. And now we can also set these things, but we are not resetting them anywhere, so this is fine. Cool, so let's try once again. Okay, so we are having some issue. I think we did something wrong. For each of undefined, for each of, okay, so first at the initial stage we need to set all the variable, then we can do any other thing. Okay, so let's have a collision on the bottom because we have not checked that. Okay, so that's good. And now we have completed our snake. Final task is to have the score, and then we can say that the game is done. Now let's have the score system. So whenever you can say the snake eat the food, we can say increment the score by 1. Very simple. So first we need a variable called score, and it should be initialized with 0. So score is 0. So when we grow the snake, that means when we have the eating part, so we have this, when we grow the snake, at that time we can say score plus equal to 1. So every time we are having this, we are incrementing the score. But then we need to show the score inside the canvas. So I'm going to create a function called draw score, and as you know, we need some kind of something like that. And this time, instead of rectangle, I'm going to say fill text actually, and this is going to be like here, score is, and then we can say plus the value of score. So let's draw the score when we are having score moves, and then draw a score. After that, inside this interval, reload, and it's not working. I think I did something wrong, so I can check on the breakout. So score, draw score, where is the draw score? Here we have. So okay, so it should be a function, not just a property. So it's like this one, we have done that, and it should be fill text. And yeah, it's even not working. Why? Because we need to define the position also. So we can define comma 5 comma 5. Let's try this. It's at the top, very top. When I say 10 by 10, that's okay. So let's try to play once again, and we are having a score 1. Now what if I just collide and game over? That's okay, we are restarting, but you can see still we are having the score as 1. So what we need to clear the score also when we have the game over. Let's go here and reset. On the reset part, we need to set the initial variable. So go to initial variable and say score is equal to 0, and in that case we can also set this like here. Okay, once again try this. Yeah, so we are having this snake. Cool, very nice. And now this time I'm going to collide. Okay, reset to 0. Next we need the score information on the right side, every round information. Like first it's 0, then once again we are starting, so it should be round 2, and we are going to store all the information in an array. So let's have let round, or rounds actually, an array, and here for each round we will have a score, and a score should have some value. Okay, so this is nice. Round is like this, or if you want you can say rounds and define rounds as empty array. And now what next we need to do, we actually need to show the rounds information on the right side. So here we have the canvas, and here let's have a div, and inside this div I will have a p tag which says your scores on each round. Reload. It's not it's at the bottom, no issues. Okay, so here we have, and then we need another div where we are going to have our scores. So I'm going to say id of score, or score div actually, and then we need to show the score. So I can have a function which is going to say show score. It's not a draw score because this is outside of the canvas, so I call it show score. So I say const score div is equal to document dot get element by id of score div. Then inside this score div I want to have dot inner HTML because I am going to add bunch of p tags inside that. Or one more thing we can do, instead of this we can have a ul, and then so this should be score ul. Cool. Score ul, score ul. So this time score ul dot inner HTML will have bunch of I tags. So then we have a rounds dot, and I can say for each, and this time actually I'm going to use the map. So I will say map, and map is also going to return you one round, so each iteration of the round, and then I'm going to return a I tag. So li, and close this li, and in between I need the score. So round dot score, this should be the value. So plus sign here, plus sign here. Okay, so how I can show this? So first I need to call this function initially, like here, and initially you know there is no round information, so let's type by manually and check what we are getting. So score is, let's say 4, and yeah, you can see we have a 4 score. So next we can actually convert this using the backticks of template literals, and in that way we just need to remove everything from here, and then I can say score, and then I can have here li, so li, then once again li, and in between whenever I want to show the value of any variable, I'm going to use this dollar sign, the curly braces, and then whatever we want. So round dot score. Okay, so yeah, this is good. And one more thing, instead of ul, I'm going to convert this time into ordered list. So this should be the ordered list, and wherever we are using this, it should be ol score ordered list, and this one also score ordered list. And then finally we need the semicolon, no, not the semicolon, the closing bracket. Yeah, so reload, and nothing is there, but one more time let's check by having a score as anyone. So this is coming in a new line, so maybe I need to move this score string inside this li. Okay, so first score is 5. Cool. So now let's empty it out, and then whenever we lose, so we have the reset. Here we have the reset. whenever we are resetting the game, we need to set the rounds value. So rounds dot push, and pushing score as the score, but this should come at the first, or I can say initial, before the set initial variable, because set initial variable will set the value of score as 0. Here we have, yeah, so we need to do the pushing on the round before the set initial variable. Reload and your round score on each round. So first, if I just do this, yeah, it's done, but you can see it's not updated the DOM. So how about having some others like here, and then do it's not updating this DOM value, because you can see if I log after this rounds and open the console and just hit, yeah, so you can see we are having the round and having the first one which is having a score. So how we can solve this problem? And to solve this problem, we know whenever we want to redraw something, we are using that, like here we have where we have a set interval. Yeah, so every time we are doing something, we are redrawing everything. So just like we are redrawing food and other thing, we have show score. So we need to do this thing every time we are having a reset. So go to the reset. After this round, I say show score, reload, and if I lose, you can see score is 0. And now if I go at the bottom and then grab it, score become 1. I want to have one more, and then I just try to hit wall, score become 2. So this is a weird thing, because every time we are changing or we are saying show score, it's actually overriding the value of rounds. So the real reason behind this issue is set initial variable, and we are every time making round as empty array. So we need to move the round out of from a set initial variable, and we need to do the thing which we did initially, define let round as a array, and now it is going to work. Reload, and yeah, it's having the first one. And what about if I have the score as 1, and then you can see with a comma, I don't know how we have to remove it, it's okay, but we got that. And yep, once again comma, and then we have that. So why we are getting the comma? I think this is because of this map we are having. So what if I log this and see what we are getting? So open the console, reload this page, and okay, that's good, and that's again good. And you can see every time we have this comma, so that's why we are getting the comma. So what we can do, we can just say join every element with a space. If we are doing this thing, then you can see we are having no comma, but we have a space. So now if I try the same thing here, dot join with a space and reload, yeah, you can see now we have that. So let's move this thing on the right side. Now let's go here, and we have the canvas, and we have ordered list. Why we have like this? Okay, now it become div. So we are going to create another div and move everything inside it, and then for this div give a style of display as flex. Okay, so that's good. Reload, it's coming on the right side, and now I can easily play 1 and collide, score is 1, once again collide, score becomes 0 on the second round, And that's how we create this very nice, not nice looking, but very nice functioning snake game. So let's start the third game. And yeah, it's a ping pong game. So pingpong.html. And once again, create a mockup. And I say ping pong game. And as before, we need the canvas. So I'm going to copy it from the breakout. And we need canvas. Then we need till here. So copy and paste it. We don't need this start button, and that's good. And we need the closing tag of script. Here we are. That's cool. So let's just open this file or this game into your favorite browser, and here we have the canvas. But then what? We need a ping pong, and in the ping pong game we have right pedal and left pedal and a ball. So we need to create these two things inside this canvas. That means we need to draw these three things. So first we have a draw ball, then we have a draw left pedal, then we have a draw right pedal. Okay, and let's have all these functions. So first create this one, the right pedal, then create the left pedal function, and finally draw ball. And here we are. So we have created these two functions, these three functions actually. And first let's start with the ball. So we need a ball. As we know, we are pro in all these things. So we need to say begin path first, and let's have the close path also. And then we are going to create an arc, and it should start from X, Y, giving the radius and the starting angle, ending angle. So it should start from the center of the canvas. So canvas is having 300 by 300. So center will be 150.150. So it start from 150, go till 150. That means X is 150, Y is 150, radius is 10, starting from 0 angle and go till 2 pi, 2 multiplied by math.pi, and that's it. But then to show this, I'm going to say stroke, so that I can have some visible boundary of the ball. Yeah, we have this ball, and in original size you can see it's looking good. Okay, so we have the ball here, and next we need the pedals. So let's create the pedal, and let's create the right pedal first. Once again, I'm going to copy these things so that it becomes quicker. Yeah, now instead of arc, I need a rectangle. So create a rectangle, which is going to be, let's say, start from X. How about the X position of the right pedal? Since it is the right pedal, that means the X-axis should be close to the right boundary. Close to the right boundary means width of the canvas minus some width or some number. So we have the canvas width minus, let's say, 5, and this is the X1. What about Y position? What should be the Y position? So let's have Y position anything. So let's have 100 for now, and then it says what will be the width of the rectangle. So let's say 5 once again, and height will be, let's have 50. And now if I go reload the page, you can see we have this pedal. Once again, in original size it's looking good, and I have just zoomed it. So I want this pedal to be at the center. So how we can move this at the center? This means the starting of this one, the pedal, and the ending of the pedal should be aligned after or below or above the center point. So center, so 300 is the height, center will be the 150. So 150 minus half of the height of pedal, which is 25. So here comes the scene. Y position should be, let's say, 150, which is the center of the canvas or height, then subtracting the half height of the pedal, which is giving us 125. So if I say 125 and reload this, you can see now it is exactly at the center. Amazing. So we need the same kind of thing on the left, which is going to be the left pedal. Let's copy these things, and this time what will be the X position? So X position close to the left boundary. Left boundary close means the position of X is just close to 0, or I can say just have 5. So what about 5? If I am not wrong, yeah, you can see we have a space of 5. So instead we can directly say it should be the 0. Yeah, so now we have created left panel, left pedal, right pedal, and the ball. Cool, so everything is there. But next, let's have each and everything in its own variable. So this time I'm going to create, let's say, first the ball. But previously we did like ball X, then ball Y. But now I'm going to have an object which says X position, then the Y position of the ball. So the X and Y is 150, 150. So ball dot X. Here come the ball dot Y. Because this is an object, we can use it. Okay. And this comes the radius. So ball dot R for radius. So 150, 150 and 10. So X is 150, Y is 150, and then R means radius is 10. Is it going to work? Yes, it is working. Similar to this, I need the left pedal. Left pedal information comes like X we need, then we need the Y, and see this. So pedal left 0, X, Y is 125. So X is 0, Y is 125. Let's replace these things. So left pedal dot X, left pedal dot Y. That's good. Then we have this width and the height. This is same for the right pedal, width and the height. So I'm going to create a variable just calling it pedal, and this one is holding height and width. So height is 50 and width is 5 only. So I can totally replace in both of these places. It should be like with a multi-cursor, pedal dot width, then come pedal dot height. Is it going to work? Yes, everything is fine. And finally, we need to move these two things, the information, the X and Y of right pedal. So just like we did for left pedal, we can say right pedal, and the right pedal information comes like X is canvas minus 5. So right pedal dot X and right pedal dot Y. So X is going to be this one and Y is 125. Everything is same, but we have very nice little clear picture of everything we have here. So let's move to the next task. Now the next task is to move the ball, and we need to use a new function which is like move ball. So move ball, or you can call it animate ball, anything. Let's create this function, and this function say move ball, and here we need to move the ball. And how we are going to move the ball? We just need to change the X and Y position of the X and Y position of the ball. So we can say ball.x is going to be, let's have 10 pixel. Ball.y, once again, this is going to be only 5. I'm just trying these things. So here we have the position at this point. If I refresh, it's not moving anywhere. Why it's not moving? We are calling it okay, so it's only drawing the ball once. It's not redrawing the ball. So we need a loop or a interval, but this time I'm going to show you something different. So I'm going to search for request animation frame, and here we have the documentation of MDN window.request animation frame. This means anywhere inside any function we can call request animation frame, which is going to loop the same function again and again. So see, we have this step function. Inside this step function we are calling window.request animation frame and calling the same function once again. So here, instead of set interval kind of thing, I'm going to say request animation frame and then call the same function once again. Now see, here we have the ball. Reload. Still it's not doing anything. Why is that? Because we need to redraw the ball. So actually we need to redraw each and everything. So I'm going to call all of these things once again. Okay, that's good. Reload, and yeah, you can see ball is moving like this. And what we need next, whenever we change the frame, we need to clear the canvas and redraw the ball. That means we just need to say context dot clear rectangle 0, starting from 0 0, go till canvas width and canvas height. Reload, and yet you can see it's moving on this direction. We want to reduce the speed. We can simply say here is 2, here is 1, and yeah, it's very simple. So you saw that it is very easy to move the ball. But then what I want, we have this increment. So let's have the variable which is going to increment the ball. Okay, so it is related to ball, so I'm going to have here which is called dx, which is 2, and dy, which is 1. So it's again ball.dx and ball.dy. So ball.dx, and here come ball.dy. That's cool. Reload. Yeah, it's still working. So every logic is moved into the variable. And here, since we can have this thing, let's now do one thing, that whenever or wherever the ball goes, the right pedal will go along with that. So whenever we are changing the y position of this ball, I'm refreshing actually. So whenever we are changing the y position of the ball, we need to change the same position of this pedal, right pedal. So we have the right pedal information. So we can say right pedal dot y is going to be ball dot y, and see, this ball dot y is already incremented. See, if I go and I just pressed back, yeah, see, it's very nice, but it's not exactly at the center. So once again, so when I say right pedal dot y, that means I'm saying the initial position of this, or you can say the starting of this pedal. I want the center of the pedal. So once again, I need to add or actually subtract the 25, because we have the pedal width of pedal height of 10. So instead of 25 hard-coded, I can say pedal dot height divided by 2 and then subtract that. Reload, and yeah, it's exactly crossing the center of this pedal. So this is the amazing thing we have done here. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually have the collision detections for this ball. So now we need the collision of the ball with the right pedal. So that means whenever the ball touches the right pedal, we need to change the direction. How we can do that? Let's have another function which is called detect collision. So it's going to be a function as a detect collision, and here we just need to say if ball dot, and what we are going to check, the y position or the x position. We need to first check the x position because we know it's always going to be the same for the y position because we are setting the pedal y and the ball y as the same. So we just need to check for the x position. If the ball x position become equal to the right pedal x position, then we just need to change the y direction. So dy is equal to minus of dy. Is it going to work? Let's try. It's not working because we need to call the collision detection every time we are moving the ball. So we have the clear canvas, and then we can say detect the collision. Reload. Okay, so it's not working. Why it's not working? Let's see. So what about if I change the y or x direction? Okay, so try this. Okay, so it's actually not detecting totally. So how about this? The very bad thing I did here is this one, triple equal to. I just need to check if it is greater than or equal to. So if ball x position, here on the right side x increases. So if ball position become greater than the pedal x, if ball x become greater than the pedal x, change the x direction. Okay, so we are having some problems, so I think I need to change the y direction. Reload. It's gone. So it says dy is not defined. Okay, got the point. So point is like we need to say ball dot dy is equal to minus of ball dot dy. Reload, and saw that. So there is some issue. So maybe yes, we need to change the x position. Oh wow, very nice, we are doing this. So see, this is a little cross inside this ball. That means the ball is going inside of the pedal. It's touching the width, or it's touching the right boundary of the canvas instead of touching the pedal. So pedal width we need to subtract from this thing. So if ball x is greater than pedal x minus the pedal dot width. Try this. Still I think we are not having it. We are not having it. Okay, so I think I need to add it. What about this? No. We are doing something wrong here. So it should be the pedal width. That's good. What about I manually type the pedal width is 5. If I say 10, what about that? So 10 is working, so I need to say twice of this pedal width. And this is happening because whenever we say the ball x, that means we are talking about the center of the ball. So we need to take care about the center of the ball. So that means if we are having the ball radius as 10, so we need to subtract that one. So I can say minus ball dot radius. Try. Yes, it is working. Next collision detection we need to check for the bottom part of the canvas. So bottom part means the full height. Y value will become the canvas height. So let's check, and here I can have the comment, detect bottom collision. Okay, once again, if, and as I told you, we need to check for Y position. If Y is greater than the canvas height, then we need to check the X direction. Oh no, ball Y direction. So dy is going to be the minus of dy, like here. Okay, let's try this. Done, and once more time you can see it's going inside of the bottom. So that's me. So that means we need to subtract ball radius. Reload, and yeah, it is working absolutely nice. Next, we need the detection for the upper section. So for that, the initial movement, I'm going to change the dy. I'm going to change for the -1, so it will go on the upside. See, yay, it's going now on the upside. Now check for the up detection or top detection. So here we can say, if we have detect top collision means Y value is going to be less than 0. Let's try. Reload. Cool. Once more we need to add, I think, ball dot radius. Once again try. Yes, it is good. So instead of doing this, because see, we are doing the same thing in both of these if conditions, so we can simply have OR here. Like I can say, if this is true or this one is true, then have top or bottom detection. Detect top and bottom collision. Reload. Exactly true. Now if I change the direction to downward by saying dy as +1, it's having detection from the bottom. That's cool. Next, what we need the movement of the left pedal with the movement of our mouse. Now we need the movement of our mouse, and accordingly we will change the position of left pedal. So first we can have a new function, and this function is going to be like move left pedal, and inside this function I'm going to register the event listener. So document.add event listener, and this time we are going to listen for mouse event. So mouse over, and here directly I'm going to create an arrow function this time to have some variations. And yeah, we know event is going to give us E, or you can call it event. So I like to have E here, and then I just log E and check what we are getting. Open the console, refresh this page, and see, whenever we are changing the position of our mouse, we are having log, and we also have the screen Y position, and that exactly we need. Whatever the Y position of our mouse, we need to change the position of this left pedal accordingly. Okay, so now we have dot screen Y, and this we need to check, or actually we don't have to directly check, we just say that left pedal dot Y position is equal to E dot screen Y. Remove it and refresh, and we lost it somehow, and you can see as soon as I move the mouse we lose that one. So is there any error? No, there is no error, so that means we are doing something wrong here. So what we are doing wrong, I think, yes, it should be mouse move instead of mouse over. And let's refresh, and yes, we can see we can easily control it, but there's a huge difference between the position of the mouse and the pedal. So what I can do to check, I can just log the mouse position plus left pedal position and see the difference. Okay, so left pedal is at the 125, and the center, the 125 position of the pedal is actually the 400 something position of our mouse. Or I can say this canvas is starting from 100. So we need to subtract 100 always. What about that? So if I say minus 100 and try, so yeah, so still we have some issue here. So what if now I can say minus 100, and so 125 position is still 300 something, 370, let's say. So 370, or initially it would be 470 minus 125, it's 345. So what if I subtract 345 from Y position of the mouse? If I say 125, near about 135, so 45, if I say 50, 350, somewhat good. So now we are able to grab these things. So we need to have a 350 subtraction on the screen. Yes, it is good, looking nice. So whatever will be the position, yeah, so there is actually issue. It's not actually issue, because every time we are subtracting 125, so when we reach the top, it's having a little difference. So with a less movement of the mouse, we are moving our pedal very high precision. So this is actually a good thing. Next, final thing we need to do is we need to have the collision detection from the left pedal also. And to do so, let's go here and detect the collision. And we have the collision detection. We are detecting the top, bottom. Here we can say detect right collision, right pedal collision, and then I can say detect left pedal collision, detect left pedal collision. And on the left pedal, how about the left pedal? So when the ball reaches the left pedal position, means closer to the left boundary, and left boundary means 0 position of the X. So ball X, if the ball X is less than 0 minus or 0 plus actually, so I can 0 plus the ball radius, and we know why we are doing the ball radius. Let's try this. Yeah, so without any pedal position, it's reflecting the ball. This is happening because we are just checking the X position. We are not checking the Y position. That means exactly the pedal. So we also need one more, which is AND position. So ball Y position. So how about this? Ball Y position should between the width, the height of the left pedal. So it should be like, I can do in a new line, the ball Y should be greater than the left pedal Y position, and ball Y should be less than left pedal Y plus the pedal height. And why we are doing this? So I say when we have the left pedal Y position means the starting of the pedal, and left pedal Y plus the height, that means the ending of the pedal. So if ball is greater than, ball Y position is greater than the left pedal X and left pedal X plus its height, then we can say it's actually colliding the left pedal. So here we are, reload and try this, and we lose the pedal when we have it. Okay, no, we are not losing, we are out of this canvas, maybe that's why. And yes, reflecting, but what if I am not moving it? It's going till the infinity. Okay, so next we need to check the infinity, that means detection on the left side. So it should be very easy. Detect left collision. Left collision, once again it's X. If X is less than, I can say 0 plus ball, then I can simply say alert, alert, you lose, and that's done. Try this, and I'm not moving my, yeah, so it says you lose. That's cool, but it keeps saying that. So we need to reset our game. So that means what we can do, we can reset all these values, and we know how we can reset all these values. So we need to create another function for our set variables, set initial variables, and this is all going to be the same from there to here. Let's remove the let, and ball position we are changing, pedal position we are changing, left pedal, right pedal, and we don't need the pedal because this is never going to change. That's good. So this means we need to have all of these just declaration of the variable. So ball, and everything is going to be equal to an empty object initially, but very soon we are going to say set initial variables, and that's done. So set initial variable, and this means whenever there is a collision on the left, then I can say set initial variables. One more try. Okay, so we are losing, and that's good, starting from initial position. But if I have this, it's still saying lose. Why? Because here you can see we need to check on this pedal, not the exactly 0, but 0 plus width of the pedal. So here we have, yeah, so we are checking 0 plus ball radius, but plus pedal dot width. Try this thing. Yeah, it's working. Very nice. So we have created this very nice ping pong game with the use of mouse. This time we are using some unique thing, like we are using mouse, then we are using request animation frame, and we have a very nice segregation of the code with some comments. Everything is absolutely amazing. So what next we need? We need to have the score. Whenever the ball hit the left pedal, which we are controlling, then we need to increment the score. Let's do that. So let's have the score inside this canvas. We know we need to create the score, so we can say draw a score, and it should be a function. So we have drawing things here, so draw pedal, draw ball. So at last we can say draw a score, and copy these things, and this time I'm going to say like ctx dot fill style is going to be the black color, and then ctx dot fill, and finally ctx dot context dot fill text, and text is say score space, and then we can say plus sign, and we should have 1 for now, and then we need to provide the position. Position is let's say 20 on the x and 10 on the y, and what will be the max width, it doesn't matter. Reload. It's not having anything. Why is that? Is there any issue? No, there is no issue. I got the point. We need to draw every time we are having request animation frame. So draw score comes here. Reload. Yeah, it says score is 1 on the left. Okay, so now let's create a variable called score. At the top, here we are, and let's say, no, not here. Is it here? What's that? We have a pedal left, pedal right. We did something wrong. No, I think it's not wrong. It's okay. So now it says score. Initially it's 0, and then on this draw score we need to have a score here. Reload. Yeah. Now whenever we have detection or we have a collision on the left pedal, we need to increase or increment the score. So we have move ball, no, collision detection for the left pedal. We are changing the x direction, then we need to say score plus plus, changing or increment the value of score. And see this, yeah, we have a score here which is properly incrementing. Amazing. What next? We need a separation line from the center. So here we can create another draw, which is say draw center line, okay, and then I say like draw center line one more time. I'm going to copy all these things, paste it. It should be the fill style, that's okay, but then it should be the context dot draw line, I think. Actually it is move to and moving from, so it is start from the 150 of the x and 0 of the y, then line to 150 of no, not 150, yeah, 150 of x and canvas height of the y. Try this one. Reload. It's not there because we need to redraw every time we are having a request animation frame, and here we are. Reload. Still we are not having. Is there any error? No error. So maybe what we need the stroke instead of fill, because line doesn't have any fill. So we can simply say context dot stroke. Yeah, this is good. But now I need this line to be dotted instead of a solid line. So I can search for canvas dotted line, and if I search, I get this Mozilla, and we need to just say context set line dash and some pattern, and a normal pattern is this one, context set line dash 5 and 15. So anywhere I can say 5 and 15. Refresh. Okay, so 5 and 15 is there. That means the 5 is dash and 15 is the space, but it's applied to every pattern we have. Now what we need, actually this should be 5 and 5. It will look good. Okay, that's cool. But then we don't want any pattern for other things, like we have a ball. So I just need to say empty array, and yeah, now ball become solid. Same for pedal left or right. Yep, everything is fine, back to its original position, and we have a very nice little separation between left and the right thing. But to make the game super interesting, I want to increment the speed of the ball every time we have collision from the left pedal. So how we can do that? So we can see we have the detection, and somewhere here we have the detection, and we are incrementing the score. But also what we need to increment ball.dy by very nice little increment, which is 0.01, and this x will going to be plus of let's say 0.04. This is very easy, because now if I go and check, after every collision it's increasing. You can see, if you observe this thing, it's now increasing the speed, and now you can observe the real increment in the speed. Oops. So yeah, it was fun. So once again, what you can do, you can increment it in a proper way. So we can create a new variable, and we call it let increment, speed increment actually, which is 0.2. I'm saying it, and then here we have, and now I say dy will be incremented with increment value, and this is going to be the twice of increment, like here. And now once again it will going to increment the value of the x and y, that means finally the speed. And let me just play this till high speed. Okay, yeah, now you can see the real speed. Boom, boom. Yes, wow, it's having a very nice speed, and I lose. Let's now work on a new game, which is called ball fall. So let's create a file called ballfall.html, and I'm going to copy some of the things we need for the game, which is the canvas details. So I can copy from Pingpong and create a first HTML markup. Then I can say ball fall. Oh, why we have caps lock on game. Then here we have this, and close the script tag like here. Done. So first I'm going to have nothing because first let's copy the path, open in a browser, and here we have the canvas. First, it's a ball fall game. So what do you think what we have to create? We have to create the ball, and we are now become the master of these things. So first I'm going to create a ball. So I say draw ball. This is a function, and let's create this. And we know we have to say begin path, and here we are, then ctx close path, and inside this we need to create an arc for xy radius angles. So we know we need the variables, so we can say let ball is an object. So object is holding all the information like x, then y, then radius, and yeah, that's it for now. So ball should be at center, so 150, and then y position should be, let's say, 100 for now, and radius is 10. Let's see how this is going to look. So ball.x, then ball.y, then ball.radius, then start from 0 angle and go till 2 math.pi like here, and that's good. Final fill style, and I want to have a brown color. So brown is here, context dot then finally fill. So it should create a brown color ball. Let's try this. Yes, we have this, but I think it's too big, so have a radius of 5 actually. And yeah, this is good. Next, what we need some platform where this ball can fall. Okay, so we need another function called draw platform. Okay, so let's have this function and have it, and let's copy these things for now. Here we are, and instead of arc this time it's a rectangle, and we need the details. So here I'm going to create the let platform is equal to, once again, x, then we need the y, and then we need the width and also the height. So think about this platform x. What should be the x-axis of platform? So because platform will start from very left and go till very right, so the x-axis would be 0, y-axis could be anything, but the width is the full of the canvas and height could be 10, 20, whatever we want. So x will be 0, so x-axis is 0. Y, as I said, could be anything, so let's have a 150. Width, as I told you, it should be canvas width, and height should be anything, so let's have a 15. So create the rectangle with the platform details. So platform dot x, then platform dot y, then platform dot width, and finally platform dot height. So we need to fill it with black color, black like this. Oops, yeah. And yes, we have here reload. Cool. I think it should be 10 height instead of that one. Reload. Okay, this is fine. But then we don't want to have just one platform. We need more than one platforms. So instead of just saying platform, I'm going to convert this to platforms. So now I say platforms with the S, and this is going to be an array. But the array include more than one element. So I just copy paste exactly same, but this one is going to be the y of 200. That means it is going to be 50 pixel below of this black platform, which is not available because now what we need here, we can call it draw platforms because it's creating more than one platform. So here we have the create a draw a platform. So I'm going to create a function called platform, or I can call it PL only, PL, and inside this I'm going to move it, and then above here I'm going to say platforms dot for each we get new platform PL, and we are clashing with the name, so once again I call it single PL, that means or create PL platform. And here we have, and now I say create platform and pass the PL, that platform information, and here comes the platform. And now instead of full platform word, we need the iterated platform detail. So we have two platform, so it will loop for two platform. Each time we name that platform as PL, and we call the create platform PL function, which is using that platform's x, y, width and height and create the platform. So if I go reload, we have two platform. So how about adding one more? And we know everyone is having a 50 difference in the y-axis. One more is there. So this is how we are going to create the platforms. But you can see this width and height are always going to be the same. So how about creating platform H and platform W. So H is there, W is there. Height is 10 and platform width is the canvas width. In that case, we can totally remove these two things from here. And now instead of platform width and platform height, I can say full platform width. That means the full name of platform and the width and the platform height. It's going to be the same exactly. So this is how we have created the ball and the platforms. Then what we need next? We need the hole. In the ball fall game, this ball should drop through a hole between this platform. So how about creating a hole? So hole is actually, for each platform we need some white space or white hole, we can say, and that is going to be at random position. But then the height or the y-axis should be exactly same for each of these platform. So how we can create that? Since each platform know about the whole position, why don't we have the whole information inside this platform? So I can say now whole x, and it should be, for now I'm going to have exactly same. And then what will be the width? So whole width should be, for now let's have 25. It's just a random number. So how we can create the hole? And hole, as you know, we need the hole for each and every platform. That means when we are creating the platform, at the same time we need to create the hole. So here we have a draw platform. We are looping through each platform and we are creating the individual platform with its information. Similarly, we need to say create hole. This is a function I'm going to create, and we need to pass the information of the platform because each platform has its whole information. So let's create the function called create hole, and this is going to be exactly same a rectangle. But the difference is it should be the white colored first, then it should have a x-axis of platform whole x-axis, y should be exactly same, and width is going to be the platform dot whole width. Okay, let's try this thing. Reload. Okay, we lose something. Why we are losing? Because we need to grab the PL from here, the create hole parameter. PL is there. Reload once again, still we have. So let's open the console. It says create home is not, it's actually hole, not home. And yeah, so we have seen that we have successfully created the hole inside every platform. This is amazing. But you know, this hole should be random and width is very large, so we can reduce the width as 20 only. But even then we need the hole to be at random positions. So to create a random position, that means the x-axis should be a random. So to create a random number, I'm going to create a function which is going to generate the whole x position. So function is going to say random whole x, the x-axis of whole, and it's a random number. So how we can create it? So first I'm going to say return and then math dot random, and to show what this is generating, I'm going to say rand whole x and create a random number. So open the console, and here you can see we are getting the number between 0 and 1 always. And to generate a number between, it should start from 0 and it should end from the width minus the width of the hole. So it should not be starting from here, so that we just have a very small gap. So it should start from 0 and go till 300 is the width, so we can say 270. So whenever we want to have a number between some different number, we need to say multiply by that number. So now it's going to generate the number between 0 and 270. So if I just go here, reload, see this, it's always going to create a number between 270 and 0. And then finally we just need to have the floor of this, that means convert it to int. So math dot floor, and having it here, so it's always going to generate once again number between 0 and 270. So since we have this, what we can do next, we need to call this function in place of this 30 given here. So random whole x is the function. So it's going to generate the random whole position every time the page loads. In that case, if I reload, you can see every time we are having a different position of this holes. Amazing. This is really good. So you can see we are having very nice position randomized. And in that way, we can easily generate more platform, and every platform when we generate will have its own x-axis, which is going to be the random numbered. Now we have to do two tasks. One is adding more platforms, and second is moving all the platforms up direction. How we can move the platforms into up direction? So it's very easy. We just need to reduce the y-axis position, because y start from 0 and go till the bottom. So initially it's 0. So when we reduce the y value of each platform, it will look like we are moving all the platform to up direction. How we can do that? We need a set interval. So for each set interval, we need to reduce the platform y-axis. So let's create a move platforms. This is a function, and let's create this function like here. And as we know, we need to create set interval for every 20 millisecond, and we need to, for each of the platform, we need to reduce the value of y-axis. So platform dot for each, we get each platform, PL I call it, and then I say PL dot y position should be subtracted with PL dot y minus 2, so 2 pixel every time, or we can directly say PL minus equal to. If I do this, let's see, is it going to work? Reload, it's not working. Why? Because every time we are changing the position, but we need to redraw all the platforms. So just copy this and say draw the platform after reducing the value of the y. Reload, and we are having this thing because we need to clear the previous you can say the canvas. So ctx dot clear rectangle starting from 0 0 canvas width and canvas height. Now reload. Yeah, it's looking very nice. We are moving the platforms to up direction. That's easy, but we are losing the ball, and it's a very easy fix. We just need to say draw balls also. So we are drawing the ball, and yes, we are having the movement, nice movement of the platforms to up direction. Okay, so this is very good, but if you want to slow it down, just say -1. Yes, this is looking good. Next, we need to generate more platform as these platform will move up. But see, what will be the strategy for creating a new platform? Every platform should start from the very bottom. So all these platforms should start from the bottom of this canvas. So we can start from let's start with the canvas height, and this should be the canvas height minus 50, because every time we have a separation of 50, then we need a minus 100. So let's try this. We're still starting from this, so I can actually stop the movement of the platforms and see we are having fun here. Okay, so it's not minus, it should be the plus. So here we are, and okay, so see, we are not getting the platform, but as soon as we start moving the platform, it will look like it's emerging from the bottom. Yay, very nice, smooth. And now see, when we reach the third one, we need to generate the new platform after 50 pixel. So after the last one moved to the 50 pixel, then we need to generate the new one. How we can do that? See, for every 20 millisecond, we are moving the platform only 1 pixel up. So to move the 50 pixel, we need to have the 50 times. So this should run 50 times. Then we should say that, okay, we need to generate the new one. But first, let's see how we can generate the new platform here. So it should be very easy. What if I want to have a third one? So it should be canvas height plus 150, and everything should be same. So reload. Now here we have 2, 3, and we should get the fourth one. Now the fourth one, which we are having here constantly, that means hard coded, we can create it from this set interval. So first, it's very easy. We need to say platforms dot push, and pushing this one, which is having canvas height plus 150. Okay, reload and see, we are having this. And now this happening because we are constantly generating this platform every time we are having iteration. So every 20 millisecond, when we are moving the other platform only 1 pixel, we are generating one new platform. So for 50 pixel, that means when we have a 50 pixel movement, that means when the time comes for the new one, at that time we have generated 50 different platforms. So to solve this problem, we first need to say const, and not const actually, let count is equal to 0, and every time we have this interval, at the last I can say count plus plus. So we are increasing the count, and now whenever the count becomes 50, that means we have moved the platform to 50 pixels. So I can say if count is equal to 50, then we need to add new platform, and as soon as we are adding it, we are setting the count to once again back to 0, so that it will start counting once again and then adding the platform for the next 50 pixel movement actually. Okay, so reload 1, 2, 3, and still we are having 50. Okay, okay, this is good. We are generating, but we have a little issue here. We are having the 100 pixel of difference between the third one and the fourth one. So to solve that issue, we need to actually grab the last position of the platforms and then add the 50 on that. So we can say here inside the count, const last platform is equal to the platforms, and to get the last one we can say platforms dot length minus 1, and then it should be the last platform dot y value plus 50, because we need the difference of 50. Okay, so reload 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. amazing. We are creating the platforms again and again, and every time, every 50 count, or you can say the 50 movement of the platform, we are having a new platform generated from the very bottom. So this means we can actually remove these two. We just have one initially, and then we are going to create the platforms. Reload 1, 2 and yes, we are able to create the platform dynamically. Next issue we are having here, see, every time we are adding new platform to this platforms array. So if I just log the length of this platforms, reload, open the console, you will see we are having 4, 5, 6. Now the number of platforms are increasing after every, I can say, 1 second, like this, for 50 iteration of 20. So it's not 1 second or whatever the second will be. So we are increasing the number of platforms. This is very inefficient. So what we have to do, actually, whenever we are adding the new platform, when we reach a certain number of platforms, like see how many platforms we are showing currently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and then 7. For 8, you can say, for the 8 platforms you are filling all the canvas with the platforms. So I can say when we reach the 10 number of platforms, we can remove every other platforms, the previous platforms. So we are adding the platform to the list where we have, yeah, this is the list, and we are adding more platforms here, like here, then we have another, then we have another, then we have another. But after 10 number of platform we need to remove the one or the initial ones. Why? Because initial one will go outside of the up direction, so it will be on the negative y. So how we can do that? We already have a if condition. When we are moving 50 pixel, then we're adding new platform. But then also we can say that if the platforms, like platforms dot length is greater than 10, then we need to say remove the platforms, like, so platforms dot unshift, and unshift, not unshift, it's inserting, so it's like slice or splice actually. It's removing the element. Okay, so how many element we want to remove? We want to remove 2 element. So starting from 0 index and remove 2. Okay, so try this, and we already have the log for the number of platforms we are having. So reload 1, 2, 3, that's good, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so 10, 11, 10, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10. So we are moving, or we are removing 2 platforms. So we can remove 2 more. So if we remove 4 platform, how about that? So 3, 4, 5 and 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is good, and you can see we are not observing that we are removing any platform. So this is amazing thing we have done, and it's a very efficient, memory efficient we have created. So all these things are very nice. But next you can see we are having this 50 is the actual difference, and we are using that 50 on various places. So here we have the count as 50, and here we are having the 50. So this is, we need to have inside a, you can say, variable. So I can say platforms diff, so difference is 50 pixel. So now I can call it pl diff, so platform diff. So now here I can say platform diff, and whenever we are pushing, we need to add the last one, y-axis plus whatever the platform diff is. So that's cool, and yeah, that's done. Reload, is still having the same effect. Very nice. Now what if I somehow change the pixel speed? So what if I say 1.5? Now it's going to break the situation. See this, we are having very weird situation, because now we are moving the platform with a 1.5 pixel every time, but we are only adding the platform for every 50 count. Where is the 50? Yeah, so platform diff is 50. So that's why after some time we will not able to see any platform, just like this. Okay, so how we can do that? So whatever the speed here, it should be the speed actually, the pixel we are adding or actually subtracting. So speed should be divided by the platform difference. So I can say platform difference divided by 1.5. So if the situation is 1, see this, if the situation is 1, it will have a very nice generation of the new platform. But if we have the 1.5, it will check the count for that particular thing. But we need to say that it should be math.floor. Okay, try it. We are generating the platform, but we are moving the platform with a 1.5 speed. What if I change the speed to 2? So here comes 2, here also come 2. Try it. So speed is increased, and now you can see we are having the space which is almost equal. You may not observe that there is a difference in the difference of the platforms. So let's have a speed. Let platform speed is equal to 1 for now. So I can say like platform speed divided by platform speed, and here also platform speed. Okay, so this is amazing, and we have very efficient and very nice one. Okay, so everything is now done. What next we need to do? We need to actually hold the ball at certain platform. Let's now create a system where ball will stuck at a certain platform. How we can do that? So see, these platforms are moving up direction. That means their y value is decreasing, and then we have a ball at certain y value. We just need to check if the ball y value matches with any of these platforms. At that time we need to move the ball with the same speed as of these platforms. To move the ball, we need to check that the ball y position, if it is greater than the first one, then we will set the y position of the ball to the platform y position, and we are just going to check for the first platform. Then we will see how we can do that for every platform. And if you're not getting, let's do. So we have a draw ball. Go to this function, and here first I want to get the information of the first platform. So I say first PL, which is a platform, and grabbing it, then I would say if ball.y is greater than first PL.y, that means the first platform.y, and as soon as it becomes slightly greater than the y position of the platform, then we need to say ball.y set this one to first platform.y. Let's try this one. Reload and wait for the touching. Yeah, you can see that now our ball is moving along with the platform, but we have slight issue on the radius thing. So what we can do, we can say minus of ball radius. So in that case, let's see what's going to happen. Okay, so there is a slight movement because yes, we are setting it to minus of ball radius, but we are still checking for the greater than of ball y with the first platform only. So let's subtract here ball radius also. Reload. And now see, it's very smooth. So this is the simplest way we can stick the ball along with any platform. So we have done that with only first platform. So now let's drop the ball from the top. When the game starts, the ball should come from the top and then it would stick to the platform. That means we need to have an initial position of minus of y-axis. So this means we can go at the top. Here we have y and let's call it minus of 10, and it's not appearing because it is outside of the canvas. But when we are creating the ball, so draw ball is here, we need to drop the ball. That means we need to simply say like ball y should be increasing with, let's say, 4 pixel, and let's try this. Yep. very nice. And what if I say 5? Cool. But this should only happen when we don't have the ball over the platform. That means on else part of this thing. So else, if the ball is not closer to the platform, then we are increasing its value for 5, the y-axis actually. Yeah, you can see now we have very nice fall of the ball. That is good. So what if I want to control the ball to move left and right with my keyboard? That means we need to register for the navigation. Okay, so let's go here, and just like we are having this move platform, after that we can say navigate ball, and this is a function I'm going to create at the last. So here we are, draw ball, and after that I'm going to create another function called navigate ball, and in this function I want to register for the key down and key up. So document.add event listener for key down, and it will get the e with the arrow function we have like this, and similarly we have a key up. Okay, and then here on the key down I would say if e dot key, that means the pressed key, is equal to arrow left, then we need to do something. So let's copy it, paste it, and now let's use multi-cursor and say left pressed is equal to on the key down it's going to be true, and we need for key down for and key up both for arrow right, and it should be like right, but then on the key up both has to be false. So these two variables we have to create. So go at the top, here we can say left pressed is equal to right pressed is equal to false. So initially both are false. So since we are having this navigation or key pressed event, we just need to move the x-axis of the ball when I press left and right. So once again we are having draw ball, we are checking for the y position, and let's have the right or navigation, I can say navigation, and here I say if left pressed, then I need to simply say that ball dot x is going to be in decrease. So because x axis is starting from 0 on the left and go till the canvas width, so when I say press left, that means we are reducing the y value. So I need to say minus equal to and reduce by 5. Let's see, is it working? Yes, it is working. And now same thing for right, but this time it's going to be increased, the ball x plus equal to 5. And here we are, we can move right, we can move left, and amazing. But next issue is, you can see it will not having any collision or detection of the wall, so we need to check that also. So it's very easy for the left one, because when we are having x-axis 0, then we don't want to decrement after that. So it's like left pressed, but inside this, or here also I can say, and ball x, it's always going to be greater than 0. So reload, and you can see we are having the issue of radius. So once again we can say ball x plus ball radius should not be greater than 0. Oh, I think it should be minus ball x minus of radius. Yeah, it's perfect, very nice. It's now stuck on the left side. And now let's do the same thing for the right wall, and this should be like, and ball x should be less than canvas width. And obviously we need to do something for the radius, we will see. Yeah, so I think it should be plus this time, and try it. And yes, we have done that. Next task is to drop the ball from this hole. Very nice, let's try this thing. Now how we can detect that the ball is over the hole and we need to drop it to the next level. Currently we are only working with the first platform, so let's first focus on detecting the hole. So how we can detect the hole? When the ball x position reaches between this ending and starting of the hole. So it's like the x-axis of the hole, if ball x-axis is greater than the whole x-axis, then I can say okay, it has crossed the initial position. But if it is less than the last one, we can say yes, the ball is between the hole. But we are only going to check this thing when the ball is at the platform. So now let's get here, we have a draw ball, and inside this we are checking here that if the ball is over the platform or not. So here we are checking it, and inside this I'm going to check one more thing, which is the hole. And as I told you, it should be like, if the ball x position is greater than the first platform dot hole x, if it is greater than whole x, and ball x position is less than the whole x plus the whole width, then I can say it is now over the hole. And this means we need to make sure we increase the y value with, let's say 30, which is too big, but it will give us the clear picture. Then on the else part, we are checking that okay, if it is not over the ball, then move the ball with the same speed of the platform. Okay, so we are having all these things. Reload. Yes, I am over the platform. As I go there, you can see it's now dropped, and this happened because we are having this fall. That means if it is not over the first platform, then fall the ball. So this is happening because of this 5, and if I reduce it to 1, you will see the, yeah, and this is actually because of this 30, so I can have it 1 there also. And if I do that, you can see it's very slowly falling. So this is happening, as you know, because of this only checking for the one platform. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to move this code into its dedicated function, and I'm going to call this function as hold and drop. And holding and drop means holding on the platform and dropping from the hole. Okay, so we have done that, and instead of calling this hold and drop inside this drawball, we already have a set interval. Inside this we are doing everything. So here we are increasing or moving the platforms. After that we can say hold and drop. So it should be hold and drop, not just hold and drop. So hold and drop. Reload, and yeah, it's staying on this platform, but as soon as I drop, yeah, it's dropping from the hole. Next, before moving to have checking for each platform, let's have some refactoring. Since we are using the arrow function here, we can totally remove this curly braces and the semicolon, so everything is become on the single line. That's fine. And then here we are adding new platform. So create a new function called add new platform, and I'm calling it here, and let's create this just above draw platform, add new platform, paste it. Okay, so is it fine? Yeah, everything is fine. Now the time is to actually check for each platform we are having here. How we can check for each platform? Actually, we need to check for the closest platform, and closest platform means the y-axis of the ball is close to any of the platform. So whatever the closest platform, we want to get that. Get here inside this set interval. I'm going to say const closest, and then I'm going to use the find method. So since we have an array, I can say platform dot find and then get the single platform for each iteration. And here I want to return boolean, the true and false, and it should be the condition. And the condition is very simple. When the y-axis of the ball is closest to any platform, then we are returning that platform only. Okay, so how we can say that? Ball dot y, the y-axis of the ball is going to be less than the platform y, and it should be greater than, ball dot y should be greater than platform dot y plus, and actually I should have a plus here. So see what I'm doing here. I'm doing here like y-axis of the platform, if it is closest to platform minus 10, so when it reaches just closest to the platform, we are saying okay, this condition is true. But we also say that if it is greater than the y-axis, that means the closest platform is the y-axis and it's you can say the 10 pixel above of the platform. So let's log closest, reload and open the console, and you can see first initially we are getting undefined, but when I need to fall it, and yeah, you can see now when I cross any platform, we are getting that platform's data. So now I can say if there is a closest one, then log this closest only. Now see, here we are, crosses the first platform, and then you can see now we have every closest platform data. Okay, so since we have the closest platform data, we can move the hold and drop here, and then we just need to pass the closest one, which is we are going to work. So since we are passing the closest platform, we can go to the hold and drop. This is the function, accept that closest one, and now we don't need the first platform. We can replace all these instances with the closest platform. Now if I go reload the page, close the console, ball is not there. Why ball is not there? So let's reload. Initially it's not there. Okay, so got the point. Initially there was no closest, and since there is no closest, ball is not dropping. So what we need to do here, we are having on the else part, we need to say ball dot y should increase with a 5 pixel, and in that case we can remove this part like here, because if there's no matching platform, we are already having movement here. Okay, reload, and yes, it is on the first platform. That's okay. We are having weird ball, but then it dropped to next level, then it dropped to next level, then it dropped. And why we have a jumping ball? Because if you go here, and actually we need to go to the set interval. On this set interval we are finding the closest platform, and here we are checking that ball should be greater than the platform y and less than platform y plus 10. So we need to take care about the ball radius actually. So that's why we are having a little jumping and dig. Yeah, so now we are having a proper staying of the ball, and this means now you can see game is running. So this is a really amazing game till now we have created. And here we have an issue of navigation of the left and right. So let's go at the bottom. Here we have navigation. Okay, so instead of 5, I'm going to only increase by 2, let's say. And now, yeah, so this is good. The speed is less, but it's looking very nice, smooth. Now suppose you want to move the ball super fast on the left and right. We can use the key combination like Alt plus left or Alt plus right. Currently we are moving 2 pixels on every key press of left and right, but if I press Alt plus left or Alt plus right, then we should move the ball directly 10 pixels. So for that we need to here go on the add event listener. We are having a key down, but this time we need to here for the, you can say, for combination of the key. So let me show you one thing. Like if I search for mdn get modifier state, this is a very nice web API which is going to check for any key you want. So let's use this one, get modifier state. Now I just going to log and I say e.get modifier state, and here we need to pass the name of the key. So I'm using the Alt key. So it should detect when I press the Alt key. So whenever I press the Alt key, you can see we are having this true on the console. So yeah, this is good. And now I say if Alt is pressed, then I need to check for our left and right. So here we have a left and right, and yeah, we can say left and right are pressed. So now what I can do, I can once again go and use the key combination. So Alt plus left, it's still moving the same way. So how we can actually move very fast? So you can see we are having this movement speed. So let's create a variable called move speed. Let move speed, and here we are having a move speed which is normally is going to be 2. So let's define the value as by default to 2, and then wherever we are having here, when I press left or when I press right, I just need to make sure we have the move speed to 20 or 10 maybe. And after that we are also checking for the event of left and right, so it should change the left press and right pressed. Reload and see, here I'm pressing the Alt and the left and right, then it's having a 10 movement. If we are not having, then it's still moving for the 10, because once we are setting the speed to 10, we are not setting it back to normal. So On the key up, we need to set it to once again to 2. Reload, and yeah, 10 pixel movement. But if I just say left and right, you can see we are having a 2 pixel movement. With Alt, we have a 10 pixel movement. So it's very useful when we want to play it fast. Yeah, lose. Now let's work upon the game over thing, and when the game should be called as over, when the ball touches the upper portion of the canvas, then we can say that you lose and the game is over. So how we can detect it? It's very easy. When the y value of the ball becomes less than 0, then it says that okay, game is over. And where we can do that, we can do it on the set interval, and you can do it initially when the set interval start, or you can do when we are redrawing the ball. I like to have it here, so I'd say check game over. This is a function I have to create, so anywhere I can create it, check game over, and inside this what I have to check, if ball.y is less than 0, then I need to say alert game over, bang bang. Now reload, and initially we are getting this game over. Why? Because see, initially the value of y is -10, and then we are also checking that if it is less than 0, so obviously when the game starts, the very beginning of the game, this become true and we got the game over. So how we can solve this issue? There are many ways to solve. First is to have it -11. So I'm checking when the ball reaches -11 on the y-axis, then I say game over. In that case, we will not get initially the game over, but we will get the game over when the ball reaches -11. Yeah, but in that case you will see that yes, we are having it again and again. That means we need to reset the game. And what is resetting means? So resetting means, let me create the function. Resetting means here we need to set the ball as the initial position. Also we need to stop this set interval. So first let's have a reset function, and here I can say have the ball to its original position, then clear an interval where we have to pass the interval which we have to create, and then I say interval will be null. So let's have this interval function, or variable actually. So interval is initially null. Then when we say move platform, then we have to say interval is equal to this one, but this set interval is only going to be triggered if the interval doesn't have any value, or I can say if there is something inside the interval, do not do anything, because set interval will take care about everything. Okay, so once again let's try this. Reload. Okay, so start it, and we need to touch. Cool, -11, game is over. Okay, and yeah, it is stopped there then and there. One more thing, we need to clear or reset the platforms actually. So we need to say platform as initial. So on the reset part I can say platform is x0, y is canvas height, and random hole. So one more time, ball will go up and we have a game over. Click OK and it's resetted. Obviously we can restart the game, and we can say move platform. This means restart the game at that time also. So now one more time it's going to hit the top. We say game over, click on OK. It's not starting, so I think because of this interval. So after that we need to start the movement of platform. Let's see. Yeah, movement of the platform we need to do. Reload. Yep, it's working absolutely fine. Okay, so we have reset the game and we are checking this, but I'm not happy with this minus 11, so I can have it 0, and then I set the ball as 0 also, and also at the top as 0. And now let's try. Yeah, so it's very nice, still coming from the top, ball is coming from the top, and now this time when it just touches the top, it will say game over. Boom. So this is very easy game over technique we have implemented. Now finally, score is like every second we increase the score by 1, and the game is like you need to make sure you play for a longer period of time. So let's see how we can do that. One more time, let's have a draw score, and that should be score, and at the bottom just below draw ball we have, I'm going to say draw score and copy these things and begin path, but then it should be the fill style is going to be black, then fill, and then context dot fill text actually, and here I can say the string is score and plus the value of the score, so it should be like score colon space, and where it should be, so 10x 10y, and for now I just have a text of a score. So reload. Okay, so we need to redraw this score every time. So here we have interval. Where is that? Here we are drawing things. So let's have one more for draw a score, and yeah, so score is there. Now we need the variable score, so let's get back this as a variable, and every second we need to increment this score. So we can actually first create the score variable. So here we are, let score is equal to 0, and here we are having, let's have another timeout. So set time, not timeout, interval. So every 1 second I need to increment the score, and when the game is over we need to clear this interval also. So it's a score interval, and this should be the same. So score interval and normal interval is going to be null, but when game is over, that means on the reset part, we need to say this one and this one both has to be null and clear interval of score interval. Okay, let's try this one. Reload. Okay, so see, every second score is updating, and yeah, that is amazing and cool. So we saw that how we have this score, but see, one thing more we can do. The ball is now falling very smoothly, but it's a very linear drop. I want to have it gravitational, like as the ball is falling, then the speed of the ball should increase. So where we are falling the ball, so here we have a ball dot y plus 5. So what I'm going to say, like let's have a gravity variable. So let gravity is equal to 0.5. okay, and then I am going to create here a variable called let's call it drop speed, and first I have to create this variable once again at the top. Let drop speed is equal to 1, and then I would say drop speed is going to be drop speed multiplied by gravity, and then I'm going to increment it with the drop speed. Let's see what's going to happen if I reload. Okay, so there is a big issue. Actually, we need to say just drop speed plus gravity, not multiply gravity. Now try. Yeah, so see, this is like more smooth and attracted by the gravity. So this is the one, and you can change the value of gravity. So here we have a 0.4, you can have a 0.1 only, so it's normal but little faster. So let's have a 2. Okay, what about 6? Cool. Yeah, so this is a very nice effect we have created. So finally, when the game over, we need to give the score also on this alert. So we have game over, and I can say your score is, with a space, with a plus sign, call the score. So now play the game, and we have a 3 and then 5, 6, and then I want to make sure I game over. Yeah, so game over, your score is 10. Instead of having this ball as a circle, I want a real ball image. And how we can draw the image into the canvas? For that, we need the image. So let's search for ball transparent background. Go to images and let's choose anyone. What about this one? Cool. So I can copy the link from here. And let's now go to the VS Code. And we have a function called draw ball. Here we are. And in this, we are using this arc. And now we are not using these things because we are using the draw image function, where we need to give the canvas image source. And canvas image source means we need the image tag, img tag. So since we don't have the image tag inside our HTML, we can dynamically generate using the image constructor. So I can say const image img is actually equal to new image, which is a constructor, and then I can say I'm going to have image dot source is equal to this one, and then finally I'm going to pass it as an image on this context dot draw. Then as a second and third parameter, we need to find the position where you want to put your ball. For now, I want to have 50, 50. So 50x and 55 position. If I reload, we can see ball is there, but it's too big. So as the other parameters, we can provide the height and width of the image. So here first come the width. Let's have the width as 10. And height is 10. Now reload. Yep, you can see we have very little ball. Now instead of having the ball here fixed, I'm going to use the ball data we have. So ball x and ball y. So here comes ball x and y. Okay, that's good. This means it will now work as a normal ball. Cool, everything is fine. And what I'm thinking, why don't we give, because the radius concept is not there because it's just an image, no concept of radius. So instead of radius, I'm turning it into width, and I will say 20 for now. So now wherever we are using radius, it will going to break. So, but I will say ball dot width as a width and also as a height. But then as I told you, we have used ball dot radius various places, so we need to either remove or convert it to ball dot width. So ball dot radius, once again 2 places, ball dot width. Let me search for ball dot radius one more. Yeah, we are having here ball width. One more time, ball dot radius. No, so we have converted all ball dot radius into ball dot width. And now see, here we have the image, and it is exactly over the platform, and now it's moving. But since we have a very big image, it's sometimes not moving through the ball, through the hole actually. So we can make it little smaller by saying width has 15. How about this one? Okay, so this seems good. Or we can make the hole a little bigger. Okay, so this is done. This time we are going to create Tic Tac Toe Game using CSS, JavaScript and HTML, and we are not going to use the canvas here. So how we can get started? Let's create a file called tic-tac-toe.html. Let's create a markup and call it Tic Tac Toe Game. And what we need the boxes, or actually we need two cross line. So first let's create a section, and inside section, or I'm going to create a table, and inside table we are going to have a table row, and let's have inside this table row have some table data. So if I go and see copy path, and here we cannot see anything. Let's have hey here inside the td. Yep, hey is here. So let's have some styling. So I create a style tag at the top, and then I say this td should be having border. So td is going to have border, and this border is 1 pixel solid black. If I refresh, yep, we have this. Now we need 3 table data td, and yeah, we have these 3, but then we don't need these spaces, the space between 2 td table data. And to solve that, we can do like on the table, we can say border collapse, not color, I want collapse as the collapse one. Okay, so save this file, reload, and yep, we don't have any spaces between the td table data. So I'm going to remove this hey part from here, and now you will see very tiny boxes. So now I'm going to give each td table data as some width of, let's say, 100 pixel, and give the height also as 100 pixel. Reload. Okay, so 100 is too big, so what about having a 50 pixel? Okay, so 50 is fine. Then what we need 3 rows just like this we have. So we have this table data inside this table row, so let's have 3 rows. And now if I refresh, yeah, we have this grid, and that's amazing. But see, what next we need to do? We need to remove the top border, right border, bottom border, and the left border. All these things we have to remove, all these borders. So how we can do that? We know this portion, this is a full table row. So we can simply say for each of the table data of this row, we need to remove the upper. So let's go on the style, and here we have, then we need to say the td, but td inside the tr, but then this tr should be from the table. So it's very easy. I need to grab the table, so I will say to the css that hey css, grab the table. Okay, then grab the table row, and then grab each of the table data. So for each of this table row, we are removing the top border of the table data. So border top none. If I do this, reload, it seems like it has only removed from the top, but actually it has removed from every row. We only need to remove it from the first row. So we can say first child. So on the table, grab the table row, but grab only first one, and then for each of the table data, each of these table data from the first row, say that border top is null. So that's why it says the border top is null for only first row. But then we want the last row border bottom of each table data should be none. So just like we did for first, we need to say table row, but this time it should be the last child, and grab all the TD table data of the last row, which is this one, the third one we have, and then says border bottom is going to be null or none. Reload. Yep, we have done that. Congratulations. Next, we need to remove the right and the left. Now, how we can remove the right and the left? So think about this. We have 3 rows. Every row has the first element, this one, and then this one, and then this one. So what we need to remove this left border for each row, for each first element of every row, first TD of every row, we need to remove the left border. So say that inside the table, I want the table row, and I want all the rows, all 3 rows. But I want table data that only has to be the first one. So these all are the first element of each row. Then I say, okay, border left is going to be null or none actually. Reload. Yeah. So now we got the point that on this we just need to say do the same thing for the last one, but this time it should be the right, none. Reload, and congratulations, we have a very nice check, and this is a board, the board for our Tic Tac Toe. So let's create a script tag and handle everything we have here. So script, and now we need to work upon the real game. Now since we have the board and we have all the columns, or you can say boxes for clicking, and we want either X or 0 or like cross or 0. So first I want to hover over each of these cell, and then when I click I want to do something. But before that I want to have the cursor pointer on this. So for each table data, each cell, we can say cursor is going to be the pointer. By doing this, if I refresh, you can see now there is a hand icon for our cursor. That's good. But now how we can add the click event? So we need to grab each of these table data. So what I can do, I can create a class on each of this one, and I call it cell. So each of this is a cell. Then I can say const cells, because I want to grab all the cell, and this time I say document dot, just like we have a get element by ID, we also have a get element by class name, and the class name is cell. So let's log cells and see what we are getting. On this console, if I make it big, yes, you can see we are getting all these 9 cells. Amazing. These 9 cells are here. Okay, so one more thing is, like, if you don't want to use get element by class name, there is a very common one which is called query selector all. Query selector will going to get only the first element of having a class of cell, but I want all of them. So now if I reload, we are getting this as we need to say dot cell. It's very easy, just like on the CSS we do. We have to say dot for class, hash for ID, this kind of thing. Now if I refresh, once again we are getting the same result. Okay, so since we are having all these cells in our hand, we can now add the click event listener for each of these cells. So now I'm going to use cells dot for each, and we get an individual cell, and then inside I can say cell dot add event listener, and event is a click event, and then we can say handle click, and let's create the function here which is called handle click. Click, we get the event, and let's just log event dot target. And now if I refresh and click on anyone, you can see we are getting this table data, and wherever I have clicked, I'm getting that target only. Okay, so now what we need, first I can say e.target dot, I want to set some data inside it. So I say inner, and this should be the text, and it's like X. So wherever I click, I need to have X on that. Reload, click here, and yes, you can see we are getting X. Let's make the X at the center. So first let's go to the styling. Here we have a table data, that means each cell, and now I say align text, or yeah, here we have text aligns at the center. Reload, click, and yes, it is at the center. But the issue here we are facing is every time we click, we only have the X. We don't have any 0. So we can have a 0 like this, but then it's only going to have a 0. So what we need actually, we need to have a player decision, and then whenever we click, we need to switch the player. So at the top, I'm going to say set player, and player, initial player is X, and then instead of hard coding the X and the O, I'm going to say player. So whose chance is there, that means we are getting that type of figure here, either cross or 0. So click, X is there, but always there is a X. We need to switch the player. So we can say switch player. This is a function I have to create, and let's create a function called switch player, and it's very easy. We need to set the player, and we need to check if player is equal to X, then we are going to change it to 0, otherwise make it X. So if the player is 0 or O, then it becomes X. If the player is X, it becomes 0. So let's go reload the page, click anywhere, X is there, then we have a 0, then X, 0, X, 0, X, 0, X. This is amazing, but you know, once again we have an issue. Issue is very simple. Reload, click X, that's cool, we are starting from X. But once again click on the same cell, it become O, X, O, X, O. So we are having this ox, we are having X and O changing, but we don't want to do this thing. So how we can prevent it? There are many ways to prevent, but first I can say if we have some value of inner text, then we can say we don't want to switch the or change any other thing. So first I need to check on inside this handle click, if e.target dot inner text, if it is equal to empty string, this is very important, keep it empty string, then only do anything, otherwise don't do anything. Reload, click, X is there, but now I'm clicking, but it's not changing. But if I am clicking on other one, then yeah, it's switching properly between different player. So this is a very simple way we have added a tic-tac-toe click functionality. And now after this, we need to check for the winning condition. So that means if I have 3 zeros or 3x in a row, then we will say you won. So suppose first we are going to check for the first row only where we have a x. Now how we can check for these things? So whenever we click on any cell, we need to check for the winner. So just above this switch player, that means before switching, we can say check winner, and here we have to create the winner. That means check winner function we have created, and here first I'm going to log and get the cells, that means all the cell, but getting the first one only, and then I say inner text. So if I go reload the page, you can see I have clicked on the center one, but the first or 0 index cell doesn't have anything. What if I click there? Now you can see we got the 0. So we need to check if this inner text of first is equal to the x or the cross. Then we say okay, yeah, this is good. So if I click here x, you can see I'm getting the true, but if I say 0, then it says false. So we need to check for not just for the 0 index, for 1 and 2 index also. So first I say here like this one, if cell first inner text is x and cell second, that means index 1 is having x, and finally index 2 is also having x, then I can have an alert and which says you won. So now try this thing, reload, and see first row is filled with 0, not with the cross, so that's why we are not getting alert. Now if I say first row with crosses, it says you won, and this is really good. So we can do the same thing with an array, because we just have index changing, everything else is exactly same. So we can create a new constant called win combination. So win com means win combination, and the winning combination is 0, 1 and 2. This index, if all these index is having same text, then we can say boom, you won. But how we can check via this array for every element? Do we have to use a for each? Yes, you can do that, but there's a very nice helper method for JavaScript array. So I can search for JavaScript array, and what I want to check that if all of these 3 conditions will become true, then only I can say you won. That means for every condition or every index of the winning condition should return true. So let's say JavaScript array all element return true. So we need to check for all element. Whenever we say all element, that means we are talking about this every method of JavaScript. It's a very easy method, and we need to use it and give some condition. When all the condition inside the array become true, then it finally return true. How it's going to work, let's see here. We need to say win combination dot every, that means for every winning combination, and I get a comb means combination, and then I need to check this thing. So since it's looping actually, so we get first 0, then 1 and 2. So instead of this, I can say the combination, or I can actually call the combination index. So comb I, or if you also want, we can just say ci, combination index. Okay, if this is true, so we need to return it also. If this is true, all of these are true. If all of these are true, then this every method will return true. So I will say constant of result and just log result, and I'm going to comment these if conditions. Go here, reload the page, and see when I click here on the X first element, it says false. Obviously other are empty. If I say here 0, still false, X still false. Now let's have a real condition. So cross 0 and see this. When I say third cross, we are getting this true. That means yes, it has detected this combination. This means we just need to say if result is true, then just say alert, you won. One more try. Cross 0, boom, you won. Very nice. So I can totally remove this if condition from here, and here we have. But we don't just want to check for this first row, we want various conditions. So let's just check for the rows, all 3 rows. So here I'm going to convert this win combination into an array, and each array is holding another array where we have the combination. So next combination become 3, 4 and 5. So this is a big array. Inside that we have different arrays. Now we need to first loop over the winning combination, then loop over the conditions which will get the index. So here we are having a win combination dot every, but this is not going to work. We need to check that if any of these conditions become true, then we say you won. Previously we want that everyone should return true, so that's why we have used every, but I want anyone. So now let's have another Google, and I say JavaScript array, and I call it any element return true. So when I search for any, that means it's giving sum. Sum is actually say that if any at least one element in the array passes the test, it's providing true. Okay, so we need to use win combination dot sum, which will give you the combination, and inside this combination we can have these things, and finally we can return the result. But also this time we need to say combination dot every. So the bigger loop is running with the sum, each of the inner loop will run with the every. So now check, and for that I need to say const let's say matched like this, and then I'm going to log if it is matched or not. So I'm going to comment the result alert reload and click here, then 0 cross, then 0 anywhere else, then cross, and now you will see we will get true on the result on the console, and yeah, we are getting the true. Same for the last row. So let's have, and yeah, oops, we are not getting, because we are not checking for last row. We can also check for the last row, that means 6, 7 and 8. Okay, so let's have it. Yeah, we are getting the true. Okay, so since we have all these matching system, let's make it a little better. Since we are using the arrow function, we don't have to use this return statement and this curly braces. That's good, and also this semicolon we don't need. Also here we are creating the result and then returning it. It's redundant, we don't want to do that. And same here, also we are using the arrow function, so we can remove the return part. It's become now very simple. Winning combination, loop with the sum, then every combination we are looping and checking for X. But now we also need to check for the 0 player. That means we need to actually check for the current player situation. Whoever is playing, check for any combination if he won or not. Let's reload once again and start, and this time we are going to have the 0, focus on 0. So have a 0 here, then have a 0 here, and then have a 0 here. Okay, so we are not checking for the vertical combinations. So let's add the vertical conditions also. So how about vertical condition? So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 0, 3, 6. 0, 3, 6. Then we need to increase one by one. So 1, 4, and 7. And then comes 2, 5, and 8. That's good. And the cross combination. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0, 4, 8. So 0, 4, 8. And the next one is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 0, 4, 6. Not 0, 4, 6, it's 2, 4, 6. Okay, so that's done. Reload this and check. And we have 0 here. Then we have a x, then we have 0, then we have a x here, and then we have a 0 here, and we are getting true. Cool. So since we are having all these good, we can say alert for the winner, and then we can also give the winner name. So you won, but I can say player, and the player name come. So we can use a template literal actually, like here, first using backticks, and then use dollar and then curly braces to have a player here, and then I can say you won. Now once again try to have some error here. We are getting result is not defined. Okay, so this is not result, it says matched. So if any condition matches, so once again try, and you player 0, you won. Amazing. So this is a very nice thing for the winner checking. But let's move this constant we have created to make it global. We don't want to have any variable inside the function if possible. So that's how we check for winner. You know, there comes a condition when nobody becomes winner. So let's have the condition here like this. What if I say x there, then 0, then x should be there, and 0 and x. Now you can see all these places, all the cells are filled, but we are not getting any alert for winner. This condition is we need to find, and how we can find, just like we are checking for winner on every click, we need to check for the draw, and draw means all the cells are filled but there is no winner. So when we have all the cells filled, we will say match is draw. So we can say check winner, and then we have a check draw. But this we can only going to check if there is no winner, if there is no match inside the check winner. So instead of creating the function here or writing the logic here inside the click, I will go inside this check winner. We have if there is a match, alert for yes, someone won, else check for the cells that every cell is filled. How we can check for every cell? First, let's log the cells. And now reload, click on anyone. You can see we are getting the node list. And this looks like it's an array, but it's actually not a normal array. It's a node array, node list array. So if I try to call cells.every, that means if every cell having something inside it, the inner text is having something, then we will say match is draw. So we get the cell, and then we can say cell dot inner text. If it is equal to empty string, then we will say that yes, now match is draw. But if I run this code, we will get the error. Save this, reload, click, and it says cell.every is not a function because this cells I told you is a node list. So first we need to convert the cells to a normal array. How we can do that? So I can say const all cells, or I can say cells array is equal to, we need to use the array dot from, we are going to create an array from the cells node list. And then if I log cells and cells array, both of them, then you will see the difference. First one is a node list, second one is a normal array. So since we have this, instead of looping through the cells, we need to say cells array, and this should be a small c. Okay, it doesn't matter, it just I follow having a small c. Okay, so if this condition is true, that means every one is filled with either x or 0. So if we say that every cell, if inner HTML of every cell is not empty, then we will say okay, every cell is filled and match draw. So just say alert and match draw, and let's try this one. Reload and start playing this, and quickly, boom, you can see match draw is there. So this is how we have to detect the match draw, which is absolutely amazing thing we have done. But every time we have either match draw or match you can say won, we need to reset our game. So how we can reset our game? So reset our game, or you can say start the game. That means we need to remove all these data like x and 0 from the cells. So let's have a function called start game, and inside this I'm going to say cells dot for each we get individual cell, and then I say cell dot inner text is make it empty. So this start game we need to run when any player won or when match draws. Okay, let's try one more time. So first let's have a winner condition, and yep, player X won. Okay, restarting the game. But what if I start with this condition, like a match draw condition, and I remember all these things. So match draw, and yep, it's now reset. So this is how we can have a match draw and the reset. But then we need to track the result of each and every player. So we should have a player X on the left and 0 on the right. So let's have it. Now we need to record every player's score. So we first need on the left and the right the scores of player X and 0. So here we have the table. Above the table I'm going to create a div which says player X score, which should be, let's have a P here, P tag, which should be just hard coded to 3. Then after this table we need a same kind, but this is going to be the player 0 score, which is, let's say, 2. And if I refresh, yeah, these are top and bottom. So we can do one more thing. We can create a section and wrap everything inside the section, and I will go here and in the style and say section, and display is going to be flex. So everything comes inlined. reload. Yeah, here we have. Okay, so now we have this, so why not have a full screen like here, and let's make everything at the center. So first to zoom, and then I say body is going to have a display of flex, and then justify content. So first I need to say here, and then justify content at center, reload. Yep, it is now at the center. So how about having the score? So we need to create two variable, or actually we can create a simple object of score, which is holding x as 0 and o as 0. So initially both has 0 and 0. Now I have these two p tag, one for x and one for o. So we want to grab them and put the score accordingly. So I'm going to do one thing like here we have this. So let's cut everything and then give a class, or instead of class I want to give an ID of score x. Okay, and here we have p, which is called score o, and remove these things. So when we start the game, or initially you can say here we can define starting the game, and I will say like const score x is equal to document dot get element by id of score x, same for score o or cross or o, whatever you want to call. Then score cross dot inner text, not html, inner text is equal to this thing, but let's use double quote backticks to make sure we are going to give score dot x, and then for the o, score dot o. And is it small? So I have to make sure these are small, or you can use capital, then you have to use capital here also. So let's call this start game function at the very beginning. Here we are, and that's good. Reload. Initially both are 0. Now when we have a winner, so we have check winner inside this. Yes, we are starting the game, but before starting the game we need to make sure we update the score. So for now I'm going to update the score.x as 3, just manually doing this so that we can see if we have something, but we are having some issue. It says cells before initialization, so we can see. Okay, so here we have a start, and after that we need to say start game, because inside the start game we are using cells and we are defining the cells here, and we need to use the start game after defining the cells. Reload. Yep, it is working. Now try. So then okay, so it should now make x, player x score to 3. Yes, it is. Amazing. So now we just need to increase it by 1. So we can say plus equal to 1. But this is only going to happen if player x is the winner. So let's check. If player is x or cross, then say this thing. Otherwise we say score for o, let's increase the score for o, or 0. Okay, so initially, so this should be the 0 or o, whatever you want to call. So player 0 score, player o score. Okay, so let's start. So have some, okay, so player 0 won and score is increased, and let's have a x won one here also, and this is the way we can have a very nice combination of this. But what if there is no winner? That means when match draws. So let's have a draw condition, and the draw condition is very easy, and we need to do next here and there, and like this, match draw, and you can see there is no increment in any score. One more thing you have, or maybe have observed, that yes, we always start from X. Now see, we are having this condition, and now X is 1, everything is reset, and now I have started from 0. So this is good because the winner got the score, and then the next player got the chance to start the game. This is good, but if you want, you can reset that thing on the start game. So on the start game, you can set the player as 0 or as X, whatever you want. So this is how we can have a proper tic-tac-toe game. The final thing I want to do is having all the game information in our index.html page, so that when I deploy it, you can play it live on any website. So here, if you go, you can see we just have a hey JavaScript course, and then I can have a section. Inside section, I will say welcome to JavaScript course, welcome to JavaScript course, and in a small tag I will say we will create, or simply say create 5 awesome games, and then we are going to use all these games and have that. But then I would say for this section, let's have a style tag here, and in this say section is going to be display, or actually first start with the body. So I would say body is going to be display flex, and then justify center as center, justify content as center. Now these are at the center, and next thing we need to do is for the section, and it's okay I think, or we should have the small tag at the center. So how about saying small as the same thing, display and content. So have it like this and reload. Yeah. And finally we need the list of the games. So games, to have the list, we can use the ordered list actually, and here I'm going to have a li, and first game I'm going to create, which is let's have the tic-tac-toe. So tic-tac-toe, this is the first one, and let's have this inside an anchor tag. Yep, and yeah, we have this game. Then we need to move it like this, 2 3 4 5. So 5 games are here. Then ball fall game is there, so we have a ball fall. Then we have a ping pong, so ping pong. And finally, not finally, we have a breakout game. And then finally, yeah, this is the real final one, we have a snake. And reload. Okay, so all the games are here, but when I click, we need to go to that page. So we have this href. On this href, we can simply say go to the slash or dot slash on the games. Then we have a tic-tac-toe like this one. Reload, click, and yep, we are on the tic-tac-toe. Go back, and same thing for others. So I can use this games, and then I can have first ball fall, then we have a ping pong, then we have a snake here, and finally breakout is also there. So now we can easily move between them, but I want to have some styling, or styling is very easy. For each li I want to have some padding, so I say padding is going to be, let's say 5 pixel. Reload. Amazing, this is good. And I should say padding x and padding top and padding bottom. So I say padding bottom, which is again a 5 pixel. This is good. So we have created these things and I feel like having a 10 pixel. Sometimes I change my mind. Okay, so welcome to Game Course. We create 5 awesome game, and also every other game looks very tiny, so we can fix them. First, let's go to Tic Tac Toe and go here, Tic Tac Toe. Here we have a table data, that means each cell, and we have a width and height of 50. Let's call it 150. Okay, this is fine. But next we have this score. A score is actually the p tag. So let's have the p tag. So anywhere we can design p tag, and a font size is going to be, let's say, 20 pixel. Okay, fine, but if I say 40 pixel, it looks good. Next, I should have it 200. As I told you, I sometimes change my mind. But next, you can see the X and 0 are very tiny. So we need to give font size here also as, let's say, 100 pixel. And yep, it is looking cool. Very, very nice. So match draw. Okay, so this is done for tic-tac-toe. Then what about ball fall? So let's have something for ball fall. That's done, and then ball fall is here. First, the problem is we need to make it at the center, as we know. So use a section, and on this section I can say style, display, flex, and then justify content center. Okay, so it is at the center. Then I would have a h1 tag which says ball fall game. Okay, and it's a flex, but still it's saying I need to have like this thing in both of these things into div. And now reload. Yes, it is good. Next, let's have this canvas a big size. So let's say 600 width or 600 height actually, and also provide the width as 600. Cool. So this is okay, and there is no ball. Why there is no ball? Because the URL we have used here is for Google proxy. It's now actually expired. So once again, search for ball image transparent, and this was the ball actually. Let's open the ball in a new tab, and here we are. Let's save this into our system called ball.png, and then I'm going to have this ball into the games directory, and then I will provide the path instead of this URL. So path is dot and / ball.png. This is png. Reload, and yeah, you can see we are having the ball. Cool. And if you want, you can change the size of the ball and other things also, but it's fine. Let's have the other game, which is ping pong. We just need to make it at the center. So we have ping pong, and we know we already have things, so why not copy from here? So we need h1 section and div. So we have a h1 section and div. Actually I can copy everything because this is just a canvas and canvas is not changing. Okay, and I call it ping pong game, already there. Reload. Yep, it is at the center, and we can easily play our game. If you want, you can have that same ball here also, but it's okay for me, and I'm not going to add it because I want you to add it. But then you can see we have the issue of the center line. Central line is incorrect, so I say line, and we have a draw center line, and we are giving starting from 150. So instead of 150, we just need to say canvas width and half of that. So canvas width and divided by 2. Same is here, canvas width divided by 2. And now line is exactly at the center. Okay, game is over. So let's move to the next one, Breakout. And this is a really amazing game. So once again, copy this thing and go to Breakout. And Breakout need some other things also. So copy, paste it, and we have a start button and canvas. I copy that and paste it here. Now let's have this as a 600 of width and height of 600. Reload, it's at the center, and then we need to have some different amount of the obstacles. So currently we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. So here we have 6 bricks. So we are looping through 3 row until 6. So I want to create another one which is like what we can say, brick count, brick row count. So brick rows count. So how many row that will be? So brick count, actually simple brick count is going to be, let's say 12. So now I will go here, and instead of this I will say brick count, reload. Oops, we have done something wrong, and that is happening because we are looping through 3 times, and I think we are also using 6 somewhere else. So let's search. Here we are using, so here comes a brick count, and yep, now we have this. So we can play and it will going to work. You can also do one thing, like we have a brick rows. So brick rows, this is a variable I'm going to create, which is for number of rows we have. So brick count is there, and let brick rows is going to be 6 this time. Reload, and yeah, we have 6 one. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So this is for the ball fall. Let's have a breakout. Oh, okay, this is for the breakout, so we need to call it breakout at the top. So let's have a breakout. Okay, final is a snake, and do the same thing for the snake. Copy these things. Snake is there, and we already have some div for this snake, and we have the score at the last. So I can paste these things and then move this score inside it, like here. Reload. Yep, game is working. And if you want, you can change the width of the snake. So snake width, where is the snake width? Okay, so 5 is there, so I can have a 20 for now. Okay, and we need to move it accordingly, so we should have some movement. Random food is okay, so I said it's going to be 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10. Okay, so 10 is working absolutely fine. So yeah, this is snake game. Okay, so let's call it a snake at the top. A snake game, and done. We have done everything nicely, and everything is absolutely fine. Everything is at the center, and finally deploying it on the Netlify. So if you find this series helpful and knowledge pack and game development experience was good, then you can support me on Patreon, and you just need to go to patreon.com/bitfumes. And also, if you want, you can support me via GitHub sponsorship, here you just need to go to the github.com/sponsors/bitfumes. Or the best thing you can do is follow me on Twitter at Sarthak Savvy. So this is my Twitter handle, Sarthak Savvy, and subscribe to this channel for more full courses and amazing tutorials. Here we have a Netlify, and just log in and logging with the GitHub, which is I think already done. Yeah, and here we have the project. So now I'm going to say new site from Git, open the GitHub, and it's authorizing. I want from the Sarthak Savvy. No, I want from the bitfumes. If this is not available, click on the configure Netlify app on GitHub. It will take you to GitHub. Configure the bitfumes part, giving the password, and at the bottom I can say I want to select a repository, which is JavaScript game, this one. Save this, and yep, now we have the JavaScript game. And now we don't want to run anything, we just want to have the HTML site. So deploy, and nothing to deploy, so it should do things very quickly. So finally it's done, and let's click on this. Yep, we have this. Tic Tac Toe is working. Nice. Ball fall. I think ball is not there. Yeah, it's there. Yay, cool. So everything will work definitely. So since we have everything here, and we can set up the nice name for it. So domain setting, and I want to have a proper name. So name is jsgames.netlify.app, and it says it's already taken. Oops. So I can say bitfumes JS games. It's never going to be taken. Okay, so that's done. So you can visit this, and this is how we are coming to the end of this course. So keep learning JavaScript, and if you have any issue, please feel free to message me and follow me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and we will meet in some other videos. Till then, goodbye.